Well, good morning, everyone, from Dick Birmingham Field on the campus of Hillcrest High School in Springfield, and welcome to the final day of the 50th Annual Springfield Area Baseball Association Holiday Tournament. Don West joined today by Scott McCauley and Matt Coatney, and we've got a great day of baseball for you here with the sun actually shining here at the moment. There was rain overnight, but we are playing, and we are just underway with our first semifinal game between Kickapoo and Willard. And Kickapoo sent 4 batters to the plate in the first inning. Got a single from Evan Vintage with 2 outs, but nothing else. And so Willard is coming to bat in the bottom of the first inning. Scott McCauley, it's great to have you along with Matt and I here today, and it's going to be a great day.
Going to be a great day. We've got a break in the weather, and that is probably the biggest news of the day so far. I had a chance to see several of these teams earlier in play, and if the early rounds of the tournament and some of the games that these teams play are any indication, we're in for a great day of baseball.
Matt, a Kickapoo team that came in as the pool winner and a Willard team that got the wild card.
Yeah, and to tell you what, Kickapoo had to have Ozark beat Post 11 in a great game yesterday. Gentlemen, I am so happy to be working with you all today. We should have a lot of fun today, and we're going to take it all the way through the championship and get to see some people who have made this tournament what it is through 50 years. The gentlemen sitting to my left are a big part of that, and so let's get it going. I'm very happy to be working with you guys today.
Stories abound today.
Yes, they will.
Absolutely.
Yes,
And
they will.
let's play a little catch-up with Kickapoo's starting lineup. Tyrus Schertz leads off in center field. Anderson Underwood at second base. Evan Vintage hits third at shortstop. Cale McCarville, the third baseman, bats fourth. They have already all batted, and then beyond that, it's Brian Wamsher pitching, Harrison Denig at first base, Nathan Vaughn catching, Sam Snyder hitting eighth, the DH, and Shane Cummings batting ninth in left field. Now on the Willard side, we'll catch you up, and a Willard team that is 9-4 for the summer season so far, and they went 3-1 in their pool, with Kyle Beeman leading off for Willard, and he hits the first pitch to the shortstop, Evan Vintage, and across for the out. And we're underway in the bottom of the first inning with Kyle Beeman leading it off for Willard. Cooper Hampton is up next. He's the first baseman. He'll be followed by Cade Billier, the right fielder. Blake Hultgren will hit fourth and play second base. Owen Bushnell hits fifth and plays third base. Cooper Wilkin is the pitcher hitting sixth. Landon Moore bats seventh, the shortstop. Mark Wynn, the left fielder, hits eighth. And Drew Quinlan will be the DH and bat ninth, and he's DHing for the catcher Mason Gayer, who will not bat. And here is strike one to Cooper Hampton, big first baseman, who is a big part of Willard's state championship run in school ball. The foul at home plate.
Don, about how many of their kids are playing in the summer that were on that state championship team?
About half and half, it looks like. From what I've seen, Beeman was a backup center fielder, played a lot. Cooper Hampton, the regular first baseman. Cade Billier was an all-state right fielder. Hampton's going to hit one out into right field, and this is run down by Trey Haggart. Nice play in right by Haggart for the second out.
We have seen some great outfield play in the games you and I have done, Don. Of course, last night Graydon Miller made one of the best throws we've seen in this tournament to nail a runner at the plate, but I don't know, he probably ran at least 60 or 70 feet to get to that one.
And, guys, up here yesterday, the wind, the variable winds really played havoc with the fly balls. It's not as strong today, but even just a little bit of wind up here, that's why they call it the hill, will definitely have an impact on the outfielders.
North Springfield is our side at Hillcrest High School. Cade Billier at the plate, a 1-ball, no-strike count. And Billier hits one to the right side to the first baseman, Harrison Denig, and Willard goes quietly, 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the first inning. And after one inning here in the first semifinal game, there is no score between Kickapoo and Willard. The winner of this game moves to the championship to play the winner of semifinal game number 2, which will be between Nixa and the Forsgren Sportsman team from Fort Smith, Arkansas. Scott, you've seen both of them, and that'll be a good matchup.
It's going to be a good matchup. Nixa they hit really well, and they're very, very aggressive. I mean, they will, once they get on the base, you know they're going to try to steal second. Fort Smith, the Sportsmen, may be as fundamentally a sound team as I've seen in the tournament, and we got a chance to sit here yesterday right next to their dugout and get to hear them talk, hear their coaches, and they really know how to play the game, and they've got a good pedigree. That program in Fort Smith last year, that AA program, was second in the state in Arkansas. Their AAA team, by the way, won the Arkansas Legion Championship last year, so they know how to play the game, and I think they're going to be a tough out in this semifinal.
Well, we have got a great day, and we will have 2 championship games for you right where you are. We'll have the Junior Varsity Championship game as our third matchup today. Kickapoo's JV team takes on Pomme de Terre, and then we'll have the championship for you later on today. And before that, there's going to be a ceremony honoring some dignitaries and people who have made this great. Now, I've said this the whole time, and you've not heard me say this, Scott, but we are very interactive on this broadcast. We'd love to know where you're tuned in today. You can follow me on Twitter at Coatman1. Send me a note, COATMAN1. Let us know where you're dialed in from.
Well, we go to the second inning, and Kickapoo will have Brian Wamsher leading off. He has done a lot of catching and played right field in this tournament. Today he's the pitcher, and he hits the first pitch to Blake Hultgren at second base. And a bit of a wild throw, but it's hauled in by Cooper Hampton for the first out. So for Willard, defensively with Cooper Wilkin pitching and Mason Gayer catching, it's Mark Wynn in left field, Kyle Beeman in center, and Cade Billier in right. Around the infield, Owen Bushnell at third, Landon Moore at short, Blake Hultgren at second, and Cooper Hampton at first base. And that is close to being a regular infield for Willard's school ball state championship team with a couple of alterations that we'll get to. It's Harrison Dennig at the plate for Kickapoo with the bases empty and one out. Dennig with strike one on him. And he'll chop one foul at the plate, 0-2. The plate umpire today is David Johnson. The Cobra, Rodney Cobb, is at first base, and Mark Easley is over at third.
Scott, one of the things we talked about in the numerous games that Don and I did with Kickapoo is this is the definition of an open stance that you see here with Harrison Dennig with that outside foot right on the far side of the batter's box line.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you see all sorts of different types of batting stances, but that one, you don't see many that goes that far back and actually uses the back line as that borderline. So he definitely has an open stance to help control the bat.
1-2. That'll drop low to Dennig.
The other thing we talked about yesterday, and I know this will surprise you, Scott, is Don West not only knows Harrison Dennig, he's been on another part of the country with him on a trip with his son. So,
the Washington, D.C. Trip for the Cherokee 8th graders 2 years ago. Foul back by Harrison Dennig. And you always knew where Harrison was in his group because he was a head taller than everyone and had that bright red hair.
So he stood out.
Very much.
I mean, if you'd have told me on this broadcast who would be talking about bus trips they've made, I thought it would be me and Scott McCauley because we've been on a million, but Don West with the first bus trip story.
Dennig swings and strikes out for the second out. Nathan Vaughn will come to the plate for Kickapoo.
You know, we talk about this tournament, and those are the type of the stories that make it fun because we've got a lot of connections. We see a lot of people every year. And, you know, I've seen some people here just in the games that I covered over the last few days I've not seen in several years, get a chance to catch up with people. And it's a lot of fun. And Harrison, Don will be telling us more stories about your trip that you won't hear on the air during the break, just so you know. So you're not getting away with anything.
Ball one to Nathan Vaughn. So 4 games today. I would say start times are pretty much out the window, and just call it 10, noon, 2, and 4 until you hear otherwise. Here's a pop-up, foul territory, and Owen Bushnell comes over to make the catch. Kickapoo goes quietly, 3 up, 3 down in the top of the second inning. We have played an inning and a half very quickly here at Dick Birmingham Field, and there's no score between Kickapoo and Willard in varsity semifinal number 1.
Well, guys, we want to tell everybody about some of our great sponsors, including Play It Again Sports, 1300 East Battlefield. For your sports equipment and clothing needs, you can see their sales rep for your team's needs. 1300 East Battlefield right here in Springfield. And the other thing that you can do if you come out here to the Hill, to Dick Birmingham Field, purchase your 50/50 raffle ticket for just $1, and we will draw. It says on here 5 o'clock, so that'll be
whenever.
5 o'clock somewhere, as the song says. But if your raffle ticket is drawn, you'll get half the pot. SABA keeps half the pot for their administrative fees to do cool things like this. So get on out here, do that. We'll do the drawing live here. Now, you don't have to be here to win as long as you pick it up within 30 days. So that'll be one of the great things. And you can buy your tournament T-shirt. Now, Mike McClure and I shamed Don West into, and we won't show it right now, but into bringing out a classic holiday tournament T-shirt, and he has not disappointed. I put it up on social media. If you follow me at Coatman1, COATMAN1, you can see the lovely Don West modeling a 1987 classic From was that from Metter? You think that's where?
Oh
you
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
that's
yeah,
better.
yeah.
Yeah, we used to have a bunch of those as well. The only problem with me is that I grew out of mine a lot quicker than Don did, so they became dust rags pretty quick. But tell you what, how many of those do you have at home?
I've probably got 15 or so.
Yeah.
I don't have certainly not the 30 of the tournaments I've worked, but
Yeah.
half of that anyway. Well, Blake Holtgren will lead off in the bottom of the second for Willard. And the first pitch is outside. Holtgren was the regular leadoff man and shortstop for Willard's schoolball state championship game. So good at getting on base. He nearly set a state record in getting hit by pitches in schoolball. He missed it by one, and that was something like 23 times hit by a pitch this past spring. 1 ball and 1 strike to Holtgren.
Well, just what a great run they had this year, and actually had to played a lot of close games, had to rally a lot to get those championships, which is one reason, Don, we thought they might have a chance to beat the Sportsman yesterday because they were in that last inning. They had the winning run on base, and it was a great defensive play by the Sportsman that prevented them from winning the pull, but they were able to get here on the wild card.
1-2, and that is foul off his foot and pops out in front of home plate. Yeah, Holtgren had, we said it at several points in the middle of the schoolball season, he has the worst average on the team, but he has the best on-base percentage, and that's what it's all about. Doesn't matter what you hit as long as you're getting on base. Strike 3 called to Holtgren, and first 4 Willard batters have been set down by Brian Wamscher.
So let's make a new rule here, not to brag up somebody with 2 strikes about how much they get on base, because they're right on cue. He struck out.
Matt, forget it. Mast and I talked about this yesterday. Tom Mast and I, the announcer's jinx is just part of what we are and what we do. We can't help it. We got to give the facts the way they state, and most of the time it just doesn't work out in our favor.
Owen Bushnell pops one into left field, and Shane Cummings is there to make the catch.
For example, I was about to tell you that Bushnell crashed one to left field yesterday over the fence. And even though I didn't get a chance to say it, I thought it. He then hit a fly ball to left field, so there I am.
So everybody who is tuned in around the world and across the city, be listening to Scott McCauley's thoughts on what you should be seeing out here. It'll be a much better viewing experience.
I don't know if it'd be better, but it'd be a lot funnier, that's for sure.
Cooper Wilkin takes strike 1. 2 out, nobody on. Wamscher cruising along here so far. And a ball outside. Kickapoo has Shane Cummings in left field, Tyrus Schertz in center, and Trey Haggard in right. Around the infield, Cale McCarville at third, Evan Vintage at short, Aaron Anderson Underwood at second, and Harrison Denning at first with Nathan Vaughn catching for Wamscher. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Cooper Wilkin. And Wamscher whirls one in, and it's slapped into center field for a base hit. Willard has its first hit and first base runner.
One of the things we should bring up is the time limit and run rules are still in effect here in these semifinals. I don't think as quickly as this game is going along, we're going to have a time limit situation because they're all playing pretty efficiently out there.
And probably not run rule either at this rate.
Nope.
So 2 hours, can't start a new inning after 2 hours still, and the run rules are in effect. 8 after 5, 10 after 4, and 12 after 3. I don't think we're going to see those today.
But one thing we do have is 3 umpires here for the semifinals, and that's great as we've had 2 umpires during pool play.
Ball 1 to Landon Moore, and a throw to first to check Cooper Wilkin. Landon Moore came into Willard's season late and became the regular third baseman after Owen Bushnell had to miss the last month or so of the season for personal reasons. And Moore stepped in, and he made some tremendous defensive plays in the stretch run at third base for Willard. 2-0 now to him. He's playing shortstop in this game. Interesting that he's at short and Blake Holtgren is over at second base. Just different than what we saw in the spring season. Ball 3 now, 3-0.
But made some very nice plays here yesterday. We've seen, and you already touched on that, we've seen some very good defensive plays. Tom and I saw some in our first 2 days as well.
Strike called, and Moore just finished his freshman year, a Willard star of the future. 3 balls and 1 strike. With the runner Cooper Wilkin over at first base. And there's ball 4. And Brian Wamscher issues his first walk, and Willard has 2 on with 2 out. Mark Wynn will come to the plate. Wynn starting in left field for Willard. Willard does not have a few of the key players from that school ball run. Clayton Kaiser, their regular left fielder, is off elsewhere. Strike called now to Wynn. Their pitching ace, Dalen Stewart, who mowed teams down in the postseason, is not with the summer team. Gavin Burke is on the roster. He was the number 2 pitcher, but we are told he will not pitch today. He's already pitched in the tournament, and now Wynn gets nailed by the pitch to load the bases for Willard.
Well, this is already a key part of this game because runs will be at a premium. These are 2 quality teams. And so it will take a little bit of pitching here for Wampshire to get out of a bases-loaded jam, but he just needs 1 out.
And it's Drew Quinlan, the DH, hitting for the catcher Mason Gayer and batting in the 9 spot. Bases loaded, 2 out, no score, bottom of the 2nd inning, and Quinlan takes low and away. Drew Quinlan would come in situations late in the year and play second base when Grant Merriman would occasionally come in to pitch for Willard. Merriman, the regular second baseman in the spring, not with the team this summer. The strike called, and it's 1-1.
Don, we talked about it yesterday, but how about the depth of pitching Kickapoo has had? They have trotted out a lot of different arms in this tournament.
Just about everybody they put out there has been effective. Hit to the first baseman, Denig, and Kickapoo's going to get out of it. Flip to the pitcher, Wampshire covering, and 3-1 gets Kickapoo out of the bases-loaded jam, all coming after 2 were out. So a hit, a walk, a hit batsman, and the bases left loaded by Willard in the bottom of the 2nd inning. We've played 2, and there's no score in semifinal number 1. Kickapoo and Willard here at SABA-baseball.org.
Now, it's that time of day where you might just be waking up and you need breakfast. And every time I come to Springfield, the first place I go for breakfast is a place that you should go, and that's Scrambler's Breakfast Diner at 1131 East Republic Road. They open at 6 a.m. They close at 2 p.m. Their breakfast menu is unbelievable. They are the home of the 4-egg omelet. And Scott McCauley, we've mentioned this on our first 2 days here, but you know who Don, West, and I got to have breakfast with at Scramblers on Thursday morning?
Who was that?
Do you know Horner Askins?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, Horner Askins' 79th birthday. He is a fixture at Scramblers, one of our fine tournament sponsors here. And so we got to celebrate his birthday, and the people there had made a birthday cake for him. They sang happy birthday. Now, I'm not saying they'll do that for you if it's your birthday, but I will promise you a quality breakfast and a great experience at Scrambler's Breakfast Diner here in Springfield.
When Tom and I were talking about Scramblers during our games, I said the 4-egg omelet, that sounds like a challenge I need to meet sometime.
Well,
at some point.
I think
I don't
you
get
can
up to
meet
Springfield
that
but I need to get, because I've heard nothing but good things about Scramblers, and of course we certainly appreciate their support of this tournament and SABA baseball.
Well, and then Mr. Goldenthroat here, apparently when I was talking about Scramblers the other day, said it was the best breakfast place in Lincoln, Nebraska. Don had
He
to
did.
correct me, yeah. Don,
For
he
the
goes,
best
"Where?"
breakfast in Lincoln. Where do you think you are?
I was like, hold on, in 3, 2, 1, the best breakfast place in Springfield, Missouri. That was bad.
Oh, my
We
goodness.
will go to the 3rd inning with no score. Each team has 1 hit, and it is an honor and a pleasure to bring in for the 3rd inning a guy who will keep us from having any dead air today, Mr. Scott McCauley.
That is my goal. Thanks, Don. It's going to be 8-9-1 for Kickapoo here in the top of the 3rd. No score. Each team with a hit so far in the ball game. And the pitchers, and you never know when you get to this point what the pitching's going to be, but so far strong for both. There's a fly ball right field. Billiard out there, and he's going to catch it for the first out of the inning. We mentioned in the last inning that this field, sitting up on the hill, you will get, even with the slight breeze, you get the ball will have some movement to it once you get up there. We've seen a lot of good plays in the outfield on what would typically be routine plays, but you've had to really adjust to try to get there to try to account for the wind. We've had a little wind the first couple of days of the tournament, no question about it. Shane Cummings, the number 9 hitter up now. He's playing left field. Count is 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, Friday was just crazy at Republic with that wind.
Yeah, we had it the same thing at Clever as well. And what was interesting at Clever is we anticipated having a lot of home runs hit. There were only 2 home runs hit the whole day.
Yeah, we didn't have any.
Yeah. and just one home run here yesterday. Actually, Bushnell had that in the game against Fort Smith. The 1-1 pitch is at the knees for a strike. It's 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out here, top of the third. Semifinal number 1 from the Springfield Holiday Tournament. That pitch just a bit outside and low. It's 2-2.
So, Scott, when did you start in the Holiday Tournament?
My first Holiday Tournament was 1980. It was a very interesting story how I even got involved in that, and it was because of my klutziness on a construction site. 3 balls, 2 strikes down the count. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. I haven't told this story in a long time. We'll get the payoff pitch off here first, and then I'll explain to you how
you have time today to tell the story.
How Coke Bottle did me in. Here's a 1 hopper, 2 shortstop. Moore up with it. He actually sidearms it over there and gets it there for the second out of the inning. So 2 up, 2 down, and we're back to the top of the order. Tyler Schultz to the plate.
See, the good part here, Scott, is you can start a story with 2 outs because we're keeping it right through the inning.
Absolutely. Well, I was my grandfather had one of my brother and I had learned a little construction, so we were helping a contractor that he was using build a couple of houses on the west side of Springfield, and we had taken a break one day. And we went to get, you're probably familiar with this area of town. Remember where Vaughn's Drive-In used to be out there on Division Street?
Division and West, yeah.
Division and West. Well, there was a supermarket across the street from there.
Yep.
And the contractor had showed me how you could open the bottle with the top of a Coke or with the top of a hammer, with the nail of a hammer. And I did that. And took the top of the bottle up and slashed it across my wrist.
Oh, no.
1-1 pitch on the way, and that's going to be just low and inside, 2-1 the count. So, I had to go to the emergency room. In fact, Matt, I'll show you. There's a scar right there. It's still here today.
It's a 41-year-old scar.
41-year-old scar. That. There it is. And so, went to the emergency room, stitches, and that ended my construction career. Slow hopper to the first baseman, and Wilkin will come over and cover for the final out of the inning. So, 3 up, 3 down. In the third for Kickapoo. We're through 2.5, and our score still 0-0 in this first semifinal of the Springfield Holiday Tournament. So what happened is that I had some time, and so Dad had suggested, well, why don't you go help Jim Millsap? He was the head groundskeeper out at Metter during the Holiday Tournament. So I just kind of did some gopher work. Actually, Art Haynes, KGBX, the station he was working for, then was sponsoring the tournament that year. So Art was out there helping. And I kind of fell in love with it. I actually had known Jim Millsap because he was a student teacher of mine at Greenwood a couple years earlier in the math department.
He was at Central for a little while too.
Yeah, and he's actually back down our way at Forsyth now. And so, one thing led to another. And so the next year he asked me, hey, would you like to do some scorekeeping and start working? I said, sure, in the regular league. So in '81 I started in the regular league. And then I think I worked the Holiday Tournament pretty much regularly until about '95, and then a few tournaments here and there from there. But it was that's how it happened. It was literally a construction accident got me at the first tournament. So there you go.
So we have some kind of builders union to blame for many, many different activities that you have been involved in.
It had worked so many times. I credit myself for having the strength to take the top off the bottle, to be honest with you. But I just kind of plapped it up and it went right across the wrist there. So.
Oh my goodness.
So yes, I had to explain to people, no, I'm not depressed, just klutzy. Willard is up here in the third inning and they're back to the top of the order. And this is Kevin Beeman, who grounded out to short to start the ball game.
Kyle Beeman.
Thank you, Kyle Beeman.
Yep.
I know a Kevin Beeman down in Branson,
okay,
so my
that's
apologies for that. First pitch is there for a strike. Here's a fly ball. This one to left center field, and the center fielder will track it down there for the first out of the inning. So 1 up, 1 down. Tell you what, we are really kind of booking along here. We're already in the bottom of the third inning.
The center fielder there, Tyrus Shirts, his grandfather Mort came up and said hi to us just a couple of minutes ago. His uncle, Jay, I know very well, went to high school with him. Great athlete here, as was his dad, Matt, and great family, the Church family.
Cooper Hampton at the plate now, takes the first pitch for a ball. Hampton lined out to right field his first time up. Next one bounces in the dirt/plastic, and the count now 2-0.
Cooper Hampton wears the number 8 in honor of his late brother, Tyler Hampton, who passed away a couple of years ago.
This is a ground ball, one hopper to the third baseman. Gets the ball over there in time. McCarville to Denning for the second out of the inning. Tell you what, we have seen some good infield play, and even though you're on an artificial surface, you get a lot of true hops. Matt, you pointed it out earlier. I think we were talking off air about having to charge the ball, and this is a situation that gives you a different kind of challenge. But we've seen some infielders here yesterday as well play those balls very well, and McCarville did it there as well.
You know, whether it's grass or turf, you don't want to let the ball play you. You should, as an infielder, get used to charging it, but especially on this turf. If you let the ball play you, you're in trouble.
Willard at the plate, and he takes the first two pitches out of the zone for balls. It's 2-0.
Now, I was telling our Red Line media crew about an hour ago, did you bring the portable air conditioner from Parkview? Well, apparently they did, because it's cooled off about 10 degrees in the last 5 minutes here.
Thanks to the cloud cover, 3-0 the count. Yeah, it is. We have had – the only thing we haven't had weather-wise this weekend is snow. We pretty much had everything else in the Ozarks we have had. 3-0 pitches there for a strike. It's 3-1.
Hold on now.
No, we have. I mean, we have.
No, anytime you say that in this tournament, if you say it won't happen, stand by.
Well, if someone brings a snow cone, that doesn't count, but it would be a nice gesture. Here's a pop fly, and Vintage will catch that one at shortstop for the final out of the inning, and that's another 3-up, 3-down inning. Two of the first three innings for Wamshire have been 3-up, 3-down. As we go to the fourth, we are still scoreless in what has turned into be a very good semifinal game between Kickapoo and Willard here at the Holiday Tournament.
These pitchers have combined to set down 11 in a row. But what I want to tell you about right now, as you see a picture of us right now, this is on video, and it might be jittery and buffery, but if you want great photos, you want to contact Flat Top Photos. They're the official action photographer of the 50th Annual Holiday Tournament. Steve Rackley, contact him. He's been here. I don't know where he is right now. He's probably taking some great photos somewhere. You can contact Steve or go to the SABA website and register your player today for those high-quality photos at saba-baseball.org. Flat Top Photos, one of our great sponsors, along with SFC Bank at 2006 South Glenstone. I'd like to thank them for their longtime support of the Springfield Holiday Tournament. SFC Bank, one of our great tournament sponsors. This is a great pleasure and an honor for me to be back at this tournament, and one of the main reasons is the guy sitting just to my left, Scott McCauley, and his father. Your father, Nolan McCauley, was tournament director of this tournament for, I have this right, 40 of the 50 years.
Yeah, I think that's pretty close. I know he wasn't around when it started, and, he retired a few years ago, but he went through a lot of these tournaments and a lot of these days. And, it's days like this is when it really pays off, because you get basically the survival of the fittest. And I know the format has changed, but it is still it's still not easy to get to Sunday in this tournament, even through the pool play format. Fourth inning is underway, and Andrew Underwood is at the plate for Kickapoo. He's second baseman. 2 balls, no strikes. I don't know what is wrong with my writing today.
It's not changed in the 40 years that I've known you, so.
Well, the funny thing is I had it right on the defensive chart, but not on the offensive chart.
Anderson Underwood, yeah.
Yes. Anderson Underwood fouls this one out of play. By the way, I do need to tell you one thing about this park that is very unique, is that this is the only park that I'm aware of that if you hit a foul ball to the right side, you can literally say you hit a ball out of town. Because literally the north city limit is this road that's right behind the first base dugout. Here's a bunt up the third base line that goes foul.
Now, I feel insecure that I'm not worthy to be on this broadcast because city engineer Don West yesterday was pointing out street names of every foul ball that hit one outside Parkview, Teresa and Ilderine and
Thelma and Brookside.
Yeah, and then Scott McCauley, apparently county engineer, is telling where the city limit line is over here.
Hey, the sign doesn't lie. It's 2-2. Here's the pitch. Pop up on the left side. There is some territory down there, but that one is going to drift out of play, and the count will stay 2-2 to Anderson Underwood.
I feel insecure because a lot of my family, a lot of my cousins went to Hillcrest, and, of course, I live in Nebraska now, but I drove right by it and missed it. Don West had to tell me, I think you went too far. Turn around.
2-2 pitch on the way. That one's fouled at the plate, back to the screen, and it stays 2-2.
And there may be some tall baseball trees out here beyond right field because It is thick woods back there. If you hit a ball that back there, it might just plant itself and sprout, you know.
That's where my golfing career got me in hand, but I'm used to hitting it in that type of brush back there. Here's another foul. This one goes back behind us, and we'll go all the way to the screens. And we talked about this yesterday, Tom Mast and I did. And by the way, I got to say, working with Tom the last 2 days was a blast. And, you know, Don, Tom and I have known each other 40 years, and that's the first time we'd ever worked together on a game. So we had a lot of fun doing that. Here's a fly ball center field. This is in the right center field gap. This has got a chance, and it is going to get down and get almost all the way to the wall, and that's going to be a double to lead off the inning for Underwood.
Tagged out to the deepest part of the park. Anderson Underwood picked a pitch that was a little up in the zone, and he got all of it, deepest part of the park. Now, it got up in jokingly, I'll say the humidity, but the air is very thick. It's not the hottest part of the day where it can go a little farther, but what a great start here for Kickapoo in the fourth as they have a runner in scoring position and nobody out.
And Vintage is at the plate now. He had the game's first hit back in the first inning. Single on the infield. They're going to try to take third, and runner will be there safely. And so that's one of the things we've seen in this tournament, guys, at least the games we've seen, active on the bases all the time.
Well, Underwood yesterday stole second and third twice in the same game.
So he has got himself now where a fly ball will give Kickapoo the lead. 1 ball, no strikes at the plate to Evan Vintage. He is the shortstop for Kickapoo. Here's a line drive. That'll go foul, and that'll square the count at 1-1.
Our third base high camera person had better be aware on foul ball duty today. Well, that one went right over his head.
Well, and the first base camera will have to watch those little slow roller or those fast rollers down there because we had a couple balls go pretty quickly down there. Hazard pay will be definitely at a premium. Here is the 1-1 pitch. All speed, stays outside and low. It's 2-1.
Off to our left, major construction here at Hillcrest High School. Among other things, they are connecting the school building to the gym that opened in the early 1990s.
Yeah, we had a lot of talk about that yesterday. It is definitely a project that's been underway a long time. Here's a fly ball into left center field. This one, at the very least, is going to get the run home, and that's not going to be able to be caught out there. That's going to get to the gap, and that is going to be a triple for Vintage, and Kickapoo takes a 1-0 lead.
Again, the second time in this inning, the ball was hit to the deepest part of the ballpark. This one to left center by Vintage. Underwood hit one to right center, and that one went all the way to the wall. It's kind of thick out there with the overnight rain. The center fielder Beeman made a good run at it, but as Scott said, Kickapoo draws first blood in this one.
So that will bring up McCarville. Now another fly ball can get another run home as the Chiefs are underway here in this game over the 1-0 lead. Semifinal number 1. Again, 2 winners in these semifinals will get to meet later today for the honor of being the 50th Holiday Tournament champion.
Nixa is the defending champion, and they'll play the next game with a chance to still defend their title from a year ago.
1-0 pitch is a fastball that McCarville can't catch up with, and the count evens 1-1. Willard on the infield, still playing at normal depth. Second baseman is in a little bit, as is the first baseman. Obviously would like to keep the runner at third base, but as Don and Matt have both said, runs at a premium, so you also want to stop a big inning. This is a hot shot to center field. Beeman's going to catch that on the run, but the run will score from third. Still a great throw from center field, but just offline. It's a sacrifice fly for McCarville. It's a 2-0 Kickapoo lead.
So 3 balls hit with authority, all to center field for the 3 people who have batted in the fourth, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for Kickapoo, and it results in a 2-run lead.
So it does clear the bases and maybe kind of stops a little bit of the momentum, but still Kickapoo 2-0 lead. They'll certainly take it. Here's Lamshire to the plate, the pitcher, who grounded out to second his first time up. Now a chance to help himself.
Brian Wamshire has had a good bat and a good glove wherever he's been, mostly catching, but played some right field yesterday, pitching today.
Ground ball to second. This is Holgren up with it. Gets it to first for the second out. So one thing about that for Willard is that you gave up another run, but you had to get an out. You had to find a way to kind of get some momentum back your way. And even though you gave up the run, it does keep the bases clean. Now you can kind of reset. Wilkin can kind of regroup a little bit and try to get this final out now as Denning is at the plate, who struck out in the second. First pitch to him. All speed's going to drop in there for strike one.
Gentlemen, is this Shoemate Stadium beyond center field?
That's
on this
it.
shot right
That's
now?
it.
Wait, Shoemate,
I have not been in that facility in, I don't know, Don, what, 30 years maybe?
at least, yeah.
Next pitch is fouled back to the screen quickly. The count 2 strikes.
Ozark Empire Fairgrounds, grandstand over left field, Dickerson Park Zoo over the right field fence, North Springfield's finest.
That's right. Yeah, this is even though it's kind of sits back, it's not a very hard place to find because a lot around it. Swing and a miss, and strike 3 there, and that'll end the inning. But Kickapoo gets a couple of runs on 2 hits. And at the end of 3.5 innings, it is now Kickapoo leading this semifinal game 2-0.
As Don told you, coming up, our second semifinal game will have the defending tournament champion Nixa against Forsgren, the Sportsman. Then we will have coverage of the JV championship. It will be Kickapoo against Pomme de Terre. And then our final game today will be the winner of this one against the winner of the next semifinal action. So we invite you to be with us for all of that. And we are very interactive here on this broadcast. We encourage your Twitter interactions. My Twitter handle is @Coatman1. You know who I've heard from already today is Dr. Brian Mahaffey.
Saw him on Twitter this morning.
Yeah. How about that? And you talk about a legend of this tournament in Southwest Missouri baseball. And he was part of some great Kickapoo summer teams at John Hartley, and I think maybe he played for Terry Snyder a little bit back in the day. So Dr. Brian Mahaffey has the, I guess in his resume, as he was my chemistry lab partner for Jose Flores at Kickapoo High School, and as I mentioned on the broadcast the other day, I'm sure having to carry me in chemistry class had propelled him into becoming a doctor.
Well, but with him being your partner, how come you're not a doctor?
It's a great question.
I don't understand.
I had to teach Brian about life on many road trips. Maybe a rain out in Dallas, Texas, maybe comes to mind.
Oh, yes.
Some stories we can't tell here.
Yes, we got several of those. And the thing that's so funny about Brian is one of those guys that Meadow Park he can be one of the icons of Meadow Park because he played Legion ball there, played a lot of high school ball there. Of course, SMS played their home games at Meadow Park when he was a part of that program. Ground out to shortstop will start this inning as 1 pitch, 1 out as Holgren grounds out, and the Willard bottom of the 4th is underway. We talked about Bushnell a little bit earlier. He popped up to left field. He hit a home run out of here, and yesterday was not the easiest day to hit home runs with the wind, but he smashed one to left field that got Willard an early lead in that game. And I know you saw some good games in the 2 days you've been, but that game with the Forsgren, Sportsman, and Willard was just an outstanding game that Tom and I had here yesterday. Willard fell behind and nearly pulled it off in the 7th inning before Fort Smith got a double play to end the game.
Yeah, so they had the bases loaded at the time, and a line drive double play ended it.
Yeah, and in fact, it was Bushnell was up at when they had nobody out, and Willard had already had 1 run in, and the count, by the way, 2-1 right now. He had, and they were able to get him out, which was a big out, and then the next one in the order, and I think it might have been Wilkin. I don't remember if that was the order yesterday, as this one's going to be popped up right our way. The catcher, Bond's going to catch it for out number 2. He then hit a shot to the second baseman. Second baseman makes a great play, and it was so quick, the runner at second froze. I mean, he did exactly what he's supposed to be. He froze, and he, on instinct, flipped it to second, got a double play, and that preserved the Forsgren's win, the Sportsman, and that's what's got him here today. And actually, that game, the way pool play went, clinched the championship of the pool, even though they still had to play Forsyth later. They had the tiebreaker, so they were able to kind of take it easy in that last game. They did beat Forsyth and end up here. But I think you're going to enjoy watching them play here later today. 1-1 the count now to Wilkin. He is the pitcher, as the pitchers facing off against each other. Wilkin got a base hit his last time up. Fouls that one out of town for strike 2.
6 in a row set down by Brian Wampshire. And, gentlemen, he's only thrown 44 pitches here through 3 2/3, so pretty efficient outing for the Kickapoo right-hander.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And that one's going to stay up and in, 2-2.
Most of the Willard hitters I've noticed are very much close to the plate. They are way up in the box.
2-2 pitch. Ground ball. Pitcher's going to take this one. Throw to first, and that's going to be another 1-2-3 inning. He Of the 4 innings played so far, 3 of them for Wamshire has been 1, 2, 3. And we go to the 5th. Right now our score has Kickapoo on top of this one by a count of 2-0. Guys, I got to tell you this before we turn it over here for the 5th inning, is that yesterday, one of our sponsors is the scoreboard guy, and Guy Newcomb, I know he was over with you guys. So Guy showing you how much he cares. And he does care. He keeps updated on the scores on Twitter and does all that stuff. So yesterday, Tom and I are over here, Tom Ast and I are over here, and we've had all the rain coming up. So Guy, being the thoughtful person he is, comes with a pair of goggles and a snorkel. And tells Tom and I, just in case you guys need us. Now, of course, he only brought us one, so Tom and I would have to share. But he did bring us one, and we appreciate Guy doing that and really thinking of us and doing that.
He also came up with this idea. He brings this bar of Irish Spring soap, and he says, guys, Irish Spring will keep flies away. So try that. It's actually working for us. It's Irish Spring.
I thought he was kidding.
Yeah.
I thought, yeah. It seems like I'd heard something about Irish Spring a few years ago, but, there you go. So
I should have carried a bar of Irish Spring soap in my ball bag all those years of umpiring at fields where it seemed like everything was around there. Here's a great shot of just a great legend of baseball in this area, Dick Birmingham. Look at all those titles.
And this program at Hillcrest with a lot of history to it. And in a way, it's kind of fitting that they end up hosting the final day of the tournament. We're going to the 5th inning. So we have told you, Don and I, all we can from the state of Missouri perspective. So now, for the state of Nebraska perspective on the next couple innings, let's give it over to Matt Koenig.
Scott, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, or good morning, depending on where you are tuned in. Here in the Central Time Zone, it is 10 minutes before the hour of 11 o'clock, and Nathan Vaughn swings and misses at the first pitch from Cooper Wilkin. And my perspective is also from Kickapoo perspective, because I am a proud 1983 graduate of the Prairie. And at the plate, Nathan Vaughn, Kickapoo wearing the very attractive gold uniforms today with the white pants. Pitch is fouled behind the press box, out of play into somewhere that no one is going to find that ball, I assume.
The woods back there.
That's right. That is county property, though.
It'll be 7, 8, and 9 here in the 5th for Kickapoo with Vaughn, Snyder, and Cummings. Wilkin gave up 2 runs in the last inning. Here's a foul ball that knocked somebody down in the Willard dugout.
What did I tell you? You got to be on guard over there.
That's Evan Gaunt, who's been a pitcher for Willard and a center fielder, but not playing in this game. Probably has already used his pitching.
The count is no balls and 2 strikes on Nathan Vaughn, the right-hander, with the pitch. This is skied into center field. Coming in, the center fielder Beeman. He will take charge, and he'll make the play after he ran about 20 steps. And there's 1 out. 4 in a row set down now by Cooper Wilkin, who had set down 7 in a row through 3, then gave up back-to-back hits, a double and a triple, and then a sacrifice fly. That's how Kickapoo got through 2 runs in the 4th. Sam Snyder, the designated hitter, steps in, left-handed bat, and he flied out to right in his only previous plate appearance. This one's fouled back all the way out of here. We had a lot of talk, Scott, yesterday and the day before about where Mike McClure, our broadcast partner for our first 2 days in Pool 1, where he would park, and I would think Mike would probably park at the fairgrounds here to make sure he didn't get hit with a foul ball.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have some history with cars getting hit by foul balls at ballparks. It's happened to me twice, once in Legion, once in high school. So he may, I'll be willing to take the chance, but he's I guess maybe the smarter of that one.
This is a strike to Snyder, and that makes the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
The greatest ball hitting a car story is the one that Kickapoo won a holiday tournament game on a grand slam by Kerry Walker that went through Coach John Hartley's windshield at Nichols Park.
Strike 3, swing and a miss by Sam Snyder. So quickly 2 up, 2 down here in the 5th. 3 strikeouts. Scott McCauley and I were both on hand for that one.
Yep,
no question about it.
Sure were. That was one of the wildest stories where we started the day at Mentor, finished the day at Nichols Park. It was crazy, but Kansas City, Kansas was the team that ended up winning that day. But that was the loser's bracket final, Kickapoo, right?
I think it was.
Yeah.
I don't think it was the championship, but certainly made the Springfield News and Leader paper the next day.
And John told us that on his Heart to Heart radio show on Thursday with us.
Shane Cummings squares to bunt, pops it up. Pitcher can't get there, feels it on one hop, throws to first, and very quickly, Kickapoo goes down. 6 in a row set down now by Cooper Wilkin. No runs, nobody left on base, no hits, and we are through quickly with 4.5 innings in this semifinal. And Kickapoo leads Willard 2-0.
Friends, we've been bringing you coverage here on through Redline Media Alliance here at the SABA Baseball website. You can find us as well on Facebook Live through Redline Media and on their YouTube channel as well. We want to thank the Missouri Sports Network for their coverage of the holiday tournament. That is just getting off the ground with Guy Newcomb, and it's a little bit different venture than what you've been used to with him over the last 10 years or so. But the Missouri Sports Network is going to be a place where you can find high school coverage and live games eventually and scores, and so look for that from the Missouri Sports Network and Guy Newcomb.
What a pleasure it is working with you gentlemen here today, and I love this perspective. So this is where you and Tom Mast were for the first.
Yep. We were here
for yesterday. I should say, 'cause you were in Clever on.
We were in Clever Friday, but
Friday,
we were here today. And we have a few more tables, kind of a little bit more room today, the way it was set up. But yeah, we had an adventure here yesterday. But on top of that, we had some good baseball here yesterday, and it was fun to get to catch up. But it's a perspective, and what really was the interesting perspective, we are right next to the third base dugout. And that's what Tom and I were talking about, especially with the Fort Smith team there. We got a chance to hear a lot of what they were talking about and just how much in the game they were and how much. And you and I, we all three agree that baseball is a game that knowledge of the game is probably as important as talent, maybe compared to any other sport. I mean, knowing the situations and stuff, and they were on top of it all the way. And frankly, both these programs have the same thing. That's why they're consistently good year in and year out, because they know the game as well as can play the game.
Brian Wampsher has set down 7 in a row. He faces the bottom of the Willard order, and he has fallen behind Landon Moore, 2 balls and no strikes. Landon Moore walked and was stranded when 3 runners were left on base in the second inning, and the best chance Willard has had to score. The next pitch is low for a ball, and Wampsher is in danger of walking his second batter here in the 5th inning as Willard comes to the plate. They're the home team based on a coin flip. Next pitch is low, and the leadoff hitter is on. The second walk of the day for Landon Moore. Don, did I hear you say he was a freshman, just finished his freshman year?
Yes, indeed.
Very impressive player.
Yeah, he's really come in, especially when he became the regular school ball third baseman from about the start of May through the state championship run.
Mark Wynn was hit by a pitch and was stranded in that second inning, and now Wampsher will step off. The infielders are double play depth. The third baseman, McCarville, is tight to the line. Outfielders are playing in a little bit as a courtesy throw to first base to keep Landon Moore honest. As center fielder, Tyrus Schertz is shading a little bit towards left, but not much. Here's the windup and pitch home. It's high for a ball. Snap throw to first, not in time. I will say that Kickapoo has shown no fear for making the snap throw to first base to keep runners honest. They must feel that Landon Moore is a threat here. He has a pretty good lead. Here's the pitch home, not going. This one is low, and now 6 balls to start the bottom of the 5th inning have been delivered from Brian Wampsher.
Yeah, and that's going to get a visit from the dugout. I was just going to say that I think maybe the message here is Moore, if nothing else, is distracting him right now. And that's
a great point.
And that's what you do a lot of the times. Even if you don't intend to steal, you want to distract and get him off his rhythm. And I think that's what happened in this situation. I think they want to kind of get that nailed down and kind of maybe get the focus refined here a little bit.
But it's a very important runner for Willard because getting a runner in scoring position with nobody out, trailing by 2 against a quality team like Kickapoo would be very important.
Well, tying runs at the plate right now. And as Don can tell you, this Willard team, when they get going with the bats, they're very hard to stop.
Mark Wynn, the number 8 hitter at the plate. The count's 2-0. Wampsher will deliver the ball home. And a strike called at the knees makes the count 2 balls and 1 strike. I was asking the gentleman on the broadcast a couple of days ago, and I'm going to ask you, trying to find out some names of some umpires that I remember from my tournaments past. So Scott McCauley, here's a fly ball down the right field line. It'll go foul. Steve Govereau, you know, where he was a long-time umpire in the summer baseball program in Springfield. Do you have any information on him?
I have not seen him in a few years, but he was I want to say maybe as late as maybe 3-4 years ago. He actually came and did some games down in Branson. I know he got into several different ventures. It's kind of ironic we're talking about now because his son played for Willard for many years and was a
Here's a bouncer that will be rolling up the third baseline. It's touched by the third baseman, McCarville. That makes it a fair ball, and that's going to be a hit as that one was rolling along the third baseline. McCarville had to touch it, couldn't come up with it, and so now Willard has the tying run at first base with nobody out.
Well, and that's one thing that we saw here yesterday, but it was usually with the bunt because of the way the turf, and you talked about the turf and how it could slow the ball down. A lot of players found that bunting for hits is a very viable option, even though that was not a bunt. It kind of had the same impact there, and gets a couple of runners on base.
Drew Quinlan brought the bat back, showed bunt, and took a strike. The runner at second is Landon Moore. The runner at first is Mark Wynn. Kickapoo leading 2-0. Willard batting in the bottom of the fifth with designs on tying the game or taking the lead. Drew Quinlan, the ninth place hitter. Check at second base. Wampscher brings it home. It's bunted in the air, popped up, handled by the catcher, and that will be the only play. You want to bunt the ball down. If you pop it up, the catcher has a good chance at it, and Nathan Vaughn stepped up, didn't even have to lose the mask to catch that one.
Well, and what makes that even worse, Matt, is that could put you in a situation for a double play. Luckily, the Willard runners had not got that far off the bag, but I've seen situations where that leads to a double play because the runner at first trying to get a good jump is too far away, can't come back, and you get the double play.
Kyle Beeman at the plate. He is grounded to short and flied out to the center fielder, Tyrus Schertz. Here's a windup of the pitch, high for a ball. Our score is 2-0 Kickapoo. In this semifinal game of the 50th Annual Holiday Tournament, welcome into Championship Sunday, Matt Coatney, Scott McCauley. Don West with you all day for a lot of fun in this tournament. The right-hander, Wampscher, checks second base. Now he's ready. He'll deliver the ball home. The ball gets away from Wampscher, came right out of his glove. That will be a pass ball. The runners move up, and it takes the double play out of contention here for Kickapoo, and that's a big one.
And also kind of bails Willard out there because it now makes what happened on the missed bunt, it happened. You've got the up, and now you got the runners at second and third, so they actually get bailed out there and now get exactly what they were looking for.
2 balls and no strikes now on the batter, Kyle Beeman. Cooper Hampton waits on deck. The tying run in scoring position now. Kickapoo had 2 runs in the 4th inning, and now Willard with something shaking here in the bottom of the 5th. The second baseman will come over and try and keep the runner at second honest. Here's the pitch home. Time was called before that pitch, so that did not count.
Well, and you look, Matt, the infield's playing in at the corners right now. They're thinking that maybe a possibility of a bunt or something like that down the line. They're going to play deep up the middle, but we've seen a lot of that defensive alignment in this situation to try to get those slow rollers.
So the wheels are turning here. Wampscher checks the runner at second. He'll bring it home, and a strike called. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, lots of signs being happening, a lot of communication, but it's all at the plate right now with Kyle Beeman. And Wampscher will have to get through the heart of the order here unscathed to try and keep this a 2-0 Kickapoo lead. Here's the pitch, fly ball to medium right field, coming in quickly. The right fielder, it gets by him. That will score 1 run and possibly 2. The batter takes second base. They'll hold the trail runner at third, and Kickapoo's lead is cut in half as Willard is on the board. A sinking line drive to right field by Beeman fell in front of Trey Haggard, who couldn't make the play, and Haggard had to go back and get it, but Willard, with nobody out, decided not to try and score Mark Wynn, and they'll have Cooper Hampton at the plate now.
Well, and with just the 1 out, you can't take the chance on getting double up, and he was going to catch it because he was very close, and Hampton's going to end up at first base. They're going to intentionally walk him to load the bases and set up the double play. But that's a situation where even though the runner was able to get to second, because the runner at second had to hold to wait to see if he was going to catch it, didn't want to take the chance, get third base, but you still have now the go-ahead run in scoring position here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And so Kickapoo is taking a chance right now by putting potentially more runs on base for Cade Billiard. And the first pitch to him, and he was way out in front of that pitch, and it's 0-1.
You take a bigger bat out of the hands of Cooper Hampton, a more powerful bat, but you get a more finesse bat at the plate now with Billiard to set up force out at any base.
Next pitch is swing and a miss, and Wampshire quickly ahead. No balls and 2 strikes. Kate Billiard has bounced out to the first baseman and has popped up to the shortstop in his 2 previous appearances. So Wampshire, as I said yesterday, as they say in British soccer, in a spot of bother right now. Here's the pitch home, bounced foul right at our first base camera person. You nailed that, Scott.
I did.
That's Steve Rackley over there, too, in the hat. Taking those flat-top photos.
0-2. The count on Kate Billiard. Semifinal Game 1, Championship Sunday in the 50th Annual Holiday Tournament. We are live from Dick Birmingham Field at Hillcrest. Here's one bounced right in front of the plate, and we'll do it again on 0-2.
Boy, that's a good piece of hitting by Billiard right there because you have to protect the plate 2 strikes. That was an excellent pinch from Wampshire and had to really desperately try to find a piece of it and was able to.
0-2. 1 out. Bottom of the 5th, 1 run in for Willard and possibly more coming. This pitch just out is the decision of the home plate umpire, David Johnson. It makes the ball 1 ball and 2 strikes and a tough pitch to take on 0-2. Now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hard to see the runner at first because of the 6'5" first baseman Harrison Denning. This pitch is high. Evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. But Mark Wynn is the runner at third. Kyle Beeman on at second, and Cooper Hampton is the runner at first. Willard with their best opportunity now, with a chance to tie or take the lead here. Billiard watches one in the dirt, breaking, or not the dirt, the turf. That's the first time I've said that. Please don't throw me out of the press box here.
Look,
Please
Tom Est and I said, we're being old-timers. You get to say dirt if you want to. It is what it is.
Oh, no. The gentleman sitting to your left has a different opinion on that, my friend. A completely different opinion on that.
That's a generational thing there. We'll just go with that. Well, here's an important thing that's happening right now. We're going to have a conference on the mound. It's a full count. 1 out, and guys, this is a situation where, and we kind of go back to what we said earlier, what happened with Willard. Kickapoo needs an out here. Even if they give up a run, they need an out here and try to curtail this because, Don, as you know, with Willard, if they get this thing going in bunches, this could go for a while. They've got some good hitters in this lineup, and they've still got some very powerful hitters down the lineup to get to.
You got Billiard up now. You got Holtgren and Bushnell following, and these are guys that have been a part of a state championship school ball team, and they're not going to be intimidated or threatened by anything. And with the bases full of Willard players out there, this is the key moment of this game right now.
But Wampshire cannot throw a ball here, so look for Billiard to get something to hit on 3-2. High drama now in semifinal Game 1. Here is the pitch home on 3-2. Line to deep right field. The right fielder will go back, make the catch. This will tie the game on a sacrifice fly as Hager gets it in, and we are tied in semifinal Game 1. Kickapoo and Willard knotted at 2 on a sacrifice fly by Kate Billiard.
But, guys, each team got what they needed right there. Willard needed to get this game tied, and Billiard, after getting behind in the count, did a good job of getting the count back in his favor. But at the same time, Kickapoo made the best play by throwing the ball to second. They didn't even try to get the runner home. They wanted to keep the runners at first and second, and now they have an excellent chance of getting out of this inning. But good work by both teams to get what they needed.
And Blake Hiltgren is hit by a pitch, and that will load the bases as the cleanup hitter gets a free pass to first base, so that will bring up Owen Bushnell.
What did I tell you about Holtgren? Got hit by pitches something like 23 times in the school ball season and nearly missed tying the state record by 1.
Here's Owen Bushnell. He has flown out to left and popped up to the catcher. We're tied on Championship Sunday. The winner goes to the championship.
Homered yesterday.
Yep.
Semifinal Game 1. The pitch to him. First pitch inside for a ball. 3 runners on base. At third base is Kyle Beeman. At second base is Cooper Hampton. And Blake Holtgren at first base. With 2 outs, a base hit here could break the game open. So this is a key part in this semifinal game. Wampshire, the pitch home. That one's high. And the count is 2 balls and no strikes. So the pitch count going up now for Wampshire. He is now at 73 pitches through 4 2/3. No action in the Kickapoo bullpen at this time. Next pitch, strike called at the knees, and a quality pitch by Wobsher, and he needed to get that strike and not go to 3-0. The infield playing at normal depth. First baseman playing behind the runner at first. The third baseman near the line. Here's the next pitch. Grounded in the hole. Base hit. Willard will take the lead. Might get 2 runs home. The throw going to be coming home. Might have a play. And safe at the plate as the ball bounces up. And the catcher, Nathan Vaughn, couldn't handle it. And Willard has taken the lead 4-2 over Kickapoo. On a 2-run single by Owen Bushnell as he grounded it in the hole between third and shortstop. And just like you guys have talked about, they could put runs together in bunches.
Boy, and they did that, and that's a good piece of hitting by Bushnell as he was able to find the gap in the hole there between short and third base, and it's still a good throw from the outfield, but just couldn't quite corral it in a big lead.
Here's a line drive, base hit by Cooper Wilkin into center field. We're going to have a play at the plate, maybe. The ball is cut off, and safe at the plate. Scoring all the way from second base is Blake Holtgren, and Willard has taken a 3-run lead in this one, 5-2, and they have batted around here in the 5th inning.
Well, and you got to wonder what the play would have been like had they not cut it off, because that was going to be a bang-bang play, but Wamsher cut it off, and then he hesitated maybe not more than a second and a half, but I think that was the difference getting him home to give Willard another run.
5-2, Willard has the lead, and we have seen Willard bat around. Here is a chop foul by Cooper Wilkin, who started this one. Let's check this. Landed more. He started this with a leadoff walk. And now he bats again in the bottom of the 5th inning. Willard has put up a 5 spot to take the 5-2 lead. Next pitch is a line drive towards second, and stepping on the bag will be Anderson Underwood to end this one. But what a big inning for Willard. They come up with 5 big runs, and as we have completed 5, Willard has the lead in this semifinal, 5-2.
Whoa, wow, Willard bringing the bats out here in the 5th inning to take the 5-2 lead and sending 10 batters to the plate. Well, friends, we want to remind you to follow the tournament scores and standings at saba-baseball.org. That's where you have found us the last 3 days, here with tournament coverage of the 50th annual Springfield Area Baseball Association Holiday Tournament. And when you come out later today, remember to purchase those 50-50 raffle tickets and support SABA Baseball. The drawing will be sometime today here at Hillcrest High School. You don't need to be present to win. Late in the day, that is, around championship game time will be when that drawing is. Tickets are only $1, and the proceeds go exclusively to help the Springfield Area Baseball Association to bring great events like this to the Springfield area, as this one is in its 50th year now. You get to keep half the pot. SABA makes money and gets half the pot as well, and it's a great cause, so get those 50-50 raffle tickets when you come out today.
Also want to say hearty congratulations to Redline Media, our partners who are video streaming this. They had some equipment losses yesterday. They had to deal with a 65-mile-per-hour wind loss out here, and they had to deal with Scott McCauley all day yesterday. So they have been doing some great work. Yeah. We go to the 6th inning. Kickapoo will have the top of the order. Here's Tyrus Schertz, who's 0 for 2 in the game today, and he squares to Button, and that one goes all the way back to the screen, strike 1.
Matt, I will let you know that my reputation is still intact. All the Redline Media folks said after dealing with me, the 65-mile-an-hour wind gust was nothing. So I'm still good to go.
I can obviously believe that. So Cooper Wilkin has been staked to a 3-run lead after Willard got 5 in the bottom of the 5th inning. The count even now at 1 ball and 1 strike. Wilkins started off the game by setting down 7 out of 8 and, of 9 out of 10 and 7 in a row. Here's the next pitch home, a swing and a miss by Schertz, and the count now is 1 ball and 2 strikes. It will be Tyrus Schertz, Anderson Underwood, and Evan Vintage here in the top of the 6th inning for Kickapoo. The time limit is not going to be a factor in this one because we have moved along in a very quick clip here. Here's the pitch home, and that one is low. And the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll have our second semifinal game next. Nixa against the Forsgren Sportsman. So stay tuned for that. We'll also have the JV championship game as our third game today is Kickapoo will take on Pomme de Terre, and we'll have the championship game to close things out tonight. And a late swing by Schertz, and he'll go down on strikes, the fourth strikeout today from Cooper Wilkin.
Yeah, that was kind of one of those, the light went on at the last minute. Oh, I need to protect the plate, but the fastball was already well by him. And now you kind of see Willard kind of taking control a little bit on the mound now. They've got some momentum going here. So for Kickapoo, and that's the thing, Matt, they've only got 2 more chances here. So they've got to find some way to get a little momentum out of this inning to try to have a chance in the 7th.
Anderson Underwood fouls back the first pitch. He scored the first run of this game in the 4th inning after he hit a leadoff double. He stole third and came home on a Evan Vintage triple. Underwood 1 for 2 today. Kickapoo now down to their final 5 outs. The pitch home is low for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Scott, I'll ask you what I asked Don and Mike McClure yesterday, because I don't get to cover this level of ball very much, and I certainly don't get a chance to come back home here to Southwest Missouri. So here's a line drive down the right field line. This should stay in, and that is down for a hit for Underwood. Takes the big turnaround first, and he'll hit the air brakes and stop there as he's 2 for 3 as he has a 1-out single to right. But, Scott, I asked them, with the turf field, the turf infield and the grass outfield here, for the number of teams that you cover, what percentages of schools in your area are using the turf field now?
In our area, the only 2 turf fields, and I talk the Lakes region, like the Branson area down there, Forsyth actually was the first one to get a turf field, and they've had theirs for several years now. College of the Ozarks on the college level followed a couple years after that. And those are the only 2 in our area right now that still have the turf fields. Now, we have a lot of very nice fields down there. And I would say that I'm glad you asked, because I wanted to get a chance to say that a lot of our fields, and you've seen a couple of them now, we have got a lot of quality fields in this area.
Absolutely.
I mean, some great fields and even some great facilities going up around a lot of those fields now. A lot of schools have really taken the time to make the fields quality, whether it's grass, whether it's turf. But I think what you're going to see is that I think you're going to see a bigger percentage go to turf over the next few years, because in the past, in the era that we grew up in, turf was a luxury. Now is an economical reality that it is much more economical for school districts to have turf, because you can use it for so many ways. Maintenance costs are so much lower. And in a football field, for example, you don't have to worry about sharing it with the band or soccer or anything else. You can do all those things and still have that, unlike the old days. So I think you're going to see that percentage go up. And I know the percentage is very high in Springfield right now, as you've either got entire turf fields or the turf infield, natural outfield.
Evan Vintage pops this one a mile high, and Anderson Underwood is going to have to get back. The second baseman makes the play as Underwood dives back into first, so Vintage pops out. That's the first time he's been retired today. Blake Holtgren corrals that one, so now 2 out. And Kickapoo, who has the tying run on deck, has Cale McCarville at the plate. He's 0 for 2, but has 0 for 1 with a sacrifice fly and an RBI.
And, Matt, let me finish that thought real quick. As far as baseball fields, those are the 2 now. When you come to football fields, we've got several schools. In fact, 3 of the 4 schools that we cover down in our area now have turf fields. Well, actually, all 4 of them do now. That one just got it here the last year. So all 4 of them have turf fields. It's become a reality, and it's something that schools are going to continue to go to.
McCarville with a line drive deep to center field over the center fielder's head. Underwood is going to be sent home. He will score. Being held at second base is McCarville, and he drives in a run to make it 5-3. Willard in the lead, but Kickapoo has got one of those runs back on a deep drive by Cale McCarville.
Well, he smashed that ball, didn't he? I mean, you could tell that one off the bat. And that was, I think this is big for Kickapoo. Even if they don't get another run this inning, we're going to have a visit from the Willard dugout now. They've got that momentum, a little momentum back now. They've got something to play with. Even now, if they get out, they're within 2 runs, and let's see what Willard's going to do. In fact, it looks like they're going to make a change.
We're going to have a pitching change, and it looks like Cade Billier is going to come in from right field. And we'll defer to our Willard expert here, Don West, in terms of the pitching talents of Cade Billiard.
Guys, I didn't see him pitch in school ball.
Okay.
So a little bit different world here in the summertime. So Billiard's going to be brought in to pitch here, it looks like. And let me point out that Cooper Hampton made a play at second base. He's the first baseman, went to second to cover there on that play. He went high to haul in that throw that was a bullet coming in from Beeman, or might have been the cutoff man there. If he doesn't get that ball, there is nobody at first base and nobody close to the ball. And at the very least, McCarville's going to get third base, so he saved a base on that.
So Cooper Wilkin gets a nice hand as he departs here. Cade Billiard on for Willard, and we'll see who goes to right field. And looks like Willard is going to send somebody out there. It might be.
I don't know. It might be Wilkin. It might be somebody else.
Yeah, Wilkin had to get a different.
Wilkin.
Yeah, he had to get a different glove.
So he's going to stay in, and he will. He may actually come to the infield and may send someone else out there to the outfield.
Yeah, it looks like heading to the outfield is Holtgren. Yeah, Blake Holtgren's going to go from second base to right field.
I didn't see him play outfield at all in school ball.
And so the batting order won't change. Cooper Wilkin will then head to right field. And coming in right now is the left-hander for Willard, Cade Billiard. And so this gives Kickapoo a different arm angle to look at. And he will try and stem the tide. Willard trying to hold on to a lead, which is now 2 in the top of the 6th inning. Willard with 5 runs in the bottom of the 5th inning. Kickapoo with a single tally in this inning to go on top of 2 they got in the 4th inning as Billiard takes his warm-up tosses. The winner of this semifinal game will take on the winner of defending champion Nixa against the Forsman Sportsman. They will play the final game of the afternoon here. And so now the wheels are spinning again, gentlemen, as we have had quality baseball here for our first semifinal.
Scott, maybe you can confirm this on the talk on the turf fields, but in football, I think Willard is the last non-turf field in the Central Ozark Conference in football.
I think that is correct. I know the places that we went last year. We didn't go to Willard last year, but I know the other places because Neosho just got one.
Yep.
And that was one of the other ones that had not had a turf field yet. Neosho now has turf. I believe you're right. I think in the Central Ozark Conference, Willard's the only natural grass field yet left.
And I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth from Willard, but I think the talks have at least started about making Willard turf in football too.
Brian Wobsher, the 2-out hitter, and he will take a look at the first pitch from Billiard that is over but low. The runner at second is Cale McCarville. The tying run at the plate is Brian Wobsher. Kickapoo had a 2-0 lead in this game, then gave up 5 in the bottom of the 5th. They're trying to rally. Here's a hopper right down the first base line. Glove by Hampton. He'll step on the bag, and that ends the Kickapoo rally as coming in, Cade Billiard gets out of a jam. But Kickapoo gets a run on 2 hits. 1 runner was left. They've stranded 2 today. And Kickapoo has pulled within 1 as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Willard leads Kickapoo 5-3. So, attention announcing crew, Scott, it says we ordered pizza. Will stuffed crust pepperoni with jalapenos suffice? Arrives in 45 minutes. Now, I'm not going to speak for Don West. I will speak for myself. If you ever have to ask me, will any kind of pizza suffice, you don't know me very well.
You don't know anyone in the broadcast industry very well. I mean, yes. Is it hot? If it's hot and the food's not moving by itself, yes, we'll take it.
Yesterday,
yes, the answer is always yes.
I tried to describe Mr. Golden Throat here that there was a pitching conference, but it came out of my mouth, press conference. And so I had to tell people the only reason press conferences exist is why? The free food they give the media. So the answer to pizza is yes. You don't even have to tell us what kind it is.
It is also the reason most tournaments exist are for hospitality rooms and food. And in fact, I got to a point where for many years I would start rating the hospitality rooms. And no, that's rating them, not rating them. Well, I did rate them too, but I'm talking about rating them. And all of them were outstanding because the food was free
Scott,
and available readily to anyone in the media.
Scott, so you are a Hall of Fame first team all buffet line from way back in the day. What was the name of that place in Columbia, Missouri that you always wanted the team to stop at? And like Hereford House, or what was that the name of it?
Yeah,
you know this one, Don?
I know Bobby Buford's in Columbia from way back.
Scott was always like, we're stopping at I think it was Hereford House. So we go.
Well, no, it was Golden Corral.
Yeah, and
It
we
was
go
Golden
to.
Corral.
No, I don't think so. But I think you're misremembering. Bottom of the 6th inning, Mark Wynn at the plate, and he chops one towards second baseman Anderson Underwood. And very quickly, Willard has one out in the bottom of the 6th inning. 8, 9, and 1 hit here in the 6th. It's Drew Quinlan coming up now, the designated hitter, and then Kyle Beeman, the center fielder, at the top of the order. Quinlan is 0 for 2 today. He has bounced out to first and popped out to the catcher. Willard holding on to a 2-run lead against Kickapoo here in semifinal game number 1 in the afternoon, and a strike called. Willard with 5 runs in the 5th inning. They exploded against Kickapoo pitching. Wobshire will bring this one home. This one is line foul down the first baseline. And of the facilities that Don and I have called games at, and which would be Republic and Parkview in this tournament, by far this has the least amount of foul territory in it. At Republic, they had, I will measure it in buffet lines, about 60 buffet lines wide on each side.
Clever was about the same way. They got
right?
a lot of foul territory there, too.
The 0-2 pitch home popped up. Might be a play here for Vaughn, but this instead will go behind the bleachers into the jungles of North Springfield.
We actually had one foul ball yesterday of all of them that went over there that actually was high enough that it cleared the netting, but it was short enough that it actually went into the bleachers over there. And that is that's a very small window to get in over there, but we actually had one yesterday.
Coach Justin McMillan is over there, a Hillcrest grad who coaches at College of the Ozarks now. And Justin is taking it all in. He's got friends and family on this Willard team and is a big supporter.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Drew Quinlan. The windup in the pitch from Wamshire. This is hit high in the air. Will play into left field for Cummings. He circles under it and makes the catch. 2 up and 2 down here in the 6th inning, the home half of the 6th inning for Willard.
Well, you got to keep in mind, Don, that he pitched a little bit up here in his day.
Indeed.
He was one of the many great Hillcrest pitchers that came through and went on to good college careers.
Kyle Beeman at the plate. He's 1 for 3 today. He has singled and driven in a run and has scored a run. He looks at a pitch low and away for a ball.
From that era when Hillcrest won an American Legion state championship in 1987 and school ball in that, spring of 88, I think it was. And Justin is always out there on social media to say happy birthday to their fallen teammate Andy Gott, who died right during that era in July or August of 88.
Here's a pitch for a strike to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. And I remember that was one of the first things that I remember you doing that you do so well, Don, on TV, is those moments in which you need to talk about a tender situation. And here's a offering and a bunt, and it's a strike, 1 ball and 2 strikes. But I remember you covering that so well on TV.
That was the first time I had to do that, and it was so hard.
Yeah, you and I did that game together. I remember that very, very well.
Rob was there too.
Yeah, it was. It was very, very tough, and and that was right in the middle of the Legion season.
Well, it was the league championship game. They were playing Ozark, and Andy had died that morning, and Hillcrest had to decide whether they wanted to play the league championship game later that day, and they did. They played it, and we put it on TV, and it was one of the most touching things that I've seen and done.
And you handled it very well, and at a very early point in your broadcast career.
I was 21.
Yeah, how about that? 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 out. Bottom of the 6th inning, Willard batting and leading. 5-3 in this semifinal game. Here's a liner towards short. Vintage up with it. 2 steps and throws to first. 3 up and 3 down goes Willard. We have completed 6 innings of play. We are 3 outs away from Willard advancing to the championship, and they lead Kickapoo 5-3.
So 3 outs needed here for Willard, but Kickapoo will have a lot to say about it as they come to bat with the 6, 7, and 8 hitters due up, Harrison Dennig, Nathan Vaughn, and Sam Snyder. Those 3 guys are a combined 0 for 6 against Willard pitching, and, of course, it was Cooper Wilkin until Billier came in and got the last out in the 6th inning. And so going to come right down to it here in this semifinal game number 1 with a berth in the championship on the line.
And, you have covered so much of Willard's school ball this year, so when I deferred to you for the pitching change that they made when they went to Cade Billier, he looked pretty good in the 1 hitter we saw, but the one thing that this gives Willard is Kickapoo seeing a different arm angle and a different arm side. And I just, in the pool that you and I've seen, Don, we haven't seen a lot of left-handers. Scott, have you seen any left-handers out
Seen a
here
couple,
or
yeah.
Clever? Is that right?
Couple, yeah. And, well, and it also gives them another perspective. Now, keep in mind, it works both ways. As the bottom of the order, the Willard starter had pretty well had his way with the bottom of the order, so they will see a new pitcher. So it's one of those things you're kind of rolling the dice, if you will, to see what is going to give a new perspective for Willard for momentum, or maybe even for the Kickapoo hitters, seeing something different. I mean, you don't know how that works, and especially in summer ball when you're in kind of in different positions. So, and we don't know how many situations that he has been in like this. And again, this is 3 outs away from a championship, but also one base runner. Kickapoo has the tying run to the plate.
Well, the weather has stayed nice for this one. We hope we have good weather as we continue and as we go to the 7th inning. Willard trying to get 3 outs. We return you to the play-by-play stylings of a Missouri Sports Hall of Famer. Here's Don West.
Thank you, Matt and Scott, and it'll be Harrison Dennig to start for Kickapoo here in the 7th inning, and he is actually being hit for. It is not Dennig. It's going to be Clayton Dahl to pinch hit in that spot for Kickapoo. So Clayton Dahl leads it off. The pinch hitting role for Kickapoo in the 7th, and a strike makes it 1-1 as Billier starts him out with a 1-ball, 1-strike count. On deck is Nathan Vaughn. After that, Sam Snyder is due up for Kickapoo. The last chance for the boys from the south side. And this one is low and away for a ball. 2-1 to Clayton Dahl. 5-3, the lead for Willard with that 5-run outburst in the 5th inning. That is all the difference right now. Billier brings it in high and away, ball 3. He does not want to walk the leadoff man in the 7th and bring the tying run to the plate. Billier will work it to Dahl on 3-1. And it misses, ball 4. Kickapoo has a man on, and the tying run comes to the plate.
What a great substitution, taking away the left versus left matchup and making Billier face a right-handed hitter in Dahl. And as you said, now the wheels are spinning, and this is getting interesting.
Now it is a left-handed hitter, Nathan Vaughn. He is fouled out to third base and flied to center. So 0 for 2, tying run at the plate for Kickapoo in the 7th. And strike 1 to Nathan Vaughn. Can you believe the sun is out here at Hillcrest nearing the noon hour on Sunday?
And the radar projection's looking good, John.
Yes.
We already got our 90% chance of rain. It rained all night.
Yes, it did.
The 0-1 pitch in the turf, throw to second as the runner goes, and Dahl is safe at second base.
If you are Willard, while you don't want to see the runner on second score, immaterial in terms of winning this game, they need outs.
1-1 to Vaughn. A look at the runner. Here it comes, and it's high, and Billier is going to have to throw consistent strikes against these Kickapoo hitters in the 7th. 2 balls and 1 strike. The set, and the left-hander brings it home, and it will be strike 2.
Yep.
Letter high, and
tried to check his swing and
yep,
couldn't. They
not
said he
quite.
went around, yep.
So 2-2 to Nathan Vaughn. That one will get away and send Dahl to third. And that will be a pass ball on Mason Gayer. Runner at third, nobody out. Again, that run doesn't mean much of anything right now to Willard. 5-3 Willard, top of the 7th. Winner moves to the championship. 3-2. Swing and a miss, and Vaughn is down on strikes.
Oh, that was a huge strikeout for Billier, and he came back and was able to get the strikeout. And a little bit of relief for Willard right now. They're not going to try to cut down this one at the plate, and they're protecting the lines a little bit.
Indeed, infield will play back for Sam Snyder. He's 0 for 2. Looks at one low.
Gentlemen, this is everything you expect in a semifinal game. Coming right down to the end, these teams certainly have shown that they deserve to be here.
Snyder has flied to right and struck out. Dahl at third and one out. And a deep fly ball out into center field. Back goes Beeman, and he will get there. The runner Dahl will tag and score to make it 5-4, but there are 2 out, and Willard needs 1 more out.
Off the bat, you wondered if Beeman would be able to get back far enough. You knew it wasn't going to go out because it was hit with the very high hitter's background fence in dead center, but Beeman did a great job to track that down.
Yeah, that was the out. You just needed the out there. You didn't care about the run, and Beeman took care of business, got the out, and now Willard needs 1 more.
Ball 1 to Shane Cummings, the last hope for Kickapoo for the moment.
And now this is where it becomes really critical for Willard, because being the number 9 hitter, if he allows him on, then Kickapoo is going to get another crack at the top of the order. And so this is the out guy if you're Willard right here.
Swing and a ground ball to the shortstop. Charged by Moore. The throw, and Willard is on to the final with a 5-4 win over Kickapoo. And Willard will have a chance at a championship. They won this tournament in 2011 and 2012, and Willard is back in the finals in 21.
I'll tell you what, this was all about the 5th inning for this Willard team. Trailing Kickapoo 2-0 after the Prairie Boys put up 2 in the 4th inning. They batted around in the 5th. It was a complete team effort, gentlemen, by this Willard team. They got good pitching from Cooper Wilkin, but then when he ran into a little bit of problems, here came out of the bullpen Cade, who was it? Cade Billier, who came in as a left-hander and pretty much shut the door and was able to save this one, and it was everything you want in a semifinal.
Good, well pitched, timely hitting, some great defense. I mean, you had the whole bag of tricks here, and 1 finalist now determined. Willard will be playing for the tournament championship later today.
Your unofficial totals: Willard 5 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, 5 left. For Kickapoo, 4 runs, 4 hits, 1 error, 2 left. Cooper Wilkin gets the win. Wamsher takes the loss, and we can give Cade Billier a save as he came in late in the 6th inning with a game played in 1 hour and 29 minutes. And Willard, the wild card from their pool, moves on to the finals. Willard, Matt, was almost not even in the field today, but they're in the championship now.
You know, yesterday afternoon, it was, as we said during our broadcast from Parkview, it was a lot like election coverage because we were projecting, you know, who could get the wild card, and it looked like Kickapoo was the front runner to win the pool, and then St. Joseph Post 11 in Pool 1, you know, had their fate in their own hands, and then they lost to Ozark, and then as you so accurately noted that Ozark had a chance to actually steal the wild card, and then they gave up a 3rd run to Republic, and so that gave Willard a chance at the wild card. So now Willard is in the championship, and based on, as you've said, what they've done at the school ball level, they're a state championship team. They're going to be a tough one no matter who faces them, whether it's the Sportsman or Nixa in our championship. It's going to be a lot of fun here today.
They have been here many times. So Willard on to the final to play the winner of the next semifinal between Nixa and the Forsgren Sportsman from Fort Smith, Arkansas. That game will start in 30 minutes or so, somewhere around the noon hour. So stay with us at SABABaseball.org for coverage of the 50th Annual Springfield Area Baseball Association Holiday Tournament. For now, we will let you hear about our sponsors, and we will be back with you with coverage around the noon hour of Nixa and Forsgren. For Scott McCauley, for Matt Coatney, I'm Don West. Thanks for joining us, and a good day for now from Hillcrest High in Springfield.
Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle, brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. Huge shout out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the Scoreboard Guy, for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the Scoreboard Guy on Twitter, be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the Scoreboard Guy, Missouri Sports Network. We thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri, for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook, and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. A sporting good chain that buys, sells, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and secondhand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri, for sponsoring the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 417-886-4224, Scrambler's Diner will be glad to have you. Scrambler's Diner, Springfield, Missouri. Huge shout out to Digital Reminiscence out of Corning, Arkansas, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. They're the official film editor of this tournament, so whether it's game DVDs or maybe highlight reels of any player that we live streamed in this tournament, get a hold of them at 870-323-9051. Find them on Facebook, give them a like. Big town quality at small town prices. Digital Reminiscence. Andy Earls here with Redline Media Alliance out of Corning, Arkansas. Hey, we just want to say that we are honored to be the official live streaming partner of this 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. We hope you enjoy live production, and we look forward to doing many years of live streaming this baseball tournament, this fantastic tournament. Redline Media Alliance, Corning, Arkansas. Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle, brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. Huge shout out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the Scoreboard Guy, for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the Scoreboard Guy on Twitter, be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the Scoreboard Guy, Missouri Sports Network. We thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri, for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, sporting good chain, sales, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and second-hand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri, for sponsoring the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 417-886-4224, Scrambler's Diner will be glad to have you. Scrambler's Diner, Springfield, Missouri. Huge shout out to Digital Reminiscence out of Corning, Arkansas, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. They're the official film editor of this tournament, so whether it's game DVDs or maybe highlight reels of any player that we live streamed in this tournament, get a hold of them at 870-323-9051. Find them on Facebook, give them a like. Big town quality at small town prices. Digital Reminiscence. Andy Earls here with Redline Media Alliance out of Corning, Arkansas. Hey, we just want to say that we are honored to be the official live streaming partner of this 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. We hope you enjoy live production, and we look forward to doing many years of live streaming this baseball tournament, this fantastic tournament. Redline Media Alliance, Corning, Arkansas. Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle, brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. 222-8111. Huge shout out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the Scoreboard Guy, for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the Scoreboard Guy on Twitter, be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the Scoreboard Guy, Missouri Sports Network. We thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri, for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th Annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. A sporting good chain that buys, sells, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and secondhand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri, for sponsoring the 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 417-886-4224, Scrambler's Diner will be glad to have you. Scrambler's Diner, Springfield, Missouri. Huge shout out to Digital Reminiscence out of Corning, Arkansas, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. They're the official film editor of this tournament, so whether it's game DVDs or maybe highlight reels of any player that we live streamed in this tournament, get a hold of them at 870-323-9051. Find them on Facebook, give them a like. Big town quality at small town prices. Digital Reminiscence. Andy Earls here with Redline Media Alliance out of Corning, Arkansas. Hey, we just want to say that we are honored to be the official live streaming partner of this 50th Annual SABA Holiday Tournament. We hope you enjoy live production, and we look forward to doing many years of live streaming this baseball tournament, this fantastic tournament. Redline Media Alliance, Corning, Arkansas. Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle, brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th Annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find, or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. Huge shout out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the Scoreboard Guy, for sponsoring this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the Scoreboard Guy on Twitter, be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the scoreboard guy, Missouri Sports Network, we thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th Annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. A sporting good chain that buys, sells, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and secondhand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri for sponsoring the 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 417-886-4224, Scrambler's Diner will be glad to have you. Scrambler's Diner, Springfield, Missouri. Huge shout out to Digital Reminiscence out of Corning, Arkansas for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. They're the official film editor of this tournament, so whether it's game DVDs or maybe highlight reels of any player that we live streamed in this tournament, get a hold of them at 870-323-9051. Find them on Facebook, give them a like. Big town quality at small town prices. Digital Reminiscence. Andy Earls here with Redline Media Alliance out of Corning, Arkansas. Hey, we just want to say that we are honored to be the official live streaming partner of this 50th Annual SABA Holiday Tournament. We hope you enjoy live production, and we look forward to doing many years of live streaming this baseball tournament, this fantastic tournament. Redline Media Alliance, Corning, Arkansas. Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th Annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. Huge shout out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the scoreboard guy, for sponsoring this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the scoreboard guy on Twitter, be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the scoreboard guy, Missouri Sports Network, we thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th Annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. A sporting good chain that buys, sells, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and secondhand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri for sponsoring the 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 417-886-4224. Scrambler's Diner will be glad to have you. Scrambler's Diner, Springfield, Missouri. Huge shout out to Digital Reminiscence out of Corning, Arkansas for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. They're the official film editor of this tournament, so whether it's game DVDs or maybe highlight reels of any player that we live streamed in this tournament, get a hold of them at 870-323-9051. Find them on Facebook, give them a like. Big town quality at small town prices. Digital Reminiscence. Andy Earls here with Redline Media Alliance out of Corning, Arkansas. Hey, we just want to say that we are honored to be the official live streaming partner of this 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. We hope you enjoy live production, and we look forward to doing many years of live streaming this baseball tournament, this fantastic tournament. Redline Media Alliance, Corning, Arkansas. Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find, or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. Huge shout out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the Scoreboard Guy, for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the Scoreboard Guy on Twitter. Be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the Scoreboard Guy, Missouri Sports Network. We thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. A sporting good chain that buys, sells, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and secondhand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri for sponsoring the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 417-886-4224, Scrambler's Diner will be glad to have you. Scrambler's Diner, Springfield, Missouri. Huge shout out to Digital Reminiscence out of Corning, Arkansas for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. They're the official film editor of this tournament, so whether it's game DVDs or maybe highlight reels of any player that we live streamed in this tournament, get a hold of them at 870-323-9051. Find them on Facebook, give them a like. Big town quality at small town prices. Digital Reminiscence. Andy Earls here with Redline Media Alliance out of Corning, Arkansas. Hey, we just want to say that we are honored to be the official live streaming partner of this 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. We hope you enjoy live production, and we look forward to doing many years of live streaming this baseball tournament, this fantastic tournament. Redline Media Alliance, Corning, Arkansas. Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we will be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle, brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament.
Welcome back to Dick Birmingham Field at Hillcrest High School. We are set for semifinal number 2 for the 50th annual Springfield Holiday Baseball Tournament. It's going to be the Forsgren Sportsman out of Fort Smith, Arkansas, taking on Nixa. Hi again, everybody. I'm Scott McCauley, and this crew call me the man in the middle because I am sitting by two of my best friends here, Mr. Don West, Mr. Matt Coatney. As we get set to go, I look at the screen, I did that the opposite. Don West, Matt Coatney. There we go. We got it straight now. Hey, let's talk about this game. We have got semifinal number 2, and Don, this has got a lot to live up to considering what we saw in the first game here today.
Well, you've got a Nixa team that won its pool with a perfect 4-0 record, so they haven't really been touched yet. And a Forsgren team that comes in only 10-9 overall for the season, but they have had a nice run here as well, and they are their big team, the Fort Smith Sportsman, has a history of winning this tournament in 2015 and 16, so they got a great program there in Fort Smith, Arkansas.
Yeah, Max Frazier, we found out, was a member of one of those teams that won the tournament here earlier, and that's a team, Matt, this tournament can make a lot of teams kind of work hard and work better together. This is a Fort Smith team that started out 0-6. They're now 10-9, 10-3 since that start.
And they played very, very well in pool play to get here, and we have seen, especially in our first game, what you expect in a semifinal is you expect very evenly matched teams, and we expect to see that today. I'm pretty excited to see this Sportsman team for the first time, and I know you and Don might have some familiarity with Nixa, but these are new teams to me, so let's have some fun here today.
Well, and this Nixa Ball Club is a hybrid of not only the Nixa Ball Club that had a great season, but of a Hollister team that went to the Final Four in Class 4. It's kind of a mix of both of those teams, so a lot of experience in big ball games, and that's going to come to the fruition in the game today. And we have seen just recently a little bit of that wind here on the hill.
Really?
Yes, we did. And
you mean while we're doing this nice 3-shot right here and Scott's paperwork about wind on the field, and so I dove underneath the table? That's your indication that wind is picked up here.
Well, I picked up on it, so I got it. And for the history of this tournament and the history of American Legion baseball, something like that has to happen to officially make this a Springfield Holiday Tournament game. We are in the book. So let's get to it. The Nixa Baseball Club and the Forsgren Sportsman of Fort Smith, Arkansas. By the coin flip, Fort Smith is going to be the home team here. So as they come out on the field, let's give you the Nixa batting order here. Leading off for Nixa will be the center fielder Blake Russell. Batting second will be the designated hitter Sam Teaster. Landon Richards is today pitcher. He will bat third, and the third baseman Jason Curry will bat fourth. Luke Kalovich is the second baseman batting fifth. Rylan Franks at first bats sixth. Ethan Wright is the catcher batting seventh. Peyton Lemon is the right fielder batting eighth, and Josiah Jenkins is the left fielder who will bat ninth. See Nixa getting ready to go to it here. Let's give you the defense for Fort Smith while we get to it here. In the outfield, left to right, will be Chance Broussard, Josh Nowotny, and also Colton Payton. At third base is Luke Wyatt. At second base is Bryce Morgan. Also, Caden Gifford is at second base, and Ben Brooks will be at first base. Will Rollins is the catcher for Caden Fox, who is the pitcher this afternoon for the Sportsman. You can see the battery warming up here as we get set for the ball game. Live from Hillcrest High School, Dick Birmingham Field. The field is named for the longtime coach and, frankly, one of the better mentors of baseball in the entire Midwest, Dick Birmingham. A long history, and even at this date, Coach Birmingham's legacy is still in existence through many of the players and coaches that are still active here in Southwest Missouri.
Yeah, we'll let everybody know that after this one, we are more than pleased to be able to bring the JV championship to you here on SABA-baseball.org. That'll be Kickapoo against Pomme de Terre. We know our final game of the day, one of the entrants will be Willard. They defeated Kickapoo in our first semifinal. We expect this semifinal to be just as exciting. Nixa coming to the plate, and it is my pleasure, I rarely get to do this, to introduce to you Mr. Scott McCauley.
Thank you so much, Matt. My pleasure to be able to take the lead position in this ball game. Blake Russell will lead it off for Nixa as we're up and going. Wind has kicked up a little bit and has not been a huge factor. And here's a bunt to start, a quick to Fox as he's got great speed. Landon Richards does, or Blake Russell does, but he was not able to beat it out for the first out of the inning as Nixa is retired. We saw Russell, by the way, Friday, guys, have a career. He, I think he was retired one time in 8 plate appearances, and the one time he was retired, it was a sacrifice fly.
We had a guy similar to that at Republic in Rollins Brandt who was 8 for 8 on base in his first 8 plate appearances.
4 seat Joseph Post 11.
Designated hitter Sam Teaster to the plate, and he'll foul the first one out of play for strike one. Teaster, the designated hitter, with Landon Richards, the pitcher today, on deck. So the pitchers will get to see each other here in the first inning of this ball game. We're just starting to talk about the wind. It has picked up a little bit different direction than we had here yesterday. Here is a one hopper. Fox will have another put out. 1-3 is the first 2 putouts of this ball game, and that will bring in the pitcher Landon Richards.
And we hope that the rain stays away. We've looked at the projections. We feel like that rain is not going to threaten the rest of our things today, but the wind has picked up just a little bit. It's coming out of the south, pretty much right at us, the due south here at this field, which is kind of oriented towards the south-southwest.
Yeah, and that is a little bit different than yesterday when it was coming straight out of the southwest. Here's Richards at the plate, and he'll take the first pitch for a strike. Rodney Cobb is the plate umpire for this second championship game, or second semifinal game. He had the first base call here on the opening game of the doubleheader. Second one is in there for a strike as well. It's quickly 0-2. Good first game here today. Willard holds off Kickapoo 5-4 to earn the first spot in the championship game. The winner of this game will take Willard on in the finals. This one fouled out of play right over our heads. And the count will stay no balls and 2 strikes.
We encourage your Twitter interactions. I am at Coatman1, Coatman1. Let us know where you're tuned in today. We'd love to hear from you.
2-strike pitch is a high bouncing ball, and that is also a foul out of play.
It's a trampoline ball right there.
I know. You either get a fly ball or it's a bouncing ball in the field of play, but that one took the hopper and went right over our head. Still 2 strikes as Teaster hanging tough at the plate. You can see that Nixa in their holiday tournament uniforms here, the Stars and Stripes for the NBC Nixa Baseball Club, and another pitch fouled out of play, and it stays 0-2.
I had asked Don last night when Ozark was trying to get the wild card if the Nixa-Ozark rivalry was as strong as it was when I lived here about 30 years ago, and he said indeed it is. So we almost came up with that matchup here.
Almost, but that was an interesting story, and we'll need to tell that story during the game because obviously, you know, even though you get scores from other games, you kind of have to see how things transpire. That's a hot shot foul that gets the first base coach out of the way down there, and the count stays 1 ball, 2 strikes. As this pool play format, you have 3 pools, so you have 3 champions, plus you have 1 wild card team to complete the semifinal bracket, and it came down to Willard and Ozark. We had Willard over here yesterday, and they had a very good game with Fort Smith with the Sportsman, which is the Sportsman winning that game is why they're in that championship. Here's a hot shot. That's going to get by the center fielder and will get almost to the wall. Teaster will be in with a stand-up double with 2 outs.
He stroked that ball into the left center field power alley where Josh Nowotny gave chase and got a glove on it. And just to be able to get a glove on it was a major play right there, but a big-time hit. And now a runner in scoring position, and we'll see a courtesy runner for Richards.
So Richards gets the double, and that's going to bring in Jason Curry. Curry, the third baseman. First pitch in there for a strike. So Richards helps himself and is able to get to second base, and now they've got the courtesy runner in for him. Pop up, and that's going to drop in front of the left fielder, and Nixa will take a 1-0 lead. So just like that, 2 outs, and then Richards with the hard shot double, and then Curry knocks him home with the pop single to left.
Well, 2-out hits are what championship teams are made of, and with the runner at scoring position, it shows how important getting runners in scoring position is right there, and Curry drives in the first run of this game.
That'll bring in Luke Kalovich, the second baseman. And you can tell as the first pitch is in there for a strike. You got a mixture, and this is one thing we've seen several of. You get a mixture of helmets, red and blue, as they combine Nixa and Hollister. And so a lot of the, of course, Hollister kids wearing the blue helmets, and Kalovich one of those. And pitcher's going to miss low, and the count evens 1-1. Again, this Hollister team that made a part of this Nixa team, they had a great run to the Final Four in baseball, played over at U.S. Park over in Ozark in the Final Four. And to show you, and Don, you'll certainly get this, and Matt, to tell you how this will all win, that Class 4 baseball in Southwest Missouri was very strong this year. You had a very good Springfield Catholic team, which Hollister had to beat twice. They beat them in the regular season, but also beat them in the state quarterfinals to get there. Aurora had a very nice run in Class 4 this year as well. Had a lot of good Class 4 teams, and Hollister turned out to be the representative out of that bunch. Here's a delay steal, throw to second. That's going to be an out to end the inning, as not able to get the delayed steal executed. That's one thing that, knowing Coach Teaster, that's one thing he likes to do is keep the runners active, and they tried to get it, but Curry was not able to complete the play. 2-4 on the putout, and that'll end the inning. A run, 2 hits, and nobody left as we go to the bottom of the first inning. It is Nixa 1 and the Forest Grin Sportsman coming to the plate. And let us give you their batting order here real quick. Luke Wyatt is the third baseman batting first. Bryce Morgan is a shortstop batting second. Left fielder Chance Broussard bats third. Will Rollins, the catcher, bats fourth. Caden Fox is the pitcher batting fifth. Josh Nowotny is the center fielder batting sixth. Ben Brooks at first base bats seventh. It's Colton Payton in right field bats eighth. And Caden Gifford, the second baseman, bats ninth. The Nixa outfield, left is Josiah Jenkins, Blake Russell in center, Peyton Lemon in right. In the infield is Jason Curry at third, Mal Henry at short, Luke Kalovich at second, Rylan Franks at first, and Ethan Wright is the catcher for Landon Richards, the pitcher this afternoon for Nixa.
Scott, we want to remind everybody about some of our great sponsors. SABA would like to thank one of their longtime sponsors, Play It Again Sports. They're located at 1300 East Battlefield. Play It Again Sports for your sports equipment and clothing needs. You can see their sales reps for your team needs. Also, you still have time to get out here and purchase a 50-50 raffle ticket. And Scott McCauley can verify that yes. you have enough time. You put in $1 for a raffle ticket, and we will draw before the championship game live right here where you are watching. And then if you have your name drawn and you don't have to be present to win, you get half the pot. SABA keeps the other half, and that's a great way for you to spend your Sunday making some money with just $1 to get a raffle ticket and also pick up a tournament T-shirt. And if you stay tuned today, I promise you, you will get to see Don West in a classic 1987 4th of July holiday tournament T-shirt, so stay tuned for that.
So Luke Wyatt will step up to the plate for the Sportsman, the Forest Grin Sportsman out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. A team made up of several high schools, not only in west central Arkansas, but also in east central Oklahoma. And they have a 10-9 record. They started out 0-6, and since then 10-3, and including a perfect 4-0 in this tournament. In fact, they, Nixa, and Willard are the only undefeated teams left in this tournament. Wyatt takes the first pitch low from Landon Richards. Next pitch will be fouled out of play. And as we mentioned in the opening game, and I don't know why this fascinates me so much, but when it gets fouled out of play to that side, it actually leaves town. The city limit is right there, so you can, again, I'm just saying you can brag and say, hey, I had a ball out of town one time, and that would be very, very true. Next pitch is fouled back or fouled over to the first base dugout.
Now, that is impressive, but it's not as impressive as when Don West covered a football game for a football high school broadcast and got back into Lincoln in about half an hour, what is about a 2-hour trip.
To Lincoln?
I'm sorry, to Springfield. Did I do that again? In 3, 2, 1. Not as impressive as when Don West made it from Jefferson City to Springfield in about, half an hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah, we're just thankful about a lot of statute limitations are out on a lot of those type of things. Here's another pitch that's fouled at the plate. Staying alive is Wyatt as Richards tried to get him with a fastball, not able to do it.
Now,
2 balls, 2 strikes.
he didn't drive that fast. What we did was we found the game on the radio and went and found a payphone at the side of the road and did the report as if we were at the stadium, and we went to the side of the road and called it in. A number of people were trying to figure out how we got back that fast. It's like hitting a ball out of town.
I remember that story. 3-2 pitch, fouled out of play. You got to look there a few moments ago at some of our friends from Red Line Media Alliance as they are out and about, and you can maybe catch some of the wind that's starting to pick up here at Hillcrest. We are elevated a little bit, so the wind will certainly amplify. Here's another 3-2 pitch, and tell you what, Landon Richards is trying to get Wyatt out of there, and he can't do it. Wyatt had a good day yesterday. He had some big hits in both of the games. Fort Smith yesterday, the Sportsman in pool play yesterday, had that hard-fought 8-6 win over Willard, and then beat Forsyth 9-2. Here's the 3-2 pitch, misses inside, ball 4. So after Richards gets ahead to start, Wyatt works a walk and gets the first runner on base for the Sportsman here in the bottom of the first. That'll bring in Bryce Morgan. Tell you what, Matt, that game yesterday with Willard, and that's, if they end up matching up again in the championship, that would be a fun game to watch, especially as Willard almost came back and won that thing yesterday, but Fort Smith, the Sportsman, able to hold on and get the victory.
Playing rock, paper, scissors with our Red Line Media Alliance
there we go.
Right now.
Yeah, I was saying, and they were hanging in out there. We wanted to show that, yes, they are hard at work today and keeping everything on track, and they're still doing there we go. Let's see. I don't know this is where the only thing I would say for Red Line Media Alliance is you need to have another graphic up there that has the scorecard. Here's a pickoff attempt, and they're not going to get him as the ball falls down. They actually had the runner picked off at first base, Bryce Morgan, but they were not able to pick it off, and I could hear Coach Teaster to our left say, you gotta throw it. I think he was trying to wait for the right time to throw it, and by delaying, that allowed Wyatt to get in there with the stolen base. Here is the 0-1 pitch. They tried to bunt that one, and that's that's something you won't see ever. He bunted that one out of town.
He bunted the ball out of town.
Out of town, over there. So that one's one he can put on his resume.
Just to let everybody know, Scott's a former politician, and he is very, very familiar with political boundary lines more than your average person.
We'll go with that. Bryce Morgan at the plate. I think I knew the boundary lines. I was pretty good at that, I think.
I think you did. Voting precincts and where the voting booths are, Scott is your man for that.
I knew how to cast a ballot for sure. Here's a swing and a foul tip on the 0-2 pitch, and the count will remain 0-2. Wyatt standing down at second base. Dan Nixa had one run at the top of the first, so the Sportsman trying to equal that here in the bottom of the first. Stretch. 2-strike pitch. Off speed. Slow roller to third. They will look the runner back. And the throw just in time. Good play by Jason Curry that time. That was a hard ball to play because you had to make sure you get the runner looking back but throw it in time to get the runner at first base. That's not easy to do, and Curry was able to get it done.
And he was right on the third base line, so it makes the throw absolutely harder for the length that he had to throw it.
Chance Broussard at the plate now, the left fielder for the Sportsman. First pitch at the line, drive to left field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Wyatt rounds third. He's going to come in to score, and the game's tied at 1.
He selected the first pitch in a line drive to left field, and again, that's why that failed pickoff throw to first base is so important, that they couldn't get an out that, really they kind of gave to him. If they would have been able to complete that, you get a runner in scoring position and a base hit sends him home, and the Sportsmen take the lead or tie it up here early.
And Rollins at the plate now with Broussard at first base. Rollins the catcher for the Sportsmen, and tell you what, pretty close there at first base as it was a kind of a late dive by the runner, but he was able to get the hand back in there.
Landon Richards has a pretty tricky move to first as a lefty.
First pitch here, in there for a strike. It's interesting you mentioned that because, Matt, you and I have never had a chance to talk about this before, but I have, over the last few years in covering high school baseball and college baseball as well, been talking to coaches and players about trying to read a pickoff move between a right-handed pitcher and a left-handed pitcher. And I'd always come to the conclusion that if you're a pitcher and you're a left-hander, you have the advantage on the pickoff move because you are looking right at first base. You don't have to turn the back or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, as the next pitch is high, a lot of coaches and even base runners have told me they actually think it's an advantage to the runner because you can see the entire body of the pitcher so you can pick up on nuances easier if they're facing you than when they're back to you. Here's a slow roller to first. First baseman will step on the bag for out number 2.
I also will say that it is a lot harder to balk as a right-handed pitcher because you have to step off, spin, and make the throw, whereas a left-hander, and just what Richards is doing now, he can hold that leg in the air, and it gives the umpire a complete view of what you're trying to do there. So there are some advantages being a right-handed pitcher.
Here's Caden Fox, and before Fox sees a pitch from Richards, Richards tries to pick the runner off of second base. Mal Henry comes in to cover, but runner back in time. Fair lead by the runner at second. That is the go-ahead run there. First pitch low and inside, ball 1.
You'll see Henry, when he walks into the pitcher, his right forearm is bandaged. We're told that that's a fracture, but he's still able to play in the field. Can't pitch, though.
Next pitch is in there for a strike. You know, he did pitch a little bit on Friday, and when I heard Coach Teaster tell you that, I had not heard that, so I didn't know if that happened actually in the game Friday over at Clever or not. But we saw him pitch in the opening game for Nixa in the tournament against Glendale. Next pitch is a swing and a miss for strike 2. He pitched, I think, 3 innings in that ball game and then came out. That was a wild game that Nixa got a big lead on. Glendale rallied to get a 7-6 lead, but then Nixa rallied to win and then hold on to get a 3-run win. Foul back on the next pitch, stays 1-2.
They are making Richards work, Scott. That's already 21 pitches through 2/3 of an inning here in the first, and that'll become, with the humidity coming up a little bit, that could become a factor here.
1-2 the count. Stretch, check of second, and to the plate. Off speed, got him. The ball was down, so they're going to have to complete the play to first. They do, so it's a strikeout 2-3 to end the first inning. But the Sportsman tie the game, a run on a hit, and 1 left as we go to the second inning. Our score now is Nixa 1 and the Forest Grin Sportsman 1. Semifinal number 2 for the 50th Annual Springfield Holiday Baseball Tournament.
Here's a reminder that Flat Top Photos is the official action photographer of this 50th Annual Holiday Tournament. You can see Steve Rackley. Actually, we've been seeing a lot of Steve Rackley as he's been walking around here. You can check with Steve or go to the SABA website, register your player today to get those high-quality photos. And what a great memory if you get a high-quality photo from Steve Rackley and Flat Top Photos. One of the things I think I wish I had from back in the day are more photos from the games that we all worked together during the summer. I would love to have had a picture of Scott McCauley wandering into Metter Park at about 7 a.m. after he scored games at another facility overnight, as you did many times. But people were looking pretty rough on some of those day 5 games.
Oh, yes, they were.
Yeah.
Guys, one of my favorite stories from Howard Quigley from the last week. Longtime Republic summer coach and school ball coach at Billings and Aurora and Republic. He said, we'd play the game that started at midnight and we'd finish at 2 a.m. and we'd tell Nolan, we got done at 2 a.m. And he'd go, yeah, you're playing the 8 a.m. game. Be right back there at 8. But we just got done. Yeah, I know. Be there at 8.
Oh, yeah, there were some very interesting game times and some finish times and just a lot of stories that go in. I know you've had a chance to tell them over the last few days. Tom and I had a chance to tell a few of those, and that's the one thing about pool play. You do get a little bit more sleep generally, and I think I'm very thankful, especially at my age, I'm very thankful about that right now. Second inning underway. Luke Kalovich at the plate for Nixa, the second baseman. Count right now is 1 ball and 1 strike. Caden Fox, the starter, gave up a run in the first inning for the Sportsman.
It is incredible that it's not raining here right now with the forecast that we had yesterday, and even yesterday's weather was passable after the little bit of a late start.
Galovich is going to get hit by a pitch, and so Nixa has leadoff man on here in the second inning. Yeah, well, talk about the other couple of days. I was looking at the forecast like Tuesday, looking to the weekend, and I was telling my friends and coworkers down in Branson, and even my wife Karen, saying, hey, I'm going to be doing this baseball tournament, but I'm not sure, because the forecast was for a lot of rain. So the fact that we're to this point is really good. Here's the first pitch as Frank squared to bunt, took it for a strike. It's 0-1.
Let me give you my all-time favorite weather story of this tournament, okay?
Okay.
It may take a minute, but it involves an umpire, Robert Hill, and he and his son, Tony, are a very high-in-demand umpiring tandem now.
Next pitch is outside, and it's 1-1.
So we are at Glendale. It's about 1998 or so. And you'll remember a time when if there was severe weather, then they would warn the whole county instead of just a little segment of it like they do now. So, strike called here. So it's a day kind of like this, except it's a little more sunny at Glendale. Well, up in Willard, they actually had a tornado warning. And so some strange things started happening, because that was a time when if there was a warning for any part of the county, the sirens in the whole county would go off.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so the sun's out at Glendale, and suddenly the tornado sirens are going off, even though the warning is not for where we are.
Here's a fly ball and a 1-2 pitch on the infield, and the shortstop Morgan's going to camp and catch for the first out of the inning.
So Robert Hill calls time, and I'm right there, and he comes over to me. He says, "What is that?" That's the tornado sirens, Robert. It's for a warning up in Willard, but it's really not for. Well, what should we do? Whatever you want to do. Yeah. So we kept playing while the tornado sirens were going off at Glendale, because he didn't know what they were, because he lived out in the country.
Wow, I do remember that. That happened at least one other time I know, and I know it involved Evangel, but it was the same thing. They said the tornado warning was going off, but the skies there were sunny, and the weather, and to be fair, the weather system was not heading to that facility, at least in the case of Evangel, so they just kept playing while everyone else just across town was ducking for cover. 2 balls and no strikes here to Ethan Wright, the catcher, batting for Nixa. 1 down here in the second, tied at 1. Galovich is the runner at first base. And the pitch. On the corner for a strike. It's believe now it's 2-1. Yes, 2-1 the count. Well, we were looking at the radar earlier, and we have a little rain in the area, but it's one of those that you look at the movement, it could just miss us or just get us. It's really in a fine line, but there is some areas that are going to be having rain. So if you do hear any sirens today, if we keep playing, you now understand why we are going to keep playing.
Actually, a significant weather advisory for the Silver Dollar City area right now.
3 balls, 1 strike, and the pitch. Ground ball foul, and that'll get the count full 3-2. 1-1 here, second semifinal. Willard was a winner in the first semifinal. Terrific game against Kickapoo. 5-4 the final on that one. Winner here will play Willard for the championship late this afternoon. We have the JV championship. That'll feature Kickapoo and Pomme de Terre coming up after this one. Here's a swing and a miss as a fastball by Fox will retire right for the second out of the inning. 2 down, and that'll bring in Peyton Lemon, the right fielder. And we've noticed here that the skies have darkened. We don't have sunshine anymore.
That's okay. We're still playing right now.
Yes. Well, and that's one of the advantages we have here is that because we are in a turf field, if we do get rain and have to delay, it doesn't take nearly as long to get going again once the all clear is given. I mean, and you can play through rain. Obviously, you're not going to play through storms, but you can play through rain. 1-0 pitch is swung at, foul tipped for strike 1.
We got 1.5 inches at my house overnight last night down on the south side of town, but out here, even if they got that, okay, there's what's coming south of Springfield right now, moving toward actually Branson and right over Silver Dollar City right now.
Well, the Macaulay Garden's getting watered right now very nicely
But
No.
even if an outfield like this takes on a fair amount of rain, you can still play. There may be a little splashing out there, but it's not bad at all.
1-2 pitch is outside in the count 2-2.
That may be why they keep the grass so thick in the outfield at these places with turf infields, so that you can play while it is raining, or that even if it rains an inch, it's really okay.
2-2 pitch, ground ball back to the pitcher, and looks like Fox is going to be able to get out of this with little damage done after hitting Kalovich to start the inning. He gets Franks, Wright, and Lemon on a ground out back to the pitcher. So no runs and one left as we're through an inning and a half. Our score is Nixa 1 and Fort Smith 1.
Yeah, I have to tell you, our Red Line Media Alliance crew ordered lunch, and the best part of this, they were asking about if we preferred what flavor of pizza we liked. This is my favorite part: pepperoncinis.
Ooh, you can have those. I want no part of them.
You want no part of these? How in the world do you not like this? I saw no one had touched this. Here you go. And ladies and gentlemen, this right here is the best part of life. And my broadcast partner for Husker women's basketball, Jeff Greesh, is the biggest fan of Quiznos subs. And they always have unlimited number of pepperoncinis available just out as part of a condiment near the napkins and the plastic forks and everything. And sometimes I feel like going in and saying, can I just get a jar of those to go? So congratulations to our Red Line Media crew for providing those with lunch. And then so when they were asking about, if I'd have known that was an option, I would have said, can I just get a box of those to go? And that would have been fine for
Don,
me.
I'm a little worried about what's going on.
I know. He can have mine.
It also encourages social distancing, whether there's a pandemic or not, if you have several of those.
Well, so folks, if you see Matt Coney by himself on a few of these shots coming up in the future, you know exactly why. But you'll hear Matt here in just a moment. Let's get you through the bottom of the second first. It's going to be 6, 7, and 8 for the Sportsman. Josh Watney will lead it off. He's the center fielder. He'll take the first pitch for a strike. 1-2-0 for Nixa. 1-1-0 for the Sportsman. The Double-A club of the American Legion program in Fort Smith, a very successful program. This program finished second in the state of Arkansas last year, while the AAA team won the American Legion championship. You know, we talked about this, and I know you guys mentioned it on your interview with Coach Hartley on his radio show. I'm sure you guys have talked about it, but, you know, in the old days, this was the Springfield Legion League, and it was the 4th of July Legion tournament because most of the teams, that's a hot shot that forces the on-deck circle gentleman over there, Ben Brooks, to stay on his heels as that ball comes sailing by him.
That'll wake you up.
It sure will. But there are Legion baseball still around. There's still Legion teams a part of this tournament, and one of them is right here. This Forsgren's team is one of the American Legion teams out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Oh, beautiful off-speed pitch, and Richards frozen for strike 3. Now Watney down on strikes. That's the second strikeout for Landon Richards. That'll bring in Ben Brooks. Ben Brooks was the starting pitcher for the Sportsmen in their win over Willard. He went into the 6th inning. Willard, as you know, as we've talked about in the first game, very good hitting ball club. They got their bats going late, but Fort Smith was able to hold them off, and the Sportsmen won that pool, but Willard was able to get in via the wild card, just edging Ozark. And, you know, we might talk about that a little bit, guys, what that process is, because you got to get the wild card, and Willard and Ozark were the two contenders for the wild card. So how was it that Willard was able to be the team that is here today?
Whoa, that one comes right on by.
That one actually.
Did that go in the trash can?
I think that did, or went close to it.
It at least hit.
It bounced off. You could see it over here. You can see where we're at. It bounced off the dugout and then went behind us. I think it may have hit the trash can over there.
Uh-huh.
So
someone's going to need to erect a fence to the left of Don West.
Well, it's Coatney's fault for eating that pizza right here. I'm going to blame that one on Matt. 1-2 pitch is fouled off.
Well, and so Ozark was in a position with both of its games still to play yesterday that if they could win both games and hold their opponents to a combined 2 runs or less, then they would take the wild card away from Willard. And they just dang near did it.
Yeah, very close.
They made it through the first game with a shutout with pitching from Graydon Miller. They get into the middle of the second game, and they're shutting out Republic very late, or into about the fourth inning, and then Republic got one run as Brooks strikes out here.
Yeah, third strikeout of the game for Richards.
The cool part of this, Scott, last night was that Matt and I are talking about these scenarios that are supposed to decide a game, but we're saying that, you know, Ozark might pull its infield in even if they're up 6 or 7-1 because they can't allow 3 runs to score. And it happened.
That's exactly what happened.
They pulled the infield in with a 6-1 lead because they knew what was on the line, that they couldn't allow more than 2 runs to Republic, and Republic ended up getting 3. They missed it by 1 run.
And we were trying to decide, do you intentionally walk this hitter to set up a force play at the plate, but you don't want to put extra runners on base? You've got a 5-run lead, and we're talking about intentionally walking somebody in the 4th inning of a game.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and what's interesting is Tom and I also talked a little bit yesterday about how tournament rules change how you play the game. As the one pitch is
Exactly.
fouled off for 1-2. Because, for example, if you're about to possibly get a run rule, then you're up 7 runs in the 5th inning. You might bunt a runner over, get him in scoring position, and you're not running up the score. But as we've said, what you're trying to do in this tournament is win as many games and as few as innings possible, period, and as few as pitches thrown, period. I mean, that's what you're trying to do. And if you can save an inning, especially if you're going to be playing that third day, I mean, the more you can do it. You get a look at the Sportsman coaches there. Max Frazier's the head coach. He's on the left side of the screen there, who actually played in this tournament. I think we found that out earlier. It was one of the championship teams back in the around 2015. That's
Right.
Trey Pierre is the other coach.
Trey Pryor was the coach of the 15 and 16 teams that won the championship here.
Right. And I think he is the managing the whole program now, including the AAA team. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. That's a check swing, and he didn't check it. Have to get the runner at first. They do. And, folks, listen to this. Landon Richards now struck out the last 4 hitters in a row as he sets them down in order and strikes out the side. 3 up, 3 down for the Sportsman as we go to the 3rd inning. Our score is still Nixa 1 and Fort Smith 1.
So, Matt, that's what you were saying about how beautiful baseball is when you're in a situation where you're not necessarily just trying to get one more run than the other team to win a game because of the situation Ozark was in last night.
I think anybody who's ever been in pool play, or if you've had a family member or child, anybody, you understand that there's some different things happen in pool play. One of my favorite things at tournaments I've been to is when they have the big poster board brackets up on concession stands, and there's multiple venues, and everybody's over there looking at trying to figure out run differential and runs ahead and what happened over at this venue. That is one of the really great things about pool play. And now with interactive technology, and I credit Don West for being all over every scenario yesterday, but when he pointed out to me that, Ozark could steal this wild card, and I got to be honest, I looked at that and went, they're not stealing the wild card. And they ultimately didn't, but boy, did they come close. It made it a lot of fun for us yesterday.
That was one of the coolest games ever.
Yeah, I mean, you and I, look, we've called Sweet 16 games together. And we had kind of that level of intensity yesterday.
Well, we're getting ready for the 3rd inning here. Josiah Jenkins, Blake Russell, and Sam Teaster. It's 9-1-2 for Nixa. So, and you might notice this has kind of been the lunch break game as we've kind of been in and out getting lunch. So now it's my turn for lunch, which means I'll turn the play-by-play over to my good friend Matt Coatney.
Scott McCauley, thank you very much. Hello again, everybody. Here's a bunt down the 3rd baseline. The throw to first wide. Gets away. Jenkins on his horse, digging for 2. He's going to take the turn. He's going to try to go for 3rd. Here's the throw. He slides in safe. He is at 3rd on a leadoff butt single and takes 2 bases on the throwing error. And Nixa has something shaking with the runner at 3rd early here in the 3rd inning.
What did I tell you guys about Nixa? When they're on the bases, it gets active. It's not only with stealing. Once that ball got by there, I saw Coach Teacher down there. He was sending them all the way. He knew the situation. He says, we're going to stay active, and he hustled, and Jenkins was able to get to 3rd base on that single. And, wow, Nixa running the bases, good heads-up base running, and they got a runner in scoring position, nobody out.
Blake Russell at the plate took a long look at Coach Teaster in the third base box. He takes a strike. Blake Russell bounced out to the pitcher to start things in the first inning.
Well, bunting is a very distinct possibility here, not only with the fact he can handle the bat, but Russell's got good speed too.
He showed bunt, took a ball outside, the count even 1-1.
Yeah, he tried that bunt in the first inning, but just bunted too hard back to Caden Fox.
We are in semifinal game number 2. Willard is one team that will be in the championship. They knocked off Kickapoo earlier. We're looking for a winner here to face Willard in the last game of the day in the championship. The 1-1 pitch bounces in, and staying in front of it and doing a great job like a hockey goalie was Will Rollins.
You know, we talked about the short foul territory here, guys, but we still have plenty of runs that have scored on wild pitches, because unless it hits the padding back there, it comes back. To the point you made in the first game, Matt, about the turf, that ball will slow up, and if the ball gets too far by, it's almost a sure run.
Ground ball hit in the hole. This will get a run home. The shortstop with a long throw, not in time. It gets away. The runner, Russell, takes the turn. Going to be a play at second base. The throw, he is going to be out at second base. The throw going 3-6 to get Russell at second base, but he will be credited with an RBI single that scores Josiah Jenkins, and Nixa has taken the lead in this one 2-1 on the base hit by Russell.
Well, and see Coach Teaster talking to him now. They did not want him to go, but he saw the ball go by and just by instinct went. But we talked about the deflection off the backstop. That one deflected off the building and came almost right back to the first baseman and was relatively easy out at second base.
Sam Teaster also was out in the first inning, 1-3 on a comebacker to the pitcher. It is 2-1. Nixa has the lead. They had a single tally in the first, now a single tally in the third. Here's a fly ball hit into the hole in left field, base hit in front of the left fielder Broussard. And Nixa, all three hitters who have appeared in this inning have gotten hits as Teaster hits to left field.
Well, and now that's why that play there was so important that they didn't hold on first base, because you've got a nobody out situation and a real big rally going. And even though they've got the league and still some good hitters coming up, Fort Smith has a little bit of a breathing room thanks to that out at second base.
Nixa Baseball Club has their third hole hitter. Landon Richards up, left-handed bat, takes a strike. The runner at first is Sam Teaster. My name is Matt Coatney. My broadcast partners today are Don West and Scott McCauley. Our producers are with Redline Media Alliance, and we are more than happy to be bringing you coverage of the 50th Annual Holiday Tournament. This pitch is low and almost got Richards in the foot, did not, and the count is even at 1-1 Richards with a double back in the first inning, and he came around and scored on a Jason Curry RBI single for the first run of this game. 2-1, Nixa in the lead. The runner at first has a pretty good lead. That's Teaster. This pitch is fouled back to the screen. Scott made a very good point. If you look at the backstop, what you really want from a backstop is it to be hardened either with concrete or wood. This is pretty soft stuff back there. So as you noted, anything back there, if it hits the padding, it could just stop and die. Here's Landon Richards. He'll hit a fly ball down the left field line. That's foul over towards the school. And the count will stay at 1-2.
How long since you've been inside Hillcrest High School?
Last time I was inside Hillcrest High School, telecable producer Greg Adams had to run a Pepsi to me from the truck because I lost my voice and I didn't have anything to drink. And it changed my whole way of what I bring to a broadcast. Right now I have a dead cup of coffee and a bottle of water in front of me because of what happened right over that left field fence back in 1985, I want to say.
That long. You wouldn't recognize it now.
Is that right? Well, you say there's a new gym that I don't know anything about, right?
Yeah, it's only been there since about 91.
Yeah, that's new to me. Here's the windup, and the pitch bounces in. And, again, I've been very impressed with Will Rollins, the way he works behind the plate and keeps the ball in front of him. The count now 2-2. And a big holiday tournament hello to everybody in Northwest Arkansas. I have a kindred spirit with you because my father, Jay Coatney, grew up in Crawford County, Arkansas. Here is a long drive deep to center field, tracking it back towards the fence and making the catch is Nowotny. going almost all the way to second base was Teaster, and he'll have to retrace his steps and go back. That is a long, loud out to center field by Landon Richards.
Who hit a ball there in the first inning that ended up being a double and led to the first run of the ball game. So Richards has been able to have two very strong at-bats so far in this ball game.
Third baseman Jason Curry at the plate. He drove in Richards with an RBI single in the first. He was cut down stealing to end the first inning. The Nixa Baseball Club bats with 2 outs in the top of the third. The runner at first is Teaster. Here's the pitch. Bounces in for a ball, and again, a great stop by Will Rollins. You saw, did you see Will Rollins play in this tournament? Have you had this team, Scott?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Has he caught before here?
Yes.
I've been very impressed with him defensively back here.
Very good defensively, no question.
Runner is going. This is bounced foul. It was a hit and run. I think one of the things I love about tournaments like this is, really, if you've not seen these teams, you make an evaluation live, and it's raw and it's your impressions. Someone could tell you, well, this player is this and they go this way, but when you see someone in a tournament situation, in a championship situation, you get a real sense of what they're like. And I'm going to tell you right now, I like Will Rollins as a defensive catcher.
Well, and he made some very nice plays yesterday in that game.
Here's a ground ball, hit to second base, flip to first will end the inning as Caden Gifford flips it to Ben Brooks. The side is retired, but damage done as Nixa gets a run on 3 base hits. There was an error. 1 runner was left. It was the first error of the game. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. And the Nixa Baseball Club leads the Sportsman of Forsgren by the count of 2-1.
And friends, Play It Again Sports is at 1300 East Battlefield for your sports equipment and clothing needs. The Scoreboard Guy, you can follow his Twitter account at Scoreboard Guy to stay up. And Guy Newcomb is part of the new Missouri Sports Network, and we thank them for their coverage of the holiday tournament. Watch for the Missouri Sports Network going forward on Twitter, and you'll be able to find live games and coverage and all of that sort online. Matt, did you know that Play It Again Sports at 1300 East Battlefield, you know what that used to be out there?
Play It Again Sports, 1300 East Battlefield.
Right there in the Fremont Center?
No.
Used to be the Fremont Theaters out there.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
Where they had the midnight movies.
Well, I've spent a lot of time there.
Yeah.
No question about it.
Probably the 2 that played the most were Purple Rain and Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yeah, no question about it.
Right there where Play It Again Sports now sits, the old Fremont Theaters on East Battlefield.
My favorite midnight movie in Springfield was downtown on the Park Central Square.
At the Fox.
At the Fox, and I saw Rocky Horror Picture Show I don't know how many times there. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Forsgren Sportsmen have 9, 1, and 2 up. Here's Caden Gifford. He squares the butt and fouls it, as Scott McCauley would say, out of the city of Springfield.
He bunted that one to Polk County, I think.
That's exactly right. He all the way into the jungle. Caden Gifford, this is his first at bat today. And a big holiday tournament hello to Alma, Arkansas. Caden Gifford, high schooler, Alma Airedales, one of the great nicknames in all of prep sports. That pitch is outside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. And the alma mater of my father, Jake Coatney, who you never had a chance to meet. He died when I was in high school, but very proud of his lineage in Crawford County, Arkansas.
So was it his history in Crawford County that led you to live in Conway for a while?
For a little bit. My dad's job took him to Conway. He spent 2 years at what was now, or it is now, the University of Central Arkansas, and 2 years at what is Arkansas Tech now, was Arkansas's teacher college in Russellville. But he loved Conway, and when an opportunity came up to move there, we did that for a year for his job, and then that took him back to Springfield. So I moved. I did my freshman, junior, and senior years at Kickapoo, but sophomore I was a Conway High School Wampus Cat. Here's a windup and a pitch high. Comes into Caden Gifford, and the count is 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And I got to do a Lady Wampus Cat game for a state title in 2014, and I was glad to have you tune in for that one to cheer him on.
I enjoyed that. Here's the next pitch. Bounced down the first baseline, taking it behind the bag and stepping on the bag is Rylan Franks for the first out. They'll go 3 unassisted, and that will be 6 in a row that have been set down by Landon Richards. He has walked a batter. He has given up a hit. And just one hit in the game, but now he has retired 6 in a row and back to the top of the order for Luke Wyatt. And this one bounces in. Wyatt walked, stole a base, and scored the first run and the only run here for the Sportsman back in the first inning.
Well, we just got a weather update. We do have a little bit of rain in the area.
No kidding.
And that rain that we were showing on the radar, some of that is creeping that way. We can look as we look to the south. We can see those clouds making it this way, so we could have a little bit of rain pelting down on us here in a little bit.
Here's a ball that hits the thigh of Wyatt, so that ends the 6-batter-in-a-row streak set down by Richards and puts Wyatt on base, and the tying run on first. Coming up to the plate is Bryce Morgan, who grounded out to third his first time up. Bryce Morgan from Greenwood, Arkansas. And one of my favorite towns, and I'll tell you a story about Greenwood, Arkansas here in a second, as Landon Richards will take a look at first base. We have talked on this broadcast forever that while I'm a native of Springfield, Missouri, I've spent a lot of my adult life on the long line drive, hit to deep right field, the right fielder going back and drops the ball. Peyton Lemon dropped it. That's going to be an error, allowing the runners to move up 90 feet for Wyatt and Morgan to reach on a error on the right fielder. A tough one for him. I mean, he had it in his glove, just dropped it.
Yeah, it hit him right in the glove, and I'm sure he'd like to have that one back, but puts 2 on now for Forsgren.
Chance Broussard, the left fielder, steps in, singled, and was stranded in the first. So now the tying run is at second, the go-ahead run at first, and the third-place hitter Broussard up there facing Richards. Here's a fly ball hit down the right field line, foul. So Greenwood, Arkansas, at Nebraska. Those of you who've been listening to us know I am the play-by-play voice of Nebraska women's basketball, and when Nebraska replaced Barry Collier many years ago, they hired Doc Sadler, and he is a native of Arkansas. When I met Doc, here's a pitch. That's a strike and a breaking ball in the corner and a beauty. I asked Doc, where are you from? He said, oh, you wouldn't even know where it is, Greenwood, Arkansas. And I said, Doc Sadler, you're from Sebastian County, Arkansas. He goes, how do you know that? So, and now Doc is an assistant coach for the Huskers to Fred Hoiberg. Fred Hoiberg at the Huskers is a pickoff throw, not in time. And the Husker fans love him. Here's a guy who got fired at Nebraska and then came back as an assistant coach to Universal Acclaim, and he's a character, but he's a native of Greenwood, Arkansas. Here's the 0-2 pitch with 1 out. This is a foul ball that's hit into the
hit the
light pole.
It hit the light.
Yeah, right off the lights and the light pole, and it scattered the birds who were perched up there. 1 bird stayed, 3 departed. 1 brave bird said, I'm not moving. We've seen it all in this tournament. Well, no balls and 2 strikes, 1 out. 2-1, Nixa Baseball Club in the lead in the bottom of the third. Here's a slow curveball in the dirt. First base is occupied, so that's why the catcher does not need to throw it to first. And that is strikeout number 5 of the game for Landon Richards.
So the leading edge of the rain is at Highway 65 now, and there's a severe thunderstorm warning that extends into southern Christian County, maybe northwestern Taney County, and on to the northeast from there. It's raining in Nixa right now.
And the Nixa Baseball Club in the field. Here's the pitch. Runners are going. It's a double steal. Pitch in the turf. And this will be a double steal and stolen bases for Wyatt and Morgan. They both move up 90 feet, and the count on Will Rollins is 1-0. There are 2 out. Nixa trying to keep their very tight 1-run lead here, facing the Sportsman in the bottom of the third. The left-hander deals low for a ball. Don, for our friends in northwest Arkansas who may not be familiar with some of those landmarks, what does that mean geographically for where we are situated right now?
So the severe thunderstorm warning, is that
yes.
What you're looking for?
Here's a pitch for a strike. So you named off a lot of places, Taney County and some
so
highways, but just for people who are tuned in from northwest Arkansas, how might that potentially impact this location?
Really shouldn't. It's roughly from Branson up to Saddlebrook and south of Ozark.
Bouncer back to the pitcher. He bobbles it, then he throws the ball away. 2 runs will score to give the Sportsman the lead, and Landon Richards knows that he had a golden opportunity to get out of the inning. It was a chopper, high chopper, and he went to field it, and he just couldn't control it. And then the ball, the grip, he didn't have it, and he threw it down the right field line, and based on that error, 2 runs scored.
Would you think maybe 2 errors there, Matt? Because that second runner probably doesn't score without the wild throw.
I think 1 error will probably do it.
You think that's enough?
I
Okay.
think
Gotta
that's
go 1
enough.
error. Yeah.
But the whole thing, the error, if you want to know the mental error, is just throwing the ball in the first place. Because once he bobbled it, basically you almost just have to eat that one because you're not going to have much of a chance to get him. You just give up 1 run, that's the tie. And see, that's the thing that made that situation difficult because I know he probably thought about going to the plate, but there was no force out there. And by the time he got it there, I don't think they could make a tag.
Here's a bounce to the first. The first baseman almost threw it to second before Ryland Franks realized all he had to do was step on first. But a successful and strange bottom of the third for the Sportsman as they get 2 runs with 2 out. They get 2 runs off no hits. There was a hit by pitcher, and there were 2 errors, a drop fly ball in right field. And as we go to the 4th inning, the Sportsmen now lead the Nixa Baseball Club 3-2.
Yeah, so that severe thunderstorm warning in southern Missouri, just north of Branson. Branson is not included in the warning, but it'll extend up through Saddlebrook and end just south of Ozark and extend off to the north and east over toward Sparta and Bradleyville, but not quite catching those communities yet either. So a lot of rural territory out there for this warning.
And because of the direction of the storms, most of that is going to probably move off to the east of this particular park. But there is some lighter rain that's a part of this system, and I think that's the rain that they're fearing may come into our area. And again, this is a situation on a turf field. If you get rain and a light rain, but no thunder associated with it, they'll keep playing. There's not going to be a problem with that, but it's when you get the thunder and lightning. And, of course, if you get a monsoon, you're not going to play in that, obviously. But right now it looks like the heavier rain will stay to the south, but this is something we've been fighting over the weekend and certainly could still see some more of this as we go through the next few hours as we try to get this tournament in.
I noticed on your plate I didn't see any pepperoncinis right there. Did I not do a good enough job of convincing you for that?
You were very convincing. That's why they're not on the plate.
Very good. That's Scott McCauley. It's Don Westa, Missouri Sports Hall of Famers. I'm Matt Coatney as we get set to go.
How'd we end up with
inning.
this guy?
No.
I mean, are there not enough broadcasters in Southwest Missouri that you had to come to Southeast Nebraska?
He was on your call list. I don't know. I mean, that's just
It's my fault. It's my fault.
Times are tough. That's what we will say. Here in the 4th inning will be Luke Kalovich to lead it off for Nixa. He was hit by a pitch in his only previous at-bat, and this one bounces in. That's a ball.
And that rain has started, folks. We are starting to see some of the rain fall here in the region, just very light rain, but it's there. The umbrellas are popping up here through the stands at Hillcrest.
The 1-0 pitch is low, 2-0. It'll be Kalovich, Franks, and Wright, hitters 5, 6, and 7 for Nixa. As back and forth we go, 3-2. Forsgren Sportsmen have the lead out of Arkansas. Strike called by our home plate umpire, Rodney Cobb.
What's throwing me off for this game is that there's more red on the Forsgren uniform than there is the Nixa uniform.
Yeah, no question. Next pitch is bounced at the plate, foul ball. And I'm leaving the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Weather permitting, we will have the JV championship game after this one. That will be Kickapoo against Pomme de Terre. And then the championship game of this tournament will be our final broadcast today. It will be Willard against the winner of the game you are currently watching. Here's a pitch just low, below the knees. Count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The weather looking ominous over the left center field bleachers. There is a mixture of dark and light clouds. Here's the windup and the pitch home. This is bounced towards third. That's a fair ball. Long throw on to first. He is out. Tremendous throw by Luke Wyatt. The first question was, is it a fair ball? It bounced in fair territory, stayed fair, went behind the bag. Luke Wyatt planted, and that is not an easy play, and that tells me he's got a good arm. Goes 5-3, and I can now confirm meteorologist Scott McCauley's report that it is raining because I picked the far right side chair that is partially covered by the canopy. Don West did not tell me that I would be getting wet on 2 of the 3 days of this tournament. Yesterday,
You should have guessed that, though.
he brought 2 umbrellas to the Parkview press box, and when we needed them, he did not bring them.
Yep, we ran to the bathroom 150 yards away and left the umbrellas in the press box.
Yep.
And then it started raining.
Yep. As soon as we got halfway down there, it started raining. It was I was singing Neil Sedaka songs in my mind, Laughter in the Rain. Here's a high pop-up towards us. Catcher coming over right in front of us. That's going to go foul right behind our Redline Media Alliance broadcast booth. And I'll make the count 2 balls and 1 strike. If it hits the canopy, gentlemen, I think that canopy isn't going to be able to hold a baseball that's coming in. It's going to be close.
Watch out then.
Yeah, get the hard hats out.
Well, we're in a construction zone anyway.
That's right.
Here at Hillcrest.
1 out, 2 balls, 1 strike, 3-2. The Sportsman lead Nixa. This is Franks at the plate. He looks at the pitch low. Count is 3 balls and 1 strike. The outfield plays straight away and relatively shallow here for Ryland Franks, who popped out to short in his only previous plate appearance. Beautiful facility here out on the hill, Dick Birmingham Field. The right-hander, Caden Fox, has set down 3 in a row, trying to get 4 in a row. And that is a strike called at the knees. One problem with setting here down the third baseline is I don't really get a sense of the spin of the ball coming out for a breaking pitch or not, but you get a really good look at if it's up or down. Here's the next pitch. Bounced in there for a ball. Ryland Franks goes to first base. You know, as an umpire for 31 years for softball, you know that the players and coaches in the dugout get a really good sense of up and down. They can't really see in or out. But I remember one time I was calling a game as we're going to have a pinch hitter here as Ronald Daniels will come to the plate, and he will hit for Ethan Wright. Ronald Daniels will be our pitch hitter. Daniels comes to the plate as a pinch hitter here in the 4th inning, and then we will see if there's any other lineup changes. But first pitch of the game, I called a ball, and from the dugout it said, "Hey, both ways, Blue," and I took my mask off, and I said, "I've not called it, but only one way here. We've had one pitch in the game." We also have a courtesy runner at first base or a pinch runner. It would be for Ryland Franks because Franks is a first baseman. So this is an actual lineup change at first base.
Can re-enter one time if you're a starter.
Did we ever get the number on number 5 who is stealing? Here's the throw down to second base. That throw is a little bit high and a stolen base for the runner for Nixa.
We did not because he was not on either one of our rosters.
We'll try to get a name for you. Unfortunately, we're only sitting 30 feet from their dugout, so
well,
I have no idea.
It's either going to be Colin Usry or Kronz because he has 2 number 9s. In fact, I might be able to tell you here real quick because I had them the other day.
Pitch is low for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Matt Coatney, Scott McCauley, Don West with you. 3-2, the Sportsman lead Nixa. As pitch is bounced in, the runner at second will stay there.
I think it's Colin Usry. We'll confirm it when Don gets back, but I believe the pinch runner is Colin Usry.
Yep, that's exactly what Don West is telling us. Colin Usry, the runner at first for Franks. The batter is a pitch hitter, Roland Daniels, and this one is popped towards short. The shortstop will have it easily, and that's the second out is Ronald Daniels pops out for the second out of the inning. Very good, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your help. It's hard to do this broadcast with 13, 14 games if you don't have a 3-person crew here.
Especially the last day.
Yeah, absolutely. Peyton Lemon comes to the plate. The right fielder bounced out to the pitcher in his only previous plate appearance. Nixa, a single run in the first, a single run in the third. They trail by 1. The Sportsman, a single run in the first and 2 in the bottom of the third. And this is exactly what you hope to see for a semifinal, a back-and-forth game that's very competitive. And we're seeing that here. Peyton Lemon, right-handed hitter, way close to the plate, about as far as you could get, and stay in the batter's box. Here's the first pitch in, and that's the ball. One of the things I talked about yesterday at Parkview is because these lines are painted in the turf, it's impossible to rub out the line if you're a batter to get a little bit more of an advantage. Here's the windup and the pitch. This is bounced towards second base. Caden Gifford comes up with it. Low throw. Nice play at first base by Ben Brooks to dig it out. And the side is retired. No runs, a walk, a stolen base. That runner was left stranded at second base. They've stranded 2 and through 3.5. Sportsman lead Nixa 3-2.
Remember, there's still time to come out to Dick Birmingham Field for the championship game. If you're a Willard fan and back home and getting ready to head back out for the final game coming up later on today, you're going to want to purchase that 50-50 raffle ticket and support SABA baseball. You'll have a chance to win half the pot. SABA will benefit on the other half by being able to bring you great events like the 50th Annual Holiday Tournament. Those tickets are just $1, and the proceeds go exclusively to help SABA Baseball. So get that 50-50 raffle ticket when you get to the ballpark.
Scott McCauley, I wanted to say this for a long time, but we've talked about a lot of stories of this 50th tournament, but to me, this tournament is all about your dad. And your dad not only was great for this tournament, but he taught me so much about sports and about officiating, but I really felt like I started understanding what officials are trying to do on the field, talking about how you officiate a tournament, a little bit different than a single game, the respect, and I mean universal respect that he had. I know you are as proud of your father as anybody carrying his name, but I just have to let you know, after all these years, I still tell Nolan McCauley stories on a weekly basis in Nebraska, and there are people up there who've never met your dad who know him through my stories. So I just want to say how much he means to me.
I appreciate that. I'll make sure he knows that. He's doing pretty well. He doesn't get out a lot these days, and doesn't get out to many of these. I mean, a couple times he'd come to the blue and gold, but he's still hanging in there. He'll turn 83 here in about another month, and still going strong. We called him for Father's Day. My wife and I did, and what was he doing? He was out working in the yard.
Yep.
And still going at it. Yep. So he was doing that, but yeah, he has certainly meant a lot to a lot of people in Southwest Missouri sports over the years, and just and there was a whole crew, not only my dad, but we'll talk about Jack Steck a little bit later on today, and some of the other umpires here, very, very big.
3-1 the count on Josh Nowotny, who leads off the bottom of the fourth for the Sportsman, who lead it 3-2. Landon Richards got behind 3-0, and now here is the 3-1 pitch from Richards. Bounces in, and he has walked the leadoff hitter, Nowotny. That is the second walk of the game, issued by Richards. He walked the leadoff hitter of the game, Wyatt, and now he has walked Nowotny. I also want to point out, as Ben Brooks comes up, not only do I want to mention the great contributions your dad, Nolan McCauley, has had to this tournament, but the great contributions his answering machine had to this tournament as that pitch is fouled into the jungle. Everybody in Southwest Missouri, at one time or the other, used to talk to your father's answering machine, and everybody could imitate his message. Hello, this is Nolan McCauley. I'm sorry I'm unable to take your call at this time. Everybody could imitate that. He never changed that message, but I mean for decades.
But if you'll leave your name, number, and then answer your call, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Shabbai.
Thank you. I was hoping you would finish it.
And
1-1 pitch is high for a ball.
What I liked was, hi, this is Nolan, this is, and he'd be looking at the calendar, Tuesday, and so far these are the games that are a wash today.
Yeah.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. That's a fastball for a strike, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah.
I mean, I've told people there were 2 different people named Nolan McCauley. There was Nolan McCauley, and then there was Nolan McCauley's answering machine. They were different entities in the same person.
That's right.
Ben Brooks at the plate, right-handed bat. He struck out in his previous plate appearance. This one, he limbos out of the way. It goes all the way to the backstop, and then shoots and ladders its way to the right side. Here's the throw to third base. He is going to be safe as the ball came out. The third baseman thought he had a tag, and you can't get it out unless you have the ball in your glove, and that was close.
And he had it, but just as he caught it, he slid into it, and it popped the ball out of there, and he wasn't able to keep control of it. And if he holds on, that's an out. He had him at third base but could not complete the play. But how about that? How many times do you see a wild pitch go to one side of the dugout and the runner ends up getting 2 bases out of it?
It hit the foam and took a very odd angle to the right side. This one bounces in for a ball, and the leadoff hitter and the second hitter in this inning have both walked, and we will get a stoppage of play and a visit at the mound. Is Nixa trailing by 1. They absolutely need to make sure that the Sportsmen don't get any more runs here. But
and thank you for dropping shoots and ladders in there, too. That was good.
Like that?
Yeah.
It seemed like the appropriate play of illustrating what happened there. Scott, you did a great job of illustrating our backstop earlier, and you just to point out that came into play. That's why if you get a true hop from wood, you see a lot of wood, easements back there, bulkheads back there. Sometimes you see concrete. But that one back there, it hit the foam, and you don't know where it's going. If it hits the right seam or something, and it went kicking off towards the first base dugout, and the catcher had absolutely nothing they could do there.
Right, and the ball spun in place, so it kept going further away from him. He was trying to get it, and the runner rounding second, Max Frazier was sending him all the way there, but Ethan Wright still had a great gun down there and nearly got him. If they were able to hold on to the ball there, he would have recorded the out. But instead, the break, and now you got runners at first and second, and I bet you the timeout called here because we see this a lot in high school in summer ball. You almost got to bet an attempted double steal is somewhere in this rotation coming up.
And what is the catcher going to do? Are they going to let him have second base, or are they going to throw through, or are they going to cut the ball? Is the shortstop going to come in? We'll see what happens. This bounces in, and another great stop back there by Ethan Wright. Count 1 ball and no strikes. So wheels are spinning now for the Forsgren Sportsman out of Fort Smith. They lead at 3-2 in the second semifinal. The winner to play Willard. The 1 ball, no strike pitch. Fly ball. This will get a run home at least to deep right field. The right fielder catches it. The long throw home will be cut by the first baseman, throws it home anyway. And it is 4-2, the Sportsman in the lead on the sacrifice fly.
Tell you what, though, I would have we had this happen one time yesterday, too. I would have loved to have seen it had that ball been able to go through with the true hops you get on the infield. There might have been an opportunity to make that a pretty close play at the plate, but it was cut off to prevent the runner from going to second. Nixa gets what they want, the out, but the Sportsmen get what they need there, and that's an insurance run.
Here's a wild pitch. It bounces in, and Landon Richards takes his hat off and slaps it against his thigh. He's frustrated because that wild pitch will allow Ben Brooks, the runner at first, to go into scoring position. The Sportsmen with a 4-2 lead now with 1 out, and we play in the bottom of the 4th inning. A check of the runner at second base. That's Ben Brooks. The left-hander brings it home. Hot shot down the line. Fair! Goes into the corner. 1 run will score on this. Dig in for second is Caden Gifford. The throw will be late, and the Forsgren Sportsmen lead at 5-2 on a line drive double into the corner by Caden Gifford.
Boy, that was nice, right down the line. Just a foot or so fair.
And I was about to say that is only the 3rd hit of the ball game for the Fort Smith Ball Club, but definitely their best hit ball of the day right there.
So Caden Gifford hit one right down the line. The third baseman, Jason Curry, thought he had a chance at it, and he just couldn't. Here's a line drive hit to center field by Luke Wyatt. Coming in, not getting there, I should say, is Russell. Or getting there is Russell. They're going to call that an out. And so that will be the second out of the inning. So 2 out now. 5-2 the lead for the Sportsmen. Bryce Morgan comes up. He's another native of Greenwood, Arkansas. Here's the left-hander's pitch. That's a strike of the inside corner.
Well, and you can maybe see it on your screens here, wherever you're watching. It's getting very, very dark right now here at Hillcrest, and to see some of those rain clouds move this way.
Bouncer to third. This is a fair ball. Tough throw on the way for Jason Curry, but we've got a foul ball called. Didn't see anybody raise their hands, but that's going to be a foul ball.
Dave Johnson back behind third base, and we're kind of screened out from him there.
Thanks for the help, Don. Don says he could never be a baseball umpire, but he had good technique. He came set, shoulder width apart were his feet, hands straight up, palms out. Perfect dead ball call there.
Just don't ask me what a balk is. What do we have here? Johnny Quest 1867 says this is the dream team of broadcasters.
Love hearing your stories. Have you mentioned the Kickapoo comeback where Kerry Walker smashed the windshield of John Hartley? We did actually mention this. Thank you. We love your Twitter interactions.
I know
here.
who that is now.
Yeah, very good.
That's my cousin, not really.
Is that okay? No balls and 2 strikes. 2 out now. Bryce Morgan at the plate. A check of the runner at second. Here's the pitch home. That one gets away from the catcher. The pitch was outside. It was a tough one for Ethan Wright to handle, so that'll be a wild pitch allowing Caden Gifford to go to third.
Yeah, Johnny Quest, if you weren't with us, we've talked about that a couple of times this weekend.
It's one of our favorite stories of this tournament, maybe one of the all-time top 5 stories when Kerry Walker's ball went through John Hartley's windshield out at Nichols Park. Here's the next pitch. This one's bounced foul into the dugout. You got to stay awake over there.
Yeah, Don, you might look to your left. You might know the young man standing over there right now.
Couple of Hunter boys
Yes,
there.
indeed.
1 ball, 2 strike. This is grounded in the hole towards short. Henry up with it, throws to first in time, and that will retire the side. But 2 runs are scored by the Sportsmen here in their half of the fourth. They had 1 hit. There were 2 walks, a couple of wild pitches, and 1 runner was stranded. We go to the 5th inning, and the Sportsmen in the second semifinal lead the Nixa Baseball Club 5-2.
Matt, we'll take it from here, and we'll let you go say hi to this guy over here to your left that I know you want to see. But
Yeah, that's great. Thank
having
you.
a good time over here at Hillcrest High School at Dick Birmingham Field with Scott McCauley and Matt Coatney. I'm Don West, and it is great to have you with us with light rain becoming more and more present here as we go through the middle and latter part of this game, Scott. But another good one, 5-2 with the Sportsmen on top as they look for the berth against Willard.
Well, we're having a little meeting here right now, folks, and I'm wondering if maybe they're going to make a lineup change, but I was beginning to wonder if we were going to look at, I don't know, we're looking at a lineup situation here. I wonder.
It could be the rain's getting harder. I don't know. That will they be talking about bringing them off the field?
Not sure, but they're
raining harder now than it has been all day since we've been here anyway.
Yeah, it's starting to come down here, but we've had several discussions going on here and maybe trying to figure out how this is all going to. Yeah, I think they were maybe having that discussion about if they wanted to continue or not, but I think that right now, I think that's going to be the case. The rain is falling steadily right now, and as we said, as long as there's no lightning in the area, I mean, that's the key thing here, Don. As long as there's no lightning, I think that they will go ahead and continue right now. So, unfortunately for Tom Mast and I that sat out here yesterday, this situation very familiar, covering up because of the rain.
Yep.
As it blows in on us here. So we are getting ready to start the top of the 5th inning. Again, it's 5-2, the Sportsmen on top of Nixa. And as long as we're going, Don, I think you get a chance to tell us a little bit about what's going on in this game.
I will do my very best. Will that be all right?
You got it.
Okay, Josiah Jenkins is going to lead it off for Nixa, at least for now. That rain's got to feel pretty good to these players and umpires who have been sweating it out there.
Oh, no doubt.
On Dick Birmingham Field. Ball 1 to Josiah Jenkins. His only time up in this game, he bunted for a base hit and then came in to score in the 3rd inning. 1-0. And this one misses just low. 2 balls, no strikes. Nixa trailing the Forsgren Sportsman from Fort Smith, Arkansas. 5-2. The pitch in there for a strike, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, Nixa's trailing, even though they have out-hit Fort Smith, but just a couple of miscues and some timely hitting by the Sportsmen have them right now in control of this one.
This one drops. I better cover up the Irish Spring here, or it'll start cleaning things up pretty quick.
I was downwind of that a little bit earlier. I don't know if that was a statement about needing to do a little better or something, but I got the good whiff of that.
3-1 pitch is strike 2 called, and Jenkins will have to go back and get his bat. 3-2. Here it comes on 3-2. There's ball 4. Remember the old Irish Spring commercial? The girl would say, "Manly, yes, but I like it too."
Mm-hmm. Yes. Manly, yes, but baseball players like it too.
Uh-huh.
Flies don't, but baseball players do.
That's all good for us.
Yes, especially on a day like today.
Blake Russell to the plate for Nixa. Top of the 5th inning. A runner at first base and a strike to Blake Russell. He singled in a run his last time up. And bunted back to the pitcher back in the 1st inning. 0-1 for Russell. And there's strike 2 called, 0-2. Light rain falling, picking up pace just a little bit. A little more wind blowing through. Pitch is low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Set by Caden Fox. And he brings it in, and that hits 5 feet out in front of the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two and 2. And the next one is low. That nearly hit home plate.
Yep, and the wind is starting to blow now, and that's got some heavier rain moving in, not only to our field, but to our position here. And this will be what they'll have to watch out for when the possible thunder and lightning, if there is any. And we do know we've got some strong thunderstorms in the region, but no lightning in the vicinity of Hillcrest yet.
Foul ball, and it stays 3 and 2. And another one. Chopped to the left, and that's foul outside third base. Josiah Jenkins back to first. Nixa went 4-0 in its pool. Made this the semifinal round and looking for a spot against Willard in the championship later today. There's ball 4. 2 on with nobody out for Nixa.
And you wonder in these situations, as he walked 2 straight to start the inning, if the weather doesn't start playing in the back of your minds a little bit there. You know what I'm saying?
It absolutely will.
Yeah.
No question about it.
You get a situation where you're looking at trying to think about this and focus on this a little bit, you know.
Meeting at the mound now.
I'd like to thank you, gentlemen, again, for having me be part of this broadcast crew. I got to talk to Mike Hunter, one of the officials in this tournament. Don, I did not know that he is a resident of Bentonville, Arkansas now.
Yeah. But he comes up here and officiates baseball still.
Which I think is great. One of the great officials, great names. I remember when Mike was a coach and a teacher at Parkview High School. And so he's living down in Bentonville, and I let him know that my niece and my nephews are living there, going to school at Bentonville West, and our good friend Dick Rippey is coaching at Bentonville down there. So I had a good conversation with Mike. So, guys, thank you for letting me have a few moments to go over and visit with him.
Indeed. And their dad, the Hunters' dad, Paul Hunter, was a dear friend of my dad.
Yeah, and my family as well.
Teaster bunts down the first base line. It rolls. It's picked up in fair territory and safe at first. And Teaster will load the bases with a bunt single.
I tell you what, the only way that they were going to get an out there is embalming fluid, because that bunt was dead. That thing went down, the line was deadened, and I think they were waiting till the last second to see if it would go foul, and he waited just a half a tick too long.
Well, and I think it might have, but you couldn't really take that chance. It was going to go, so they thought maybe I can get a quick out here, but they couldn't. And now Nixa in business, bases loaded, nobody out here in a rainy 5th inning.
Landon Richards takes ball 1 low. 5-2 Forsgren. Top of the 5th inning of this scheduled 7-inning game. The temperature has cooled off nicely. The rain is dripping all over our table. 1-0. Hit hard out into right, but right to the right fielder Colton Payton. Runner tags from third. Jenkins will be safe, and Nixa gets a run to make it 5-3 Forsgren.
Tell you what, Richards has just been hitting the ball all over this park today. He's only got 1 hit to show for it, but had the double in the first. He eventually scored. He hit a hard hit ball to center that the Sportsman center fielder tracked down in the third, and then hits this one like a bullet to right field. That results in a run.
So now the tying run at first base here in the top of the 5th, and Jason Curry at the plate for Nixa.
But having said that, that is the Sportsman will take that trade-off right now, getting out for the run. And as you said, the more outs you get, it kind of tightens the situation a little bit, but gives them a little bit of momentum by able to get the first out of the inning.
Runner going from first. The pitch is bunted along first, and it rolls foul.
I mean, no roll at all. Hits that turf, and right there. Don West, in the back of his vehicle today, leads the league in old towels.
Yeah.
You mind if I steal one there, Coach
Yeah,
West?
You do what you got to do, man.
Well, and actually, Tom Masted brought a couple out here yesterday, and we lost them before the first game even started thanks to the monsoon that hit. So, and where we're at is we've got cover from above, but the rain's blowing in on us.
Runner going again. Pitch gets by. Going to try to score the run from third, and safe with the slide across home plate. And Nixa gets another run to make it 5-4 Forsgren, and the tying run moves to second.
And Don, he thought about that for a second about going, but he kind of made up his mind at the last minute because he saw the pitcher was late getting there, and that's what got him home.
Wild pitch makes this a one-run game, and Nixa with a tying run at second. One out, top of the fifth. Jason Curry with a 2-ball, 1-strike count.
And the rain lets up a little bit as this Nixa rally continues here.
Two and one. And it's chopped back to the pitcher. Charging and missing the ball is Caden Fox, but it's a foul ball that rolls all the way out just right of the pitcher's mound.
And it was the first base umpire now covering second. He was the one that jumped on that one. So I got a piece of him.
So 2 balls, 1 strike. To Jason Curry, he's 1 for 2 in this game. An RBI single. Back in the first, grounded out to second in the third inning. Nixa trying to push across the tying run here in the fifth. 2-1 pitch in the turf, and what a great stop by the catcher there, Will Rollins.
Right? I've been telling you.
Yeah.
He squares up and keeps balls in front of him. I'm telling you what, he knows what he's doing back there.
3-2. And it's going to hit him actually on one big bounce as that one bounced about 8 feet out in front of home plate.
And that's a huge break for Fort Smith right there because the runner at second had third easily, and because the ball hit him, that makes it a dead ball situation, so they have to go back to first and second. Runner stays there. And for the Sportsman, not the worst situation in the world because now you have set up a potential double play to end the inning with Luke Kalovich coming up.
So first and second, 1 away. Tying run at second for Nixa in the 5th inning. And this one misses low for ball 1. Rain is a little lighter now. Still coming a little bit, though. 96 pitches for Caden Fox. Is 1-0. That misses. 2-0. Start wondering if it's hard for him to grip the wet ball now.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I've been thinking here. It certainly has affected play.
2-0. And he brings in a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike to Luke Kalovich.
Gentlemen, according to the radar I'm looking at, this should move through here in the next couple of minutes.
Strike called, 2-2. Are we all right?
Well,
for a bit?
For a bit, we will be. There might be some backside buildup, but that won't last very long either. I think in about 5 minutes we're going to be okay if we can just survive this.
2-2 to Kalovich. Chop to the right side. Picked up by the first baseman Brooks to the bag and out there. Runners advance, second and third with 2 outs. And Nixa has the tying run 90 feet away now.
So I do need to, I'm afraid to ask this question, Matt. You are looking at the Springfield and not Lincoln radar, right?
Thanks, Mac.
I just need to be sure.
Thanks.
I just need to.
I was looking at the Northern Virginia radar.
Okay, wanted to be sure.
You got a new hitter here, gentlemen.
Yes, we do.
Hitting in place of Rylan Franks.
R.J. Johnston.
Ball high. R.J. Johnston.
He doesn't have to call him Johnston.
You can call him Ray or you can call him Jay.
You call him R.J.
1-0. He hits it to the left side, foul.
You know, the problem with the combined age of the people on this broadcast being 162 years old is there are young people who will be listening to this going, what are these old dudes talking about? Because that's a reference from about 1977. Mm-hmm. Goodness.
Yes, sir.
Jimmy Carter was president when that whole bit was out.
Hey, he's still cooking, man.
He is the rock and roll president, James Earl Carter.
1-1. That gets by. Here comes the tying run for Nixa, and we are 5-5 in the 5th inning.
Wow. What a semifinal we've got here.
And it also advances the go-ahead run 90 feet. And what's been amazing about this, gentleman, is that in both cases, both of these teams have been able to generate runs without hits. They've been taking advantage of the mistakes of the other team, and they've been cashing in with runs.
Fouled back, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Now, the time limit is in effect in this game. Do we think that could come into play? Because we've slowed down considerably here with the rain.
We're only at about 126 right now. I'm guessing probably not.
Not 126 in the afternoon, but an hour and 26.
An hour 26,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on it, though. Certainly on my, ironically, on my radar.
Okay. If it keeps the pace slow here for a bit, it could take us a while to get through 6. 3-2 with 2 outs. Runner at third. And a foul. Goes down to hit that one like a sand wedge foul.
But I have been very impressed throughout the games that you and I have seen, Don, and I don't know, Scott, how you, that time limit really hasn't been a problem in this tournament whatsoever.
We've only seen it once.
We had it a couple times. We had a time limit game, I think a couple of them over in Clever Friday.
Reaching down and hitting one out into left center. That's going to be trouble, and it gets down, and Nix is going to take the lead on the base hit by the pinch hitter, R.J. Johnston.
And you talk about taking your sand wedge out. Don, you described it perfectly, reaching down, and he golfed that one out there, and Nixa has come back with 4 runs here to take the lead.
6-5 Nixa, and another hitter coming up now for
right.
Nixa.
That's going to be Aiden Kimmel. Aiden Kimmel will be the pinch hitter for Nixa here in the visitors' half of the 5th as the NBC, as they have on their Shirts Ball Club. 4 runs, 2 outs now in the inning, but still throwing some more hitters up there, seeing if they can get some more.
Ball 1 to Kimmel. The runner at first and 2 away. In the top of the 5th, Nixa has taken a 6-5 lead with the winner to play Willard later on today. 1-0. Next one is high. 2 balls, no strikes. Here it comes from Fox. He is well over 100 pitches now at 111 with that one, and it's ball 3. Three balls, no strikes. And there's ball 4.
Don, I am trying to do some good things here. One of the fans asked if we could borrow one of your umbrellas since it's not mine, and since you have not used it this weekend, even though it's rained twice and we've got soaked, I said, sure, we're not using it.
We don't need it.
Yeah.
You know, this could be it now for Caden Fox at 112 pitches. And 8 men through the order here in the 5th inning, and Nixa has plated 4, and they're still batting.
Yeah, and this looks like that's exactly what's going to happen here. They're going to make a change on the mound, and they're going to be shuffling some players around here. And it looks like maybe the right fielder is the one that's going to come in and take the hill.
Third baseman Luke Wyatt's going to somewhere in the outfield.
So a pitching change here as back and forth we go in semifinal number 2 as Colton Payton comes in to the game, the right-hander, and he will try and keep Nixa from scoring any more. The Nixa Baseball Club with 4 runs here in the top of the 5th with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position, so they're not finished yet. So right now, Forsman Sportsman have to stem the tide.
Colton Payton takes over on the mound for the Sportsman. What an inning here for Nixa as they score 4 runs.
And I'll say this, gentlemen, I think they took full advantage of the weather system that moved through because, a couple of bunts was hard for the pitcher to grip the ball. I'm gonna say you can play through it. It's just how it is. But Nixa has taken full advantage of this, and now here's a situation where the Sportsmen need to stem the tide.
Well, when looking at Nixa, they jumped out in their first game against Glendale. They jumped out to a 6-0 lead. Glendale, though, got 7 runs in the third inning to take the lead, but then Nixa was able to answer back and get 6 runs in the 5th inning of that ball game. And that's a game we did hit the time limit in, gentlemen, as they took so long in that inning that they got a 12-7 lead. Glendale was able to score 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th to make it closer, but once that inning was done, we hit the time limit, and Nixa held on. That was their opening game of pool play as Nixa won that game over Glendale 12-9 and sent them on their way. In fact, that's been their closest game outside the extra inning win over Clever to get here.
Colton Payton pitches to Peyton Lemon. And after strike 1, there's ball 1 to even the count with runners at first and second. And 2 outs with 4 runs home in the inning for Nixa. 1 ball, 1 strike. This one is chopped to the left and foul. So we're now past the hour-and-a-half mark of this game and closing in on the final 30 minutes. Still in the top of the 5th. And a chopper to the left side, picked up by the third baseman. Force out at third for the third and final out. That's a fine play by Bryce Morgan. That will take care of Nixa in the top of the 5th, but 4 runs come across for Nixa on 2 hits. They had some free passes. They were given 3 walks, and 1 batter was hit by a pitch. And that will take us to the bottom of the 5th. 6-5, Nixa leading the Sportsmen from Arkansas.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Matt Coatney. They have asked me to come down here for the 50th annual holiday tournament back to my hometown. I'm living in Lincoln, Nebraska, and I am so happy to be here. What a great tournament this is. It's meant so much to me. And if you get to Springfield, whether it's for the holiday tournament or not, we want you to go to one of our fine sponsors, Scramblers, a great breakfast diner. We have had breakfast there many times. My favorite meal there is the Scramblers platter. They also have, Scott, great raisin toast. Simply amazing. They are the home of the 4-egg omelet. Do yourself a favor. If you get to Springfield, it's Scramblers Diner on East Republic, and tell them Matt Coatney sent you, and they'll say, who? And then say, Horner Askin sent me, and they'll go, oh, Coach sent me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. We have 2 more games ahead of you for your viewing enjoyment today. We'll have the JV championship between Kickapoo and Pomme de Terre coming up after this one, and our championship of the 50th annual holiday tournament. We'll have the winner of this game against Willard, and based on what we've seen today, that will be a very evenly matched game, no matter which team gets there. Right now, it is in question. It is a 1-run lead for Nixa. This game has gone back and forth. Nixa with single tallies in the 1st and 3rd, a big 4th spot in the 5th to take the lead. The Sportsmen have a single run in the 1st, 2 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, and if anybody thinks this game is going to end 6-5, they are kidding themselves because both of these teams have shown that they are explosive. So back to the bottom of the 5th inning.
If anybody believes this game will end 6-5, they will also tell you they know Matt Coatney at Scramblers.
In Lincoln.
In Lincoln, yeah.
I can't believe that I've said that. That is muscle memory, my friends.
Chance Broussard is going to lead it off for the Sportsmen in the bottom of the 5th, and he takes ball 1.
You know, you talk about that time limit. The key to the time limit is no inning will start after 2 hours. Now, obviously, any inning that's underway then will be completed. However, in this particular case, as we look at, and where we at now, Don, about 25 minutes maybe?
25 to go. Foul ball, or that's a foul tip into the glove for a strike, and it's 1-2.
So you got to figure another long inning.
Could get us there.
7th inning could be in question here. I don't think there's any doubt we'll get to the 6th, but what happens beyond there kind of depends on what starts here.
Up the middle it goes. It's scooped up by Mal Henry, the shortstop, and on to first for the out.
I believe that the rain has largely stopped. Now there's some wind that you usually get behind the system, and that's kicking through right now. But for the time being, I think we've got at least a 30-minute window of dryness, and let's hope that continues. Now, you can tell the pitcher right here is rubbing the ball on his pant legs because it's kind of slick.
Well, Matt, I got to tell you, as that's going to hit him, and he's going to go to first base. So Rollins, and we've talked a lot about his defense, but now he's representing the tying run on base with one out. And we also have the Nixa pitcher that is now looking at his hands, trying to get things. Now, I was going to mention to you, when you mentioned the 30 minutes of dryness at our age, that's pretty important if you can get that.
Yeah.
So
I think we have a courtesy. I'm going to leave that one alone. I think we have a courtesy runner at first base, have we not?
How many times did you have to get up last night, Scott?
Yeah.
I'll tell you later, Sonny.
Okay. Caden Fox takes ball one.
I can't remember.
Scott McCauley is the reason those commercials are like, are you above the age of 50? If you're watching this commercial at 3 a.m., you need our product.
1-0 to Caden Fox. And a ball.
Yeah, Don's sitting there going, well, we'll come in like this. What do I need to be doing anything here for? Talking about our regularities and stuff.
So this is Ethan Wright pitching right now, gentlemen.
And a rip into left field for a base hit. It gets caught up in the grass, and 2 on with 1 out now for the Sportsman.
Yeah, so Ethan Wright is the new pitcher as he takes over to start this inning. And we'll catch the change. Obviously, that's a change of catcher because Ethan was the catcher, and they've made that adjustment. But now for Nixa, their position here, 2 on, 1 out, is to try to get outs and hold the runners right there. But you're getting into a part of the order that's been very productive, even though it's towards the bottom of the order over this tournament for this team.
Josh Nowotny to the plate for the Sportsman. And a strike. 6-5 Nixa. Bottom of the 5th inning. Forsgren at bat. They are the home team. The next one bounces up there. There goes the runner toward third. Might be a play. The throw and out. Max Frazier would like to debate it with David Johnson, the umpire.
I think the runner wanted to debate it, and Max Frazier pointed him to the dugout.
Yeah, I think he was, and I don't know, I tell you what, it was a bang-bang play. And, the umpire was right there to call it, but, Max Frazier did the smart thing. He said, if anyone's going to argue it, I will. You get back to the dugout. And regardless, that is a big, big out for Nixa to get here in the 5th.
Courtesy runner there was Jacob Griffin. Strike called. Now to Josh Nowotny, and it's 1-2. 2 out with a runner at first. And that lead runner erased for the Sportsman. 1-2, and this one is stroked to the right side, knocked down to the right second baseman Kalovich to first and safe.
But that is such an important play, Don, because by him catching the ball, that keeps the runner at second base. If that ball gets through, that runner's at third, then all of a sudden you hold a whole different situation with the runner at third, even with the 2 outs. Now that gives Nixa a little wiggle room, but it's a good play by Kalovich there at second to save the base.
Ben Brooks to the plate, 2 on with 2 out in the bottom of the 5th. And there's a strike to Brooks.
Well, how does that pickoff look now at third base?
Huge. Huge. You never want to make the first or third out of an inning at third, and that was the second out, but it's kind of the same cardinal rule on that one.
That is fair down the left field line. And here comes Fox around third to score. Sliding into third is Nowotny safe. And we are tied 6-6 here at Hillcrest.
Just inside the bag. We've seen so many screamers right inside the line. It went down in the corner. And Brooks, not taking a chance, knowing he's important, He thought about it. He looked at the throw, and he stayed at first base. But we are tied again, and what a semifinal we've had here between the Nixa Baseball Club and the Sportsman.
Colton Payton to the plate. And a fake to third.
A hearty 50th annual holiday tournament hello to a person who is very important to us. Rob Evans is tuned in today, gentlemen.
Nice.
What's up, Rob?
It's just our type of weather. Rob would be outside talking right now.
Stepping off is Ethan Wright.
Rob asked if I'm in charge of the live spots between innings or if I'm the Ron Hurst of this telecast. Everybody knows when I grow up that I want to be a meteorologist. And at the age of 56, I hope to do that someday.
The pitch to Payton, way high.
You sure you want all that pressure? Especially on a day like today.
After umpiring for 31 years, I'm used to everybody disagreeing with half the things that I do.
1-0 to Colton Payton. He'll take high.
How important is this batter right now in a 6-6 game in the bottom of the fifth? I'm just going to say it again. The time limit may come into play here depending on how this sixth inning goes.
Tell you what, when you're looking at these teams right now, I think you've got to be thinking in the back of your mind that maybe 6 innings is what we get today.
That's foul. Off toward the on-deck hitter again.
And keep in mind, we'll have the JV championship between Kickapoo and Pomme de Terre coming up next. And the winner of this one takes on Willard for the tournament title. We'll also have a ceremony, and we will have dignitaries and other important people to the 50-year history of this tournament honored right before that championship game. So stay right there. A lot more coming your way today.
2-1, inside, ball 3. We are at less than 20 minutes left in the time limit right now, still in the bottom of the 5th inning. Starting to think 6 might be it. 3-1. And this one is up and into the jungle.
Now, that was a good pitch by Wright that time. Got him to chase it in the zone a little off speed. But, you know, to the point of the time limit, this is why it's so important for Nixa to get out of this inning still tied. Because they may not have any more opportunities if they have to try to come back.
And a base hit to right field is going to put the Sportsman back on top. Scoring is Nowotny. Play into third base and safe there, and on to second goes Colton Payton with a base hit that puts the Sportsman up 7-6.
Smart base running by Colton Payton. He looked to see what the right fielder was going to do, and when he let go of the ball, he made a beeline. He's in scoring position, and now Nixa absolutely has to stop the bleeding right now.
Well, and that's why I could hear Robbie Teaster on the bench down there yelling so much, because they needed to cut that off to keep him at first base. And once he skied the throw there, it was a good read, man. I mean, it was pretty obvious when we could see from here when the throw went off, no way he wouldn't go to second.
The cutoff man, very, very important.
Caden Gifford took ball 1 and now ball 2. Here comes a runner trying to score, and he'll score easily with that wild pitch that bounces off the face mask of the catcher. 8-6 Sportsman.
3 runs in the bottom of the 5th after Nixa put a 4 spot up in the top of the 5th. And now there's going to be some discussion. The pitcher on the mound right now. Pretty short discussion.
Yeah, well, like I said, I've known Robbie Teaster for almost 20 years, and one of my favorite guys, but he is very direct with his players. I mean, when he has a message to deliver, he will deliver it quickly, and they will pay attention. And he's one of those guys, and he's a lot like the coaches you and I, Matt, and Don like the best. He respects the game, he knows the game, and he's real good at teaching his players the game. And, you know, what frustrates coaches like that is when mistakes are made that shouldn't be made, like not hitting the cutoff man on that last situation, those type of things. So, but this is the other thing about this tournament and this in summer ball. These are learning moments that you go through, and Nixa going through some right here.
That'll be out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Caden Gifford. 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th for the Sportsman from Fort Smith, Arkansas. They retake the lead over Nixa at 8-6. Ethan Wright brings it home, and it's popped up on the left side out into short left field. In comes the left fielder Jenkins, and he'll make the catch to end the 5th inning, but an eventful one it is. In the bottom of the inning, 3 runs for the Forsgren Sportsmen as they score 3 on 4 hits. There's a runner left on, and no errors on the Nixa side. Through 5 innings, it is 8-6. The Forsgren Sportsmen lead over Nixa.
This tournament originated in 1972. The first champion was Poplar Bluff, and this tournament is very strong right now. And we will let you know that we will have 2 more games for you today. We will have the JV championship coming up next between Kickapoo and Pomme de Terre. We would also like to remind you to stay with us for the championship game. Willard will be one of our championship participants. Maybe Nixa, the defending champions, will get there, but they will have to overcome a 2-run deficit against the Sportsmen. SABA Baseball thanks longtime supporters of this tournament, including Play It Again Sports. Play It Again Sports, they're at 1300 East Battlefield. They are your number 1 source for sports equipment and clothing needs. See their sales reps for your team needs. Play It Again Sports.
Well, and I will tell you that Robbie Teaster just told his team 14 minutes left on the time limit. So they are very aware of the situation and what has to happen here. And I think if you're Nixa, your pattern is now this is your 7th inning. I think you've got to treat it like that. Yes, you may get another chance if you can get him out quickly, but we have just seen 2 long innings in a row. So I would say, if you were betting, if we're going to get to the 7th inning, I'm thinking at best 50-50 right now.
And then when you're Forsgren and you come to the plate, you can take 2 strikes and make them burn a little more time.
You're playing with a little house money over there now.
So Nixa will get it started again here now in the top of the 6th.
Don West, you are the tournament MVP for having all of those towels in the back of your car.
Yeah, well,
it's like you've anticipated this based on previous experience.
It's a holiday tournament.
They didn't put you in the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame for nothing.
Oh man,
he gets it for towels and I get it for food. So there you go.
They need to rewrite your speech and say Don West was always prepared with towels on a rainy day for baseball.
Josiah Jenkins leads it off in the 6th inning for Nixa. Nixa 2 down, and there is a ball, and it is still Colton Payton out there on the mound.
Who's now the pitcher record. He has a chance to get the win here for the Forsgren.
Chop foul to the left. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Coming up, it's the JV championship. That'll be next. About 30 minutes after the conclusion of this game. A liner right to the second baseman, Gifford, and there is 1 down.
If you're Nixa, if you get 2 quick outs, do you try and get a quicker 3rd out so you have 3 more chances guaranteed?
Problem is it's not guaranteed, depending on how slow play that Forsgren does in the bottom of the inning.
Well, and gentlemen, I would also point out that how many rallies that we've seen today in both games that happened with 2 outs.
That's a great point. Yeah.
I think any opportunity you get, you got to jump on it. If you get a couple base runners on here, and they got to understand the time limit. But at the same time, you can't get distracted by that. You still got to go out and play your game. You have to have good at-bats. If you're Fort Smith, you got to have some good pitches here and just play the situation and let the time limit take care of itself.
Strike 3 called on Blake Russell, and 2 out.
And the other side to that theory here is that no matter what you do here, if you are lucky enough to get the 7th, you're just down to 3 outs. So it doesn't. I mean, it's kind of half a dozen the other when you look at that situation here.
Sam Teaster now, bases empty, 2 out. Strike 1.
He certainly wasn't taking a pitch there.
No.
I mean, that's kind of my point right here is you got better be going up there hacking because if you do get out, you're going to need as much time as possible.
Well, and it's part of the stretch. So if you hack away and you happen to hit a gap shot, then all of a sudden you got a whole different situation. Because remember, 1 base runner, tying run comes up to the plate no matter when it happens.
1-1 misses low. 2 balls, 1 strike. I love Rodney Cobb's ball call. Ball.
It's like not good enough ball.
2-1. Left side and foul.
You guys, I know you guys will remember Ernie Bergerman, who called balls and strikes for years. I always loved it when he did. He was one of the only umpires who could do play-by-play from behind the plate.
Yes.
He would let you know that if it was a strike, it was on the outside corner, and he would do the whole sentence, and he would do it very quickly.
Strike, 3 called. Nixa goes 3 up, 3 down. They're saying, get out there quick, guys. Let's go. As Nixa fights for a 7th inning, they'll try to get Forsgren out very quickly and see if they can have a 7th inning here before the time limit runs out in less than 10 minutes.
Gentlemen, we would like to thank Flat Top Photos for being the official action photographer of the 50th Annual Holiday Tournament. Steve Rackley is your contact there. See him or go to the SABA website. Register your player today for those high-quality photos. Scrambler's Breakfast Diner, 1130 East Republic Road. They are open at 6 a.m. They close at 2 p.m. A tremendous breakfast menu, home of the 4-egg omelet. Make sure when you come into Springfield to check out Scrambler's Breakfast Diner, who is one of the proud sponsors of this tournament, and also home of the Scramblers rain delay, which we have not had today, thank goodness. Well, so let's explain time limit. This game started with the first warm-up pitch, which was right at about 12:15. Right now we are about 7.5 minutes away from reaching the 2-hour mark. No inning can start after the 2-hour mark. So for Nixa to have a chance to win this, they need to have a very quick bottom of the 6th inning. And so we will see. And if you are Forsgren right now, you probably are being told take as many pitches as you can.
Yeah, let it get to 2 strikes before you swing. So it's Luke Wyatt to start off, top of the order, against Mal Henry, who's the new pitcher now for Nixa. And ball 1.
Mal actually started the first Nixa game of the tournament against Glendale and went 3 innings, had a very strong first 2 innings before Glendale got to him in the 3rd.
Now, gentlemen, has he not taken the wrap off the right forearm that he had on earlier? It was on the right forearm earlier.
Well, I guess he shoots it then.
Yeah. I guess he picked that off to throw. We were told that he had an arm injury, but apparently not enough to keep him from being out here.
2-1 is a strike, and it's 2-2, so now.
Must be the left arm.
I think that's what he said, yeah.
Luke Wyatt will be looking for one here. And a swing and a pop into short right field. Peyton Lemon is there, and he makes the catch for the first out.
Yep, they don't want him to throw it around the horn, get it right back to the pitcher and go.
Bryce Morgan is up next for Forsgren.
The gamesmanship you can have when the time limit is coming up is epic. There are many stories about it.
First one to Morgan. Strike called, and that's a good thing for Nixa, a first pitch strike.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a situation where the Sportsman hitters are doing what you would usually do if you're behind, you're taking a pitch.
Strike 2 is called.
And if you're Mal Henry, knowing that, you just throw it. And
Yeah.
then now you kind of get into the at-bat with a 2-strike count.
And a pop-up that'll play behind second base and caught for the second out.
And again, they don't throw it around the horn directly back to the pitcher. Gentlemen, I show right at the 5-minute mark on my watch, which isn't official, but it's pretty close.
It could get Nixa there if they can get a quick third out. Any base runner for Nixa, for Forsgren, could spell the end of the time limit. 1 ball now to Chance Broussard. 1-0. Henry brings it home, and that is stroked to the shortstop. Mal Henry, or the shortstop, up and throwing, and Henry gets the quick 1-2-3 inning, and Nixa's going to have a shot in the 7th.
Oh, my goodness, everybody. Are you kidding me? That was a strong throw, and credit Nixa for knowing how to play that. They didn't throw the ball around the horn. They told Mal Henry throw strikes, and he did that. We go into the 7th inning, an 8-6 lead for the Sportsman. We also want to remind everybody that the 50th anniversary of this holiday tournament is streamed by Redline Media Alliance, and we've had a great relationship with these fine folks here. They're bringing you the pictures and audio of this, showing you the split screen, some of the fans that we have here today and we appreciate everything they've done for us. The winner of this one will take on Willard. They will have a very quality opponent in our championship game later today. Before that, we'll have the JV championship game between Kickapoo and Pomme de Terre for you. But we have to find a winner here. We have 1 inning to go. The Sportsmen need 3 out. Nixa has a chance. They need 2 to extend the game, 3 to take the lead.
And so it's come to this in semifinal game number 2 with the JV championship up next. Rain has stopped here on the north side of Springfield, north of the Ozark Empire Fairgrounds. And just about set for 7th inning play we go. And Nixa's going to have their chance with, looks like Ethan Wright. Am I correct on that? Is up.
That's interesting because that's not where I have him on.
Something doesn't look right for me either. Whatever the case, Scott, I hope you can sort this out. On to the 7th.
Here we go. Here's a ground ball, and it's to third base, so it's going to be 1 pitch, 1 out. And I don't know if that had to do with the re-entry or something because that was the pitcher spot.
Yeah, he became the pitcher, but he was the catcher in the number 7 spot.
So I'm not sure, but it's a 5-3 putout. So regardless, we are now to Jason Curry in the order here. Curry has a base hit and is also hit by a pitch. So 1 out in the inning, 8-6. Nixa down to their final 2 outs here. Curry at the plate. Next pitch is over but low. So the key will be what will happen when that spot in the order comes up, which it will this inning if Nixa gets a rally going.
Yeah, if they get the rally.
And the 1-1 pitch is popped foul out of play. It's now 1-2. But, yeah, that was Landon Richards' spot there. And Richards was still in the game, so I don't know if there was a mix-up. Or, for all I know, it could be a change of jersey, but it certainly looked like Wright was up there. Here's the foul out of play, and it stays 1-2. Luke Kalovich is on deck. And then you've got the spot that Rylan Franks was in, but there's been a pinch hitter in that spot as well. But Nixa first has got to get there. And the next pitch is low. And the thing about that is that Richards really has been Nixa's best hitter today. He has had the double in the first, had a hard out in the third, then had a sacrifice fly in the 5th. Ground ball in front of the plate. Catcher comes out. This is Rollins, and he fires it high, but he blocks the bag coming down, and that prevents Curry from getting there, and he steps on it for the 2nd out of the inning.
Well, big break there for Forsgren as they get that out number 2 and 1 to go to the finals now for the Fort Smith team.
And it's Luke Kalovich, and Franks is on deck, so Kalovich is the last opportunity for Nixa to get back in this. 2 down in the inning. Pitch in there for strike 1. Kalovich today is 0 for 2. He was hit by a pitch. He's grounded out twice. Oh, 1 pitch. That one is low and inside, and the count now squares at 1-1. And actually, we just are about to hit. In fact, we just hit the 2-hour mark in the ball game right here.
That'd be with the warm-up pitches included.
Exactly. Next pitch is in there at the knees for a strike, and Nixa down to their final strike. The Forsgren Sportsman out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. 1 strike away from a rematch against Willard in a game that was a terrific one here yesterday. The next pitch misses, and it's 2-2. That was an 8-6 game yesterday, those two played, that the Sportsman held on to win after Willard had a furious rally in the last inning.
Maybe 8-6 here.
2-2. Fouled back, and the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. So with Willard beating Kickapoo earlier, whoever wins this game, it will be a matchup of the 2 remaining undefeated teams in this tournament. 2-2 pitch again. Fly ball, right side. This one is curling foul and will be caught by the right fielder to end the game. Wow, what a play by Colton Payton. as he ends up, actually that may be Nuwatney out there. They made some adjustments.
Yep.
It was Nuwatney out there. He slides in and makes the catch on the fence to end the game. And it's the Fort Smith Forsgren, the Sportsman, that'll move on to the championship game as they hold on for an 8-6 win over Nixa, and they will play later today against Willard, a rematch of the game here yesterday in pool play, and those two teams will play for the title later on.
For Forsgren, 8 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 4 left. For Nixa, 6 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors, 5 left. Colton Payton gets the win in relief. Ethan Wright takes the loss in a game played in an hour, 58 minutes of game time. So it will be Forsgren and Willard to play for the varsity championship at the holiday tournament following the junior varsity championship that will start at around 2:35 to 2:40. And that's when we'll be back with you for that game here where you are at sababaseball.org and on the YouTube and Facebook pages and channels of Redline Media Alliance.
Don, this was a fun one. We've had 2 great semifinals. It was a 5-4 win for Willard over Kickapoo. It's an 8-6 win for the Forsgren Sportsman over Nixa. So our championship game is set. We've got the JV championship coming up. So for Matt Coatney, Don West, Scott McCauley, we'll talk to you again here in just a little bit from Hillcrest High School as we continue with coverage of the 50th Annual Springfield Holiday Baseball Tournament.
Did that umbrella work out for you? Good. You bet.
Well,
This is Pond Terror. Kickapoo's working on it for me. They said they have 11, and that's all they got. This is the roster.
Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. Huge shout out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the Scoreboard Guy, for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the Scoreboard Guy on Twitter, be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the Scoreboard Guy, Missouri Sports Network. We thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th Annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. A sporting good chain that buys, sells, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and secondhand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri for sponsoring the 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 417-886-4224, Scrambler's Diner will be glad to have you. Scrambler's Diner, Springfield, Missouri. Huge shout out to Digital Reminiscence out of Corning, Arkansas for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. They're the official film editor of this tournament, so whether it's game DVDs or maybe highlight reels of any player that we live streamed in this tournament, get a hold of them at 870-323-9899. 9051. Find them on Facebook. Give them a like. Big town quality at small town prices. Digital Reminiscence. Andy Earls here with Redline Media Alliance out of Corning, Arkansas. Hey, we just want to say that we are honored to be the official live streaming partner of this 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. We hope you enjoy live production, and we look forward to doing many years of live streaming this baseball tournament, this fantastic tournament. Redline Media Alliance, Corning, Arkansas. Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle, brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find, or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. Huge shout-out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the Scoreboard Guy, for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the Scoreboard Guy on Twitter. Be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the Scoreboard Guy, Missouri Sports Network. We thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. A sporting good chain that buys, sells, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and secondhand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri for sponsoring the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 417-886-4224, Scrambler's Diner will be glad to have you. Scrambler's Diner, Springfield, Missouri. Huge shout out to Digital Reminiscence out of Corning, Arkansas for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. They're the official film editor of this tournament, so whether it's game DVDs or maybe highlight reels of any player that we live streamed in this tournament, get a hold of them at 870-323-9051. Find them on Facebook, give them a like. Big town quality at small town prices. Digital Reminiscence. Andy Earls here with Redline Media Alliance out of Corning, Arkansas. Hey, we just want to say that we are honored to be the official live streaming partner of this 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. We hope you enjoy live production, and we look forward to doing many years of live streaming this baseball tournament, this fantastic tournament. Redline Media Alliance, Corning, Arkansas. Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle, brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. Huge shout out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the Scoreboard Guy, for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the Scoreboard Guy on Twitter, be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the Scoreboard Guy, Missouri Sports Network. We thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri, for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. A sporting good chain that buys, sells, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and secondhand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri, for sponsoring the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 417-886-4224, Scrambler's Diner will be glad to have you. Scrambler's Diner, Springfield, Missouri. Huge shout out to Digital Reminiscence out of Corning, Arkansas, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. They're the official film editor of this tournament, so whether it's game DVDs or maybe highlight reels of any player that we live streamed in this tournament, get a hold of them at 870-323-9051. Find them on Facebook, give them a like. Big town quality at small town prices. Digital Reminiscence. Andy Earls here with Redline Media Alliance out of Corning, Arkansas. Hey, we just want to say that we are honored to be the official live streaming partner of this 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. We hope you enjoy live production, and we look forward to doing many years of live streaming this baseball tournament, this fantastic tournament. Redline Media Alliance, Corning, Arkansas. Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle, brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. Huge shout out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the Scoreboard Guy, for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the Scoreboard Guy on Twitter, be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the Scoreboard Guy, Missouri Sports Network. We thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri, for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th Annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. A sporting good chain that buys, sells, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and secondhand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri, for sponsoring the 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 417-886-4224, Scrambler's Diner will be glad to have you. Scrambler's Diner, Springfield, Missouri. Huge shout out to Digital Reminiscence out of Corning, Arkansas, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. They're the official film editor of this tournament, so whether it's game DVDs or maybe highlight reels of any player that we live streamed in this tournament, get a hold of them at 870-323-9051. Find them on Facebook, give them a like. Big town quality at small town prices. Digital Reminiscence. Andy Earls here with Redline Media Alliance out of Corning, Arkansas. Hey, we just want to say that we are honored to be the official live streaming partner of this 50th Annual SABA Holiday Tournament. We hope you enjoy live production, and we look forward to doing many years of live streaming this baseball tournament, this fantastic tournament. Redline Media Alliance, Corning, Arkansas.
And a very pleasant afternoon to you again, and welcome in to Dick Birmingham Field at Hillcrest High School, the 50th annual holiday tournament, and we are absolutely delighted to bring you the Junior Varsity Championship. This is Matt Coatney, my broadcast partners, as they've been all day, Scott McCauley, and down at the end, Don West. And this is our first chance to see any of the Junior Varsity action, and it should be a good one between Kickapoo and Pomme de Terre. Kickapoo undefeated, taking on a Pomme de Terre team, gentlemen, that draws from the Lakes area and towns that you and I are very familiar with, such as Wheatland and Humansville, Skyline, Buffalo, and Warsaw. So I'm always excited to see new teams. And, Scott, we should have a good one here today.
I think so, and this is really a nice reward that these kids are getting a chance to play on the varsity day, kind of a reward for getting through the JV tournament and some experience that they can get, and looking forward to seeing some of these younger players go at it.
Don, you and I have seen a lot of varsity pool play. This is our first chance to see the JV. We were impressed with the Kickapoo 17 and under group that we saw in Pool 1. So our first chance to see some of the Kickapoo folks, and they will come out here and try and get a championship for team here in Springfield.
They are just a good program, top to bottom at all levels, and always are. And they take on a Pomme de Terre team that draws from some schools that had some good high school seasons this year, in particular Skyline. So we look for a good championship in the JV today.
And stay with us. We'll have the championship of the varsity coming up as our final broadcast of this tournament. That will be Willard, who won the first semifinal today by beating the Kickapoo varsity team against Forsgren Sportsman, who just defeated Nixa a few moments ago, 8-6. So that's a little bit of a flavor of what we have today. Let's take a look at the lineups. Kickapoo will be the visiting team, and Pomme de Terre will be the home team. Kickapoo's lineup looks like this. The leadoff hitter is the center fielder, Jackson Hauser. Batting second and playing second base will be Nate Owen. Ryland Smith is the shortstop. He will bat third. Jalen Brandon is the third baseman. He's the cleanup hitter. He'll head fourth. The fifth place hitter is Peyton Wolf. He will pitch today for Kickapoo. Zach Light, the first baseman, hits sixth. Chase Hamey, the left fielder, bats seventh. Sam Llewellyn, the catcher, will hit eighth. Bo Rice is batting ninth, the extra hitter, and Silas McKee is the right fielder and will hit 10th. The starting pitcher for Pomme de Terre is a right-hander, Cole Potter, and not only is he the starting pitcher, he's their cleanup hitter. We'll go through the Pomme de Terre batting order quickly. They'll have Jonathan Rollhouse catching and leading off. Easton Skinner is the shortstop. He bats second. Davin Sawyer hits third. He's the second baseman. I told you about Cole Potter, the cleanup hitter. He's the pitcher. Cameron Crow. We'll try to avoid any movie references today. When Cameron Crow comes up, he's the first baseman. Batting sixth is Trent Panan, the center fielder. Nick Bagley is the extra hitter. He bats seventh. Cade White is the third baseman. Tucker Allers is the right fielder, and Clayton Groniger will hit 11th. And the head coach for Pomme de Terre is Kurt Skinner, who played for Bolivar in this tournament from 1994 through 1997. Jason Sweet, the head coach for the gold-attired Kickapoo program. And we've got a good umpiring crew here today. Brian Wittig is our home plate umpire, with Bo Campbell at first base and my dear friend Mike Hunter down at third base. Weather is going to be a factor. The wind has kicked up as we have been giving you the starting lineups, and we have weather coming in. Gentlemen, I know you've been looking at it. One of you have a weather update or kind of an idea of what we think we're going to have on rain
that
here?
one to Don here.
Yeah, well, it's coming across here now. It may rain lightly for another 20 or 30 minutes, and then after that, we may have it whooped for the day. I'm not sure, but maybe.
Played through a lot of rain in the last game, but we had no thunder or lightning, which was the key, and the rain was not hard enough. So far, no delays in getting the games on. So we're ready to get this JV championship underway, Mr. Coatney.
All right, Scott, thank you very much. The leadoff hitter is a left-handed bat. That's Jackson Hauser. And the first pitch on the way from Cole Potter is bunted down the third baseline. That's a mess of trouble. Not even a throw, and a leadoff bunt. Single by Jackson Hauser. And what we have noted during this tournament, gentlemen, is bunts will die on this turf, and that one did right there.
Yeah, and what that has become a key spot. We've seen that in the games. I've had a chance to see games here for 2 days, and we have had probably a dozen either bunts or soft liners down the baseline that have ended up staying fair for base hits.
Nate Owen pops this one in foul territory down the first base line, and running with his back to the play and making a good over-the-shoulder catch is Cameron Crowe. Pretty risky business there as he made that catch, and there's one out. Okay, I broke my own rule. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry right there. Here's Ryland Smith, the shortstop. He is the third-place hitter for Kickapoo as they look to win a JV championship, and that one is a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. We greet you from Hillcrest High School out in northwest Springfield, Missouri. This is Dick Birmingham Field. The name Dick Birmingham should be known to just about anybody who has been a fan of Southwest Missouri baseball for many years. Swing and a miss, 1 ball and 1 strike. After Ryland Smith, it will be Jalen Brandon, the third baseman. Cole Potter toes the rubber for Pomme de Terre. The windup in the pitch. That pitch is high, and the count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike.
So Pomme de Terre won't fit on our graphic up here in the corner, so we're going with the nickname of the lake up there north of Bolivar. It's Pommy. If you're going to Pomme de Terre, you tell your friends you're going to Pommy.
Here's a ground ball down the third base line. That will be a foul ball. We'll bring everybody back. Diving in there was Cade White as a gust of wind comes up. And whenever we think about gust of winds out here, we think that Don West and I were fortunate not to be here yesterday, but Scott McCauley was not so fortunate.
No, we had a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust that came through here, and Tom Mast and I had to anchor ourselves down to the ground so it didn't blow away.
Ryland Smith, the batter. The runner is going. It's a hit and run. This is a base hit to left field. The runner will hold up at second base, and runners at first and second early on for Kickapoo on a base hit by Ryland Smith. Picked it out and into the wind. He was able to get that one through. So runners at first and second, and here's the cleanup hitter, Jalen Brandon. So something shaking already early on in this Junior Varsity Championship, the 50th Springfield Holiday Tournament. A lot more coming for you today. Here's a drive, hit deep to left field. The left fielder going back over his head. It goes all the way to the fence. This will score 1 run. The second run coming around. The cutoff throw not handled, and it is 2-0 Kickapoo on a loud, long double by the cleanup hitter, Jalen Brandon. He turned on that pitch, and I really thought that had a chance. It rolled all the way to the fence for a 2-run double, and already Kickapoo with a 2-0 lead with only 1 out and a runner in scoring position for Peyton Wolf, who is the pitcher today, and he'll come up and hit 5th.
Man, I got to tell you, I had a chance to see here games yesterday. There's not been hardly any ball hit harder than the one we just saw. That one was smoked to left field, and on a day that's normal wind, that probably would have had a chance.
This was a breaking pitch that hit the shoulder blades of Peyton Wolf, and he goes down to first. Not necessarily a terrible thing because this makes the double play in order, and so already we will have a conversation out at the pitcher's rubber by the Muskies of Pomme de Terre.
Well, and I think this is a good move just to kind of keep everyone settled down. I mean, this is kind of one of the unique matchups you get to see in this tournament is you've got a team that's a primarily rural team that's got a lot of area schools taking on the Springfield Kickapoo Chiefs. I mean, that's the biggest school in Springfield. So you look at that situation and say, hey, just calm down. Let's just play baseball. Let's don't get overwhelmed by the situation now. There's still a lot of baseball to be played.
Here's the first baseman, Zach Light. He's the 6th place hitter. He bats with runners on first and second. And the pitch is low for a ball. Major League Baseball score update. Gregory Polanco hits a solo home run in the top of the 5th inning. Pittsburgh extends their lead over the St. Louis Cardinals to 6-0. Yikes. Here's the next pitch, high, and it's 2 balls and no strikes on Zach Light. Chase Hamey waits on deck. So Pomme de Terre trying to get out of this one. Kickapoo with 2 runners on, 2 runs in already in the top of the first. A check of the runners. Turns his back, and the pitch is low. That's 3 balls and no strikes.
I love that Muskie's nickname. If you've ever fished Pomme de Terre, you know that they are in there. I've probably fished Pommy a dozen times or so, and one time I had a about a 15-pound muskie chasing my crankbait as I was about to pull it into the boat. I didn't catch it, but I'll never forget that moment.
Let me just ask you a question as the count goes to 3-1. Don West, in all your years on TV, how have you never had, the American Sportsman, the Kirk Gowdy, how have you not had the Ozark Sportsman with Don West?
I wanted to do a sports line show from the lake one time, but didn't.
Potential double play ball goes 3-6 and back to first, safe at first. First baseman got back there. The lead runner, Brandon, goes to third on the fielder's choice. Peyton Wolf is forced 3-6, and Zach Light reaches. So 2 outs now, but a runner at third. 2-0 Kickapoo in the lead over Pomme de Terre. The scoreboard has 4 letters up there. They have elected to go with PT. Now, don't you think you might have went with PDT or POM? What
Sure.
would you guys have done if you had 4 letters to go with?
POMM.
Yeah, POMM. Maybe here's a pitch that's high, and
That
I don't
makes sense.
want the scoreboard operator to come down here and jump ugly on me. But I'm just looking at it, going, you might have had something more to do than PT up there. Jay Sammy at the plate. He bats with runners at first and third. And the windup in the pitch home. This is skewed towards shortstop, and making the catch there is Easton Skinner, and will retire Kickapoo, but they do damage in the first inning as they get 2 runs on 3 hits. 2 runners were left. We go to the bottom of the first inning in the Junior Varsity Championship. Kickapoo 2. The Muskies coming to the plate.
I would have thought it would have been raining by now, gentlemen, but it's not yet.
And we love that. We absolutely love that.
We'll take it, that's for sure.
Hey, I do want to remind folks that one of the organizations that make this coverage possible are friends at Play It Again Sports, located at 1300 East Battlefield. Sports equipment, clothing needs. They've got that superstore out on Battlefield. Go check it out at Play It Again Sports. And also want to thank the Scoreboard Guy. You can follow the scores on his Twitter account at Scoreboard Guy. And I don't know if we shared this. I know we shared this maybe on one of our other games, but Guy Newcomb is the Scoreboard Guy, and I guess he was with you guys at Republic on Friday.
Yes.
For a little bit, and he had a good sense of humor. He came out here. Tom Mast and I were out here yesterday, and of course we had all the rain here. So Guy shows up with some goggles and a snorkel for Tom and I because of all the rain. Of course, he made us share it. We only had one.
Yeah.
But Guy was doing was doing nice with that. But Guy has been doing that work for a long time. It was good to be able to catch up with him and a lot of other people this week during the tournament.
Speaking of the Scoreboard Guy, Guy Newcomb, the head coach for the Muskies is Kurt Skinner, who told me he played in this tournament, the varsity end, for post 637 of Bolivar from 1994 to 1997 as coach, Guy Newcomb.
Guy has been a coach and an athletic director in some school districts and played in this tournament back in the 1980s and has done just a little bit of everything in the holiday tournament.
Yeah,
I did not know he had coached at Bolivar, though.
I didn't either. I didn't
not know
remember
that.
Well, you guys were over here, messing around, ending a great, semifinal game. I was over getting that information for this one. It was very interesting. So taking the warm-up pitches for Kickapoo is Peyton Wolf. He's a right-hander, and he has been staked to a 2-0 lead. We've got a good crowd here for the Junior Varsity Championship. Now stick around. In between this game and the championship game, we're going to have a special ceremony to honor many people who have been very important to this tournament for 50 years. Scott, you're going to be on the PA mic upstairs to announce that. That's a big honor for you, I know, and no one is more associated with this tournament than people named Macaulay. So that's a big honor for you, I know.
It is, and my dad, of course, was a part of this tournament for many years, and he didn't start it, and he retired a few years ago, but he certainly left his mark on the tournament, as did a lot of people that we're going to get to honor between the end of this game and the start of our varsity championship game.
Jonathan Rollhouse leads it off for the Muskies, a big swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch, and it's no balls and 1 strike. The outfield from left to right for Kickapoo is Chase Hamey, Jackson Hauser, and Silas McKee. The infield third to first, Jalen Brandon, Ryland Smith, Nate Owen, and Zach Light. The catcher is Sam Llewellyn and Peyton Wolf's 0-1 pitch bounces in there, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. I would tell you which way the flag is blowing, but we don't have one here. But I could tell you from the wind coming onto my face that it is blowing out of the south. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Kickapoo with a 2-0 lead. This is the Junior Varsity Championship of the 50th Annual Holiday Tournament. Big leg kick brings it home. This one bounces in front of the plate. Would have been a strike if the plate was 57 feet away, but it's not.
We are at 79 degrees as we start the JV championship with a southwest wind shifting around to the south at about 10 right now. It could kick up a little higher.
Here's the 2-1 pitch on its way home. Fastball for a strike. Evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kickapoo has had a great history in baseball, going all the way back to people like Neil Pittman and Terry Snyder. Terry Snyder on the summer ball side, Neil Pittman on the high school side back when I was a prepster back in the 1980s. Here's a curveball hit a mile high, should stay in play, but in foul territory. The catcher looks up in the raindrops now, and Sam Llewellyn makes the catch. I say raindrops because I felt about 3, and we had anticipated rain right at the top of the hour.
See a little bit on the tables now.
So get the Don West towel bag ready to go again.
Yep.
Easton Skinner steps to the plate. He's the shortstop, the second place hitter for the Muskies, adorned in the very attractive gray uniforms here today. Wind up in the pitch, bounces up on the screen, took a big high hop there.
You know, you were talking about the Kickapoo history, and this just popped into my head, and Don, maybe you'll know this too, but I believe that, and this was when Terry Snyder coached the Legion team in the summer at that time, they had 2 freshman teams. One was the gold and one was the brown.
Yes.
And I believe the head coaches of those teams, if I remember the story right, one of them was John Hartley and the other was Dave Davis.
That's right.
Am I right on that?
Yeah, Brian Hagler also came in at some point in there to coach one of the freshman team.
Yeah.
2 balls and no strikes. Dave Davis, very synonymous with Hillcrest, where we are here today. And the rain is falling here at Hillcrest. The swing and a miss, and the count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike.
And Hillcrest has a little bit less of a history in this holiday tournament because, for the most part, they used to go to the Glenn Winget tournament at Bartlesville, Oklahoma, and they were one of the only teams that had ever competed in all of those tournaments at one time in their history. I don't know if they still are, but they are synonymous with the Winget tournament at Bartlesville.
Well, I know, and I think they were, and I don't know the answer to this. Now, there were a few years in there where the tournament calendar worked out right. They could play in both. That didn't happen often, but it did happen some where they could be in both tournaments. The Glenn Widget is still going in Bartlesville. I had a chance to work actually with the Bartlesville Legion team a couple of summers ago when they came to Branson, and they hired me to do a couple of their games, and I caught up with some of them, and that tournament is still going strong. I mean, that tournament dates back like to the 40s and 50s.
Actually, we figured this out, Mike Keltner and I, when we did the interviews leading up to this tournament that you found on the SABA website. About 1961 is when
they started,
when the Bartlesville tournament started. So it's only about 10 or 11 years older than the holiday tournament. And the holiday was started with Mike Keltner as kind of an answer to what could we do here in Springfield that Bartlesville's doing down there.
Peyton Wolf walked Easton Skinner, and now Davin Sawyer, the second baseman, at the plate. He's the third place hitter, and they are keeping Easton Skinner close at first base with pickoff throws. The weather has taken a turn here, but the good news is, if there is good news, that we don't anticipate this to interrupt play nor last an extended period of time. Here's a pitch in the turf. A throw down to first base. Back in time is the runner at first, Easton Skinner. Matt Coatney, Scott McCauley, Don West with you, live from Hillcrest High School. Well, I say live if you're watching it on archive. Not live right now. 1 ball and no strikes to count. We're in the bottom of the first of the JV championship.
Live on June 27th at 2:57 p.m.
Very nice.
Or like I like to say, live when we did it.
Here's a pitch for a strike. Stolen base attempt and out at second base. Play goes 2-4 as Sam Llewellyn threw one down there, and a superior tag by Nate Owen to throw out Easton Skinner 2-4, and the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. So Pomme de Terre loses their first runner. It was Easton Skinner who reached on a walk. Davin Sawyer at the plate right now. Here's the windup and the pitch. That's a strike at the knees, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The rain is coming from the southwest, which if our canopy was pointed at the southwest would be fine, but our canopy is pointed straight up in the air. Here's a fly ball. Hit to right field. Silas McKee circles under it and makes the catch, and the side is retired. 3 up, 3 down. There was a walk. 1 runner was caught stealing. Nobody left. And after 1 inning of play in the JV championship, Kickapoo leads it over the Muskies 2-0.
Man, I got a question for you.
Yes, Scott.
Do you know, I know you're in Lincoln, Nebraska now.
Well, right now I'm in Springfield, Missouri,
I mean,
but most of the
living
time
in Lincoln,
I'm in
Nebraska.
Lincoln. Yes, sir. Yes.
Well,
He
what
thought
I-
he was in Lincoln.
Yeah, I know you've thought you've been in Lincoln, but where you've talked about this. Do you have a breakfast recommendation in Springfield?
Oh, in Springfield, Missouri. My kitchen, you get some Kellogg's Corn Flakes and get some day-old bread in the toaster, and
I
you're
think
back.
a little bit up, a little bit more above that.
And, well, if I'm really hungry, I make the 6-hour drive down to Springfield because there's not as good a breakfast place as there is at Scramblers in Springfield.
Now they've got a 4-egg omelet, I heard,
Yeah.
which I hear is very good. And again, since I'm in the Branson area, I've not had a chance to taste it, but I am going to get there one of these days. And to me, it's a challenge. A 4-egg omelet, that sounds delicious. So I got to give it the McCauley test. So I will do that. But they've got other items there too, right?
They have got the best raisin toast I've ever had. I like
Raisin
the
toast.
Scramblers platter. The orange juice is great, and one of the ways I judge breakfast is how good is the coffee. 8 years in this man's Navy, and I can tell you that coffee is a breakfast food if it's made correctly.
Yeah, you can see us right now on the camera. You can see the umbrellas behind us. I've got the cap on. Don's behind us.
I'm
protecting-
hiding.
He's using us to protect himself from the rain. So that's the situation here. But the key is we're still playing baseball.
We love baseball, absolutely love baseball, and as I said, I was singing a Neil Sedaka song. One of my favorite songs from the 70s was Laughter in the Rain, and that's very apropos right now. We will start in the second inning, playing on an all-turf infield, so while the rain might be uncomfortable, it doesn't make it unplayable. Sam Llewellyn will lead off, the eighth-hole hitter for Kickapoo. They lead it 2-0. And, gentlemen, if this were an all-grass field, we may not be playing right now.
Probably wouldn't be playing right now, to be honest with you.
Here's a pitch called a strike.
Especially in the situation, Matt, where we've had a lot of rain the last few days. I mean, if this was been the first rain in a few days, we'd probably be okay for a while. But with this being a turf infield, we're still good to go.
Here's a base hit up the middle to lead off the second inning for Llewellyn. And we'll see what Kickapoo could do now as Llewellyn is on first base. We'll get a courtesy runner, and since the rosters are limited, the courtesy runner here is Chase Hamey, who is the hitter who is due up last in this inning. So the courtesy runner at first is Chase Hamey. Bo Rice comes to the plate. He's the extra hitter. He bats near the bottom of the order in the ninth position. Kickapoo with a 2-0 lead, and they are threatening already in the top of the second in the JV championship. The pitch is low for a ball, 1-0.
That was actually something we went over in the coaches meeting on a Zoom call early in the week to get this tournament started, is can you bring in a courtesy runner if he's already in the game if you don't have enough players to have a courtesy runner otherwise?
And it's a speed-up rule, and as they brought up, the other coach has to agree, but they said most coaches are very agreeable to this because they're usually in the same situation you are. I love it.
Well, and the fact is you're trying to get games in. It's a matter of speed. It's not a matter of –
If you're going to have a time limit, you're going to have that runner going. Here's a bouncer foul down the third baseline.
It's not a competitive advantage. It's simply a tool to get a tournament in.
I mean, if the catchers have to get their gear on, you could make the case that sometimes catchers aren't as fleet of foot. Bottom line there is every catcher I've seen in this tournament is one of the better athletes in this tournament, and I mean just about every team. So it's a speed-up rule, and I think it's a good one. Throw to first will keep the runner back. I get somewhat disoriented by trying to judge the lead of the runner based on these cutouts for the fake dirt that you see over there because they are nowhere near what you would see on a grass. This one goes flying by, misses everything except the backstop, and running up on the wild pitch will be the courtesy runner, Hamey.
Yeah, he just whiffed on that one, didn't he, Matt? Literally whiffed on it.
That thing went flying by everybody. It was like a three-pointer from the corner that went 17 feet and missed everything except the floor.
Not a you betcha then.
No, not that was a oh no ya. Here is swing and a miss, 2 balls and 2 strikes. My 3-point call I stole from Don West, and I acknowledge it every time someone asks me about it. I love that you and I share in the glory of it. It's certainly associated with me, but you were the genesis of it, my friend. Here's one bounced in, 3 balls and 2 strikes. But nothing I love more than in the state of Nebraska than walking through a grocery store and somebody yelling, "You betcha," from the frozen food aisle at me. It's one of the great things that I've gotten from you that I'm known for in my broadcast career is a swing and a miss and a strikeout of Bo Rice. Cole Potter has his first strikeout of the game. And in the words of George Harrison, here comes the sun.
Da, 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 da.
2-0. There's going to be all kinds of high school athletes wondering what all these references the old men have been talking about here today. Neil Sedaka and George Harrison, give me a break.
Here's the thing, man. Some of these guys, we're going to have them as their grandparents.
That's exactly right. I don't think I'm going to roll out any Cole Porter references here today, Mitch Miller or Perry Como, but you never know. Stick around. 2-0 Kickapoo, 0-1 the count.
That goes with the weather, too, man. Look, without the sun's back out.
Silas McKee at the plate. He now is behind 0-2 as he fouls that one back. Am I safe to get a towel to wipe this down yet or not? It
Not
still
quite.
looks like it's raining out there.
It is.
I appreciate you guys giving me the honor of doing the first 2 innings here. Well, I had to take my scorecard and hide it. I think Don West had the right idea. He went behind us. That is a swinging strikeout, and the catcher shows it to the umpire to show he didn't drop it. Second consecutive strikeout for Cole Potter, who has set down 3 of the last 4. Back to the top of the order, Jackson Hauser, who singled on one of the best bunts we've seen in this tournament and scored the first run of this game. Kickapoo leading it 2-0 over Pomme de Terre in the Junior Varsity Championship. Pitch high for a ball. Now we have the strange situation of a bright sunny day and a rain shower going on at the same time. In other words, welcome to Springfield, Missouri in June.
Get ready for the rainbow somewhere.
Kermit the Frog agrees with you. Here's the windup and the pitch. The rainbow connection did not occur, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
It looks like just light rain for a few more minutes, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm going for a towel right here then. So wind up the pitch. That pitch is high. 2 balls and 1 strike, 2 outs. This is the Junior Varsity Championship. My name is Matt Coatney. If you remember me doing games in Southwest Missouri, then you are older than most people because it's been a while since I have done games down here. Here's a pitch. That's high for a ball, 3 balls and 1 strike. I left town for the second time in 1995. I went in the Navy in the mid-1980s, so the bulk of my broadcast career was prior to that time. So you probably are near retirement if you remember me doing games here, but if you do, I appreciate it. Full count now, 3 balls and 2 strikes. The good news is the gentlemen that I'm working with do remember me. Whether that's a good or bad thing, I don't know, but that means that they certainly are not going to have to go to the hospital for losing their memories.
Well, as Hauser walks here, here's the other thing, man. I'm not sure you realize what you've just set yourself up for, but if you'll remember, Matt Coatney was the one that got Don West started,
Yep.
and Don West was the person who got me my first opportunity. So you may just have to take the blame for both of us, Mr. Coatney.
I blame is the word right here. Foul ball back by Nato, and runner at second is
You're
Sam
getting a text
Llewellyn.
now. What's Coatney's address? I said we'll get that to you
Jackson Hauser
later.
at first
here.
base. I'll tell you the impact you two have had on my life is substantial, and I mean that in the strongest, best terms possible. Not two better people to know in your life than Scott McCauley and Don West. That one spoke foul. Good effort over there by Cameron Crowe. He laid out like Maverick coming off the catapult. Couldn't get there.
You could tell he was trying for that one.
Yeah,
he was reaching. He was reaching on that one.
And it's a JV. That's a JV comment right there. Here's a windup in the pitch. This one is lined towards short, and making a nice catch on that is Easton Skinner. And Kickapoo not able to score, but they still lead it 2-0, and no runs on a hit. There were 2 left. Kickapoo was stranded 4 through an inning and a half, and they lead Pomme de Terre 2-0.
Well, we better take the towel off of what we're supposed to tell folks about here. We'd like to thank SFC.
Wait a minute. You guys have stuff to read? I've just been making this up this whole time. Please, go ahead. I'll be interested to see this. This is going to be great TV with your head down reading this. Look at this. This is great TV right here, folks.
First Community Bank. 2006 South Glenstone, a longtime supporter of the Springfield Holiday Tournament. And thank you to the Missouri Sports Network, headed up by Guy Newcomb, for their coverage of the Holiday Tournament as well. Watch for the Missouri Sports Network bringing you local sports coverage going forward beginning right around July 1.
So if we do this tournament again next year, I'm going to ask the good folks at Red Line Media Alliance to give us a teleprompter right up here, because you folks at home are getting to see how the donuts are made most of the time. You know, with the Husker Sports Network, we have, a lot of what we call live reads, where you have copy and you read that, but that's radio. And so you don't actually get to see me reading that. If everybody got to see me read everything I had to on the Husker Sports Network, it'd be riveting TV. So we would need a teleprompter here. Don't you think that would be pretty cool if we had a teleprompter?
And by Irish Spring, which has kept the flies away today.
That is something that Guy Newcomb, we brought this up earlier, said that keeps flies away, and it hasn't kept the ticks away. I had to get rid of one of those here a little bit earlier. But not surprisingly, with the jungle just over the city line behind right field here, you wouldn't know. Cole Potter will lead it off. Bottom of the second for the Pomme de Terre Muskies. It'll be Potter, Crow, and Panan to face Peyton Wolf, who kicks and fires down low for a ball. Gentlemen, one of the first baseball games I ever did was a Kickapoo junior varsity game that no one ever heard into a tape recorder. When I was practicing, when I thought broadcasting might be something I might want to do, and pitches a strike at the new Kickapoo baseball field in about 1981, I want to say, sitting in the bleachers, and now I'm still doing the Kickapoo junior varsity. So I really haven't come too far in about 40-some-odd years, have I?
Well, you took the long way around. Took the long way around Nebraska. You done a few women's games up there, here and there, but you're back home now.
Yeah, absolutely. Cole Potter has a count of 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's a kick and the pitch. This is skied in the air down the right field line. Going to be way out of play. That goes down the road. Kind of reminds me of that ball and tin cup where Kevin Costner and Don Johnson got into the bet of who could hit the ball the farthest. And Don Johnson decided that he could hit it farther, and he teed it up and hit it on the road, and it went rolling about 500 yards down there. That's about where that ball ended up. If you find that ball, you like digging through the woods. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kickapoo ahead 2-0. Cole Potter checks his swing, fouls it off the – now that sounded hard. That sounded like concrete back there.
Well, look where the ball ended up. It ended up at third base after he fouled it off.
The radar gun had the ball rolling towards third base at 71 miles per hour.
Don Johnson, by the way, can still be found once in a while dropping in at a bank in Aurora.
What?
Because he has roots in the Cape Fear area. And his parents, I guess if they're still living, still live down there.
Here's a strikeout swinging, but apparently it hit the turf, so this is a strikeout that goes 2-3 as Sam Llewellyn throws it to Zach Light. Cameron Crowe comes to the plate. So my Don Johnson story is the years I spent in the Persian Gulf of the United States Navy. When you get time, as Cameron Crowe steps in, to go out in town, there's 2 things that most young sailors are influenced to buy. Fake Rolex watches on the street. And the other one are in the Philippines. They used to mass produce black market U.S. music that they would put on cassette tape, and they would have the most bizarre combinations on side A and side B. And I think still somewhere in a storage unit, I have the best of Cheryl Ladd and Lionel Richie, and I have the best of Don Johnson and The Clash. Okay? Don Johnson had 1 top 40 hit, I think.
Heartbeat.
Yeah, Heartbeat. But that was enough to get him to have a black marketed tape from the Philippines sent to the Middle East for U.S. sailors to buy.
Well, and, my musical tastes are a little bit different, but trust me, when I do think The Clash, the first thing I think of is Don Johnson.
Absolutely.
At least I will now.
Count is 3-0 as right now Peyton Wolf in danger of losing Cameron Crowe. Trent Panan waits on deck. And I'm going to ask you, gentlemen, you Southwest Missouri sports experts, about the name Panan in just a second. The windup and the pitch, that's low for a ball. Second walk surrendered here by Peyton Wolf as Trent Panan comes up. And according to Coach Kurt Skinner, Trent Panan's father pitched at Hillcrest. And I've been gone for so long, I don't know if that name rings a bell with you guys. Is that the bonus question at the bottom?
I'm afraid so. I really got nothing.
I don't either.
I'm going to have to find me at Coatman1, COATMA1 on Twitter if you know about this person. Grounder to third, throw on to second for 1. Can they get 2? No. Sliding in awkwardly, but getting to first base is Panan with a fielder's choice. That throw went from Jalen Brandon to Nate Owen, but close at first base, but not close enough.
Good turn, get the lead man at second base. And that leaves a runner at first with 2 outs now, and the Muskies look to get out of this in the bottom of the second.
Nick Bagley, the hitter, in the 7th hole. He's the extra hitter. 2-0 Kickapoo, the junior varsity championship from the Hill. Dick Birmingham Field. All turf infield, all grass outfield. The pitch home is skied deep into the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. That one almost up to Henry County. That one's way back out there. That one's not only out of the city of Springfield, they're going to have to pay taxes in Polk County maybe.
Well, if the ball went far enough to the north, you might find it at Pomme de Terre eventually.
That's right.
Like right down there on the lake there.
Bolivar Landing.
There you go.
2-0, Kickapoo in the lead. JV Championship, 50th Annual Holiday Tournament. No balls and one strike. The hitter is Nick Bagley. The right-hander, Peyton Wolf, checks and throws. This is bounced towards second. Coming up with the ball and making the throw is Nate Owen, and that will retire the side. No runs, no hits. There was a walk, and one runner was left. That's the first runner that Pomme de Terre has left on there. Through 2 innings of play, it is 2-0 Kickapoo. Well, we have gotten, I think, we have gotten away from the weather to the point that I've taken some of the towels off of here. My thanks to Don West for that. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you've been throughout today, we know that you have not been watching us from A to Z, and that's fine. I hope that you've been watching the innings that I've done the play-by-play on and then switched over to the College World Series or the NBA Finals, and that's perfectly fine. You can catch Don West or Scott McCauley's play-by-play stylings on delay. They sound fine on delay, but, you know, I'm going to be turning this over here to somebody, but we haven't really talked about who gets it next. Well, I can't, you know, we usually go 1, 2, 3, but it's the JV, so I don't know if we
go right
move
here
things
to
around.
Mr. West.
So it's time for Don West to come on. So this is time for you to make a decision. If you like listening to me live, if you want to stay with Don West, that's perfectly fine. But you are going to listen to him. It just is a determination if it's going to be live or tape delayed. And then Scott McCauley will be coming through in the middle of this. And then they're ditching me at the end of this for the ceremony. And so if you certainly come back towards the end of this, you'll get a lot of Matt Coatney. But I appreciate you guys having me down here today because I'm getting a sunburn and wet at the same time. So,
yep,
Matt, what are friends for? What are friends for? That's what we do. That's what we're here for.
Perfect 4th of July tournament. This is the Junior Varsity Championship. I think it's great that we get to televise it and to tell you about the middle innings. This is one of my best friends in the world. Here's Don West.
Thank you, Matt. And it's Kickapoo coming up with the 3, 4, and 5 hitters against Cole Potter, the Muskies pitcher who allowed 2 runs on 3 hits in the first inning, and that's it so far for both sides. Ryland Smith leads it off for Kickapoo. And the rock and the pitch misses low, ball 1 with Brian Whittick calling the balls and strikes.
Speaking of rain delays, my niece Jenny, who lives in Bentonville, Arkansas, is in St. Louis for Cardinals and Pirates. They're in the middle of a rain delay.
Here's a drive out into center field for Trent Panon, and he camps under it and makes the catch.
Well, you know, one of the things we've talked about this tournament history is weather has been a factor, but it's weather wherever you are at, and this is a perfect situation today. There are a lot of areas in the Ozarks that are getting hammered by rain today. We have been on the edge of this and have not gotten the stronger storms that some of the other areas have gotten, and now we're on the good side of this, which really helps. And because we're not going to count anything before it happens, but I mean, we've got a decent chance of being in the clear skies here for or at least clear of the rain for a while, and can try to get this tournament finished off with this JV championship game, and then the varsity championship coming up later between the Forest Grin Sportsman of Fort Smith, Arkansas, and Willard.
Ball 2 now to Jalen Brandon, and a slow off-speed pitch drops low for ball 3, 3-0. Jalen Brandon drove in both of this game's runs in the first inning with a double to left center field. He takes outside for ball 4, and it's a 4-pitch walk with 1 out in the top of the 3rd.
I have to think that Jalen Brandon will be playing at a higher level very soon because that is an impressive-looking athlete, and we've seen him hit the ball, and we've seen him make good plays in the infield.
Peyton Wolf comes to the plate for Kickapoo. Wolf hit by a pitch back in the first. Brandon away from first base, and he stays put as the pitch misses for ball 1 to Peyton Wolf.
So, Don, am I correct that this is the first time you've ever done a Pomme de Terre broadcast? You keep a long list of this.
There's a strike. Never heard of a team named for Pomme de Terre.
So how does this go on your list? Do you have a separate entry for Kickapoo JV than you do for the varsity?
No.
Okay.
1 ball, 1 strike. It's all Kickapoo, and that's why from the beginning I did this. Ooh, throw to first and close.
Yeah.
But anything under the name Kickapoo, including their summer baseball, goes under the Kickapoo heading on the list.
Very good. All right.
But the Muskies are going to get their own entry.
Okay.
1 ball, 1 strike. Another move. And safe.
I tell you what, he's keeping him close there. That's a pretty good move by the pitcher there, trying to keep him close. As Potter knows that we're here in the 3rd inning, we know that we're in a situation where Kickapoo is trying to get that runner to second base and is doing a good job of keeping him close.
Chopper foul, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 and 2. Done a little over 440 Kickapoo broadcasts in 36 years.
Oh, my goodness.
About 12 or so, 13 a year on average. 1-2, runner going. Brown headed for second, and a fly ball out into center. Brown will keep an eye on it out there. Panon makes the catch, and he'll throw behind the runner back to first base, and it gets away, and there goes Brandon towards second base with a head-first slide. He is safe, and he'll be at second with 2 outs.
The throw from the center fielder just kind of skipped in, was hard to handle, and was able to get Brandon down to second base.
Well, and what really made it, the thing that made the play bad is that I was about to say that both of the teams have really played smart baseball. That was the one time that didn't happen. The catcher didn't get over there to back up. And when that didn't happen, when the throw got by, it gave him an easy run to second base.
Zach Light hits it to second base, and Davin Sawyer throws him out for a quick end to the top of the 3rd inning. Kickapoo gets nothing across, a walk and 1 left with an error. And as we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning, it's still Kickapoo leading over Pomme de Terre by a score of 2-0.
I want to get back to this number of games that you've done with the Kickapoo branding. So how many did you say? Around 400 and change there? How many?
440 or
440. So if you look back on your life, if you say 365 days in a year, then you can say that a year and 3 months of your life, you were doing a Kickapoo game. If you consider 1 game a day. And I know sometimes you might do 2 or 3 in a tournament, but, if someone says, look back on your life, and I'm like, well, for 1 calendar year, I did Kickapoo games.
Right.
And then for half a year, I did Branson games. And it's so, Scott, so how much of your life have you done Branson?
Can you count that high?
Well, yeah. Well, in my football, I think when I start this year, it will be my 333rd consecutive Branson football broadcast when I start the season.
That's awesome.
In here in 2021. Yeah, it'll be, and it's been fortunate I haven't missed any games, but it's been, we did this when they had the ceremony last year. They said, and Don said it in the video, I was going to be in Branson for 3 or 4 years and maybe do other things, and I'm now in year 32 down there, and it's just been, I found myself at the right place. I just didn't realize at the time, but I found myself at the right place, and so, you kind of get into that fabric and kind of get into that world, and we all have stories like that. Tom Mast and I told the story. He told the story about him coming to Springfield, and he was going to move on, and he's been here 40-some years now.
Oh, my goodness.
It's been crazy.
Yeah, 46 now for Tom. Or 45. He came in 1976. It is Cade White to lead it off for Pomme de Terre in the bottom of the 3rd, and strike 1.
My story on number of games for Nebraska women's basketball is not a solo number of games. I think one of the things I'm very proud about is my broadcast partner, Jeff Greach, and I are nearing our 700th women's basketball broadcast together.
Wow.
That's nice.
And Jeff missed a few in there. I've missed 2. One of the 2 of us have done every game since 1999. But we are nearing 700th together, and I know no one in the history of Nebraska radio has ever had a radio team come close to the number of games we've done together, and the 2 of us are very, very proud of that. And, what that basically means for the 3 of us is we've had longevity, which means someone likes what we're doing. It also means we're very old. That's what it means, gentlemen.
Yeah, and I appreciate you putting it in that order, too.
1-2, and that one drops low to Cade White. Leading off in the bottom of the third for Pomme de Terre, with Kickapoo leading 2-0 in the JV championship here at the Holiday Tournament.
And I got to say something about Pomme de Terre here. I mean, after kind of getting off to that rough start in the first inning, they have really settled in. And what I was going to say last inning about both of these ball clubs is that they played very solid fundamental baseball. You can tell, of course, we've talked about the Kickapoo program, and you guys talked about some of the programs that make up the Pomme de Terre team, including a very, very good Skyline team that made a run in the state tournament this year in Class 3. And so it's definitely, you could definitely tell the pedigree of the baseball that we've seen here in these JV teams. And the varsity teams, of course, for Kickapoo here in Springfield, and then the teams that Pomme de Terre will send these players to as they go on are certainly going to be some quality baseball players.
3-2 now to Cade White. Tucker Allers and Clayton Groninger are due up in the bottom of the third for the Muskies. And a 3-2 pitch to White. Strike 3 called, and White was bailing out away from that one.
Well, that one had some movement, or he just got fooled on it because he was
Here's
backing
the
out.
replay.
I think he just got, because I'll tell you what, I mean, it's hard to tell from a particular camera angle, but that pitch looked pretty good.
Yeah, it did.
Based on what we just saw.
Yeah, it did.
So.
Tucker Allers now. And a strike is called. Well, the Muskies don't have a hit yet off of Peyton Wolf. They've been given 2 walks. 1 batter hit into a fielder's choice. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And it's now 0-2 to Allers.
Gentlemen, we have now seen, all of us, the teams in the championship on the varsity, Willard and Fort Smith, Sportsman. What are you thinking for a prediction for that one?
I can give you firsthand because they played yesterday. They played in pool play. That was as the strikeouts recorded here. And it was a very tight game. Willard had the lead for a little bit, but then the Sportsmen got the lead. We're starting to build it, but then Willard put on a furious rally and only took a very well-executed double play in the last inning to preserve the win for the Sportsmen. I think it's going to be, and I don't know where they are pitching-wise, but the bottom line is those teams are now going to be playing their 6th game in 3 days.
Bouncer to the shortstop, 2 hops for Smith, on to first for the out. It's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Pomme de Terre at the plate, and they will have the top of their order up when we get to the last of the 4th inning. 3 complete we have done now here in this JV championship game, and Kickapoo with a 2-0 lead over the Muskies from Pomme de Terre.
Now, you still have time to get part of the 50-50 raffle. If you come here, you spend $1, you get a raffle ticket. We will have the drawing here live right where you are watching, and if you win, you will get 50% of the pot. SABA keeps the other 50%. I don't believe any of the 3 of us get a percentage of this unless I've read my contract wrong here.
In fact, we had to read a disclaimer on that. No, we have nothing. We get none of the 50%. So you're not donating to us. You're going to help SABA Baseball help keep this tournament and keep the other programs they've got going if you get in that 50-50 raffle.
The other thing you need to do is get a tournament T-shirt. Come out here to Hillcrest. And if you want to know why you want to get a tournament T-shirt, the perfect advertisement is my buddy Don West sitting down here at the end, because he is going to be proudly displaying a clothing change for the championship game. He is going to be trotting out his 1987 Holiday Tournament T-shirt. And how many times have you worn that in this tournament?
Guys, I really think it's been for every championship Sunday that I've worked since 1987.
That's unbelievable.
So this might be the 29th.
I know the years that I was, still working the tournament in the late 80s, or 90s, you were wearing it every year. Yeah. I do remember that very
Now, let me just ask this, and this is a key part of this. That means it's been laundered, I hope, a minimum of 29 times.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's a little thin, too.
Yeah, good. That's that actually is good to hear then.
Well, it's a good thing, because if he'd have forgotten it today, then what would have happened is we had some wave back. Let's wave it. We got some folks waving at us.
Look at these nice folks.
So we're going to wave back at him. But had he not laundered the shirt would have walked here to him from his house to make sure he got here for the day.
Exactly
so that didn't happen. So I think we're in good shape.
Kids from Disney Elementary are here today. And we go to the 4th inning with Chase Hamey leading off for Kickapoo, and a 2-0 Kickapoo lead. 2 runs in the first inning for the Kickapoo JV to stake their lead in this game over the Muskies.
Don, am I correct that Disney's still a feeder program for what eventually becomes Kickapoo?
Sure. Ground ball deep short. Easton Skinner flags it down, but won't have a play, and that'll be an infield hit for Chase Hamey.
Just a well-placed hit that time, and one of those smart baseball moves that I was talking about earlier, as Skinner realized he had absolutely no play, so not even risking the extra base. He just eats it, and that's an infield single.
Here's Sam Llewellyn, and it's up high Disney Elementary out there on South Fremont, just a little north of Republic Road, south of the James River Freeway.
My grandparents used to have a house right by Disney School, so occasionally when we were out there visiting, we'd go to the playground at Disney and play, whether we were supposed to or not.
Runner going. Oh, it's all right. It's a public park, pretty much.
Oh, well, I was more worried about my grandparents wanting me to be there.
Okay.
But
Whether it was all right with them.
It was all right with the school, yes, exactly.
Okay. Foul ball, 1-1. Sam Llewellyn, a base hit his first time. And a throw to first to check Hamey over there. Top of the fourth inning, 2-0, Kickapoo over Pomme de Terre.
I love the way Cole Potter wears that hat at that Johnny angle out there.
Here's a drive out into center, and it comes right to Trent Panon for the catch, and there's one away.
There's a great line from the great late actor James Garner from the movie Murphy's Romance, in which he plays Murphy, who is a retired pharmacist living in Arizona. Sally Field is his love interest, and is trying to explain how to properly wear a cowboy hat. And he says, now if you wear it low over your eyes, you can make it look like you're either looking for a fight or a young lady, whichever comes first. That's the way Cole Potter wears his hat.
Wild throw, and Cameron Crowe goes over to get it. Keeps the runner at first. Isn't the famous Cameron Crowe married to Nancy Wilson of Hart?
Yep.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah. Bo Rice to the plate. And he hits one foul. Outside of third base. Runner at first, one out. Top of the fourth.
And when you say the famous Cameron Crowe, you're trying to distinguish between him and the player playing in this game then?
Meh, you know. I think my wife has a cousin named Cameron Crowe, too.
Is that right? Wow.
0-1 pitch. In for a strike, runner going. Safe at second base. And a steal for Chase Hamey.
Sometimes when you slide on the turf, you get the little rubber pellets up in your eyes, and you need a couple of minutes to try and shake those out.
Yeah, I don't know if people have realized that there is actually the material that's in that in the turf that can come up.
Rice gets plunked in the back. Kickapoo has 2 on with 1 out.
And now at the number 10 spot on the order, and we're going to have a visit from the manager of Pomme de Terre. Is they're going to have a meeting about this because we're in a big situation in the game here. It's still just 2-0. We're in the fourth inning, but Kickapoo with just 1 out and now 1 batter away from getting to the top of the order. This has the potential to be a big inning if they're not careful. We may have a pitching change coming up here.
I believe we will, and we will remind everybody that even though this is the championship game of the JV, the time limit is still in effect here, as are all the run rules. So we're going to see some lineup roulette for Pomme de Terre, and so we'll try and keep you updated on everything that they have going on. Three innings here, and this game is kind of ground to a halt, gentlemen.
Scott and I used to call it the Legion Shuffle, about to happen here.
That's right.
We covered that a time or two in the first 2 days, Scott.
Yeah, still my favorite one is when the coach came in and moved every outfielder over one position, and then moved it and did nothing else. That's just what he did. He just shifted the outfield completely around. It was like a little rotation there. So we'll see who's going to come in and pitch for Pomme de Terre here as the starting pitcher, Davin Sawyer will be coming in. So Potter, goes 3 1/3 innings.
So we'll need a second baseman.
So that'll start the shuffle there as they'll adjust their positions. As Sawyer will come in to pitch from second base.
Now, when you hear a big pause in this broadcast, that means 3 guys are looking down at their scorecard.
Or writing or doing something, yes. Yes, we're trying. And there's a story being told right there on the field. I see Mike Hunter.
And Bo Campbell to your right.
Yeah.
Your base umpires. Bo should have the plate for the championship varsity game coming up next.
Tell you what, I have been delighted by getting to visit with a couple of long-lost friends from my time living in Springfield. Mike Hunter, one of those, former coach at Parkview, tells me he's been living in Bentonville, Arkansas for over 15 years now. And, I worked some softball, fast-pitch softball with him many, many years ago. He helped me out many times during when I was getting going in high school broadcasting. If I would go to Parkview and need anything, he was right there to help me out.
Yeah, he was one of those. He was in the, besides coaching at Parkview Legion for a couple of years, he was also in the umpire rotation. And, that was the thing about the Legion league back then is we would play games. I mean, they didn't play at the school fields for the most part. They occasionally would, but for the most part, the league games were played at Metter. Some were occasionally played at Nichols. Later on, they were played down at Barnhouse there near Republic as well. But then there would be the group of umpires. Mike Hunter was a part of that group. Of course, we're going to see Jack Steck a little bit later on. He certainly was a part of that. Steve Gervero, someone talked about him a little bit earlier. He was a part of that rotation of people you would see occasionally at the games.
Here we go with Silas McKee at the plate for Kickapoo. 2 on with 1 out, and Davin Sawyer is the new pitcher for the Muskies. And the runner's going. Throw to third, and safe there as the ball gets behind third base. And Hamey will stay where he is at third while Bo Rice takes second base.
Well, and that gets more critical now because that takes the double play out of rotation here. And, again, you got the last place hitter, the 10th place hitter in this lineup in the top of the order coming up. So Palm de Terre in a really tough situation here to try to get out of this.
McKee takes a strike.
53 pitches, as Matt points out there.
Well, our pitch count is combined. So
we need to readjust that.
Yeah, this should be 3 pitches. So if you're seeing that, that's combined.
Next one is inside for a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike.
So he's thrown 3 pitches now.
McKee struck out in the second inning. We still need a second baseman, Scott, when you can get me one. They don't have numbers on the front, so I wish they did. I wish they all did. This one gets by the catcher. Here comes a runner trying to score, and he is safe. Hamey scores on the passed ball to make it 3-0 Kickapoo.
And the runner, Bo Rice, moves up to third, so not a good situation there at all for the Muskies.
Yeah, in the game that they've yet to get a hit in. So this is again, they've got to do what they can to curtail this if they hope to stay in this game.
McKee fouls one at the plate.
98 is playing second base, gentlemen. Cade White.
Thank you.
Which means we need a third baseman.
Yes, you do. keep working.
Solve one problem, caused you another one.
Pitch to McKee now on 3-2. That's ball 4. Indeed it is. A walk. And we go to the top of the order.
Now, one of the great things about Scott's father, Nolan McCauley, is he would have no problem as an umpire saying, "Hey, third base, what's your number?" I can't even begin to tell you the influence your dad's had on me. I'll tell you a story about that here in a second.
All right.
Steck would turn around and yell for anyone to listen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
15 now pitching. 15. 1-5 pitching. Ball 1 to Jackson Hauser.
In Hastings, Nebraska, they've got a great intercom system. They've got a phone up against the fence, and the press box is some parts away, but and everybody loves it, and they get used to how it works. One time, the phone system went out there, the intercom system, and somebody was actually talking about possibly moving a game off the field, and I'm like, I'll work the game. So I had a pinch hitter. They said, how are you going to report the numbers? And I went all Nolan McCauley. I grabbed the shirt of the batter, turned him around, and I pointed. and that's how Nolan McCauley used to show me who the pinch hitter was. He'd just stop him and tell him to turn around, and he would point at the number the most efficient way of reporting a change. I love the way Nolan did that. It had a huge influence on me.
Well, and you were correct when you said that Jack would announce it. In fact, he used to wake the neighbors up over on Fremont across the street announcing those. Uh-oh, ball almost gets away there. But
That's a good save there by Crow, too. And I don't think that's Crow anymore at first base. That's 20 Tucker Allers, so now we need a right fielder.
well, my guess is that everyone is still in there
Yeah.
someplace. I think Crow is at third base now. I think that's his saw 16 over there. So we'll keep him up. I think everyone is still in the game. They've just made some rotations here. That pitch, by the way, is in there for a strike. It's 3-1. Again, 3-0. Kickapoo on top. Runners at the corner here, 1 out.
Top of the fourth inning. And the delivery is in for a strike, 3-2. Jackson Hauser is ready.
So that would mean Cole Potter went to right field, maybe.
Sounds right.
Okay.
3-2, runner goes from first, and the pitch is fouled off into the tree beyond left field, beyond third base.
Haven't seen a lot go over there today. We don't have a nickname for that. Like, we don't, it's not a new property line or a new street name.
Well, it's the construction zone.
Yeah, it goes in the construction zone.
Baseballs in the work area become the property of the construction company.
Yeah, somebody found it.
Yep.
Looked like they had to go under the do not cross police tape over there, though.
Another 3-2 with 1 out. Runner goes from first, and the pitch is hit on the left side of the infield. 2 hops for Crow, and over to first. And out there, throw to third, and safe with a run coming across for Kickapoo to make it 4-0.
And Easton Skinner had to hustle over from shortstop to take that return throw that came from Allers all the way across the field.
Yeah, because third baseman made the initial throw over to get Hauser at first base.
Nate Owen, check swing, roller to the left side. Tough play. Crow up and throwing and got him. 5-3, and Cameron Crow got busy after moving from one side of the infield to the other. Inning is over in the top of the fourth. 2 runs come across for Kickapoo on just 1 hit with a runner left on. As we go to the bottom of the fourth, it's now Kickapoo 4, the Pomme de Terre Muskies 0.
So now if you're Pomme de Terre, you're in a situation as we start getting game time going here and those type of things that kind of got to get it going somehow. Find a way to get a little offense generated and see what you can do because –
Now, first thing they have to do is get a base hit because they're rolling a donut up on the scoreboard right now terms of hits. They don't even have a 0 up there. You need to get a hit when you haven't even got the 0 up there. They've just got a big blank up there. So it's been a really good pitching performance by Peyton Wolf for this Kickapoo team.
Just 1 over the minimum so far.
JV championship game, and it has turned actually into a very nice afternoon. If you would have told me before this, could you deal with a little rain but then kind of nice, cool conditions for the championship Sunday, I'd say absolutely, because you and I and Don have all suffered through the furnace of Metter Park and Barnhouse and Nichols. We have had some hot afternoons, so right now a pretty comfortable day out here on the hill.
Yeah, for the end of June, and we have had, I don't know about your area of Nebraska, Matt, but we have had a variety of weather. We had a very cool, wet May. We get into June, we start having hot weather, and then we get to the first day of summer, and then we have the coolest days. You can see some of the Willard players that are waving to the camera there. They're going to be playing in our final game of the tournament coming up later, as Willard will take on the Sportsman of the Forsgren baseball program out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. So we got one more good game to go, and Pomme de Terre is going to see if they can make a little rally in this one.
Top of the order, Jonathan Rollhouse against Peyton Wolf. And there's a strike called. Did you see that in Eugene, Oregon, they were looking for 114 degrees today?
Oh, that's terrible.
And the Olympic trials, some of the races were moved to the morning hours so that they wouldn't be in the heat like that.
Yeah, and that's a part of the country that they never have that kind of heat. So No, in southeast Nebraska, we've had everything for up to 100-degree days. We had some very cool times. Right now, flooding is a concern. It's kind of the same system that's come back through this way.
0-2 to Rollhouse. And he hits one up the middle and into center for a base hit. There's the first hit for Pomme de Terre.
And so the leadoff man on, and now they've got a chance to get through the heart of the order and see if they can get something going here.
Easton Skinner up next for the Muskies.
I said this earlier, but I think it's really neat that they're getting to play this championship game. And it's one thing we haven't really talked, at least we hadn't talked about on ours since we haven't seen the JV, but the JV holiday tournament's a relatively new aspect of this tournament over the last few years. And I think once they went to pool play, I think that was a very good idea to get some more teams involved and, give some opportunity for the younger players to play in a tournament right here in the home area.
So 14 varsity teams and 9 JV teams competed for the titles this weekend. 0-1 pitch, fly ball out into left field. Over goes Hamey. Back he goes, and he'll make the catch as Rollhouse retreats back to first base.
And to echo your point, Scott, good quality of ball that we've seen here today for this championship. It would be hard to distinguish in my mind. Some of the players here, I think, certainly could play in the upper levels.
Well, and I think to keep in mind, too, a lot of the teams that we see, and I know we were talking about this yesterday, is that with the change of summer baseball period, a lot of the teams, and we talked about it in the earlier games today, you're not seeing maybe the whole school ball teams like you would in the old days. But some like Willard, some of the players did play for them on the championship team, but others were playing on other teams. But that also gives younger players a chance to come up. So that's why in a lot of these teams you are seeing maybe younger players than you normally would.
Davin Sawyer skies one out into center for Jackson Hauser in the catch, and 2 out. Runner back to first base. Rollhouse has been stuck there now with 2 away, and Cole Potter will be the hitter for the Muskies. Last of the 4th inning. 4-0, Kickapoo with a lead in the JV championship. Two in the first inning, 2 in the top of the 4th for Kickapoo. Muskies have their first hit with the runner out there, Rollhouse, but now 2 away. This one skips in the turf. Throw to first to check the runner, and safe there. One and 0. Next one misses, and another check at first base.
Ooh, a little closer that time, but he did get back in time. It seems like as he keeps edging the lead out, he's going to keep throwing behind him, trying to catch him. The Kickapoo catcher, Lou Allen, there.
2-0. And there's a strike. Something else going on here at Dick Birmingham Field. If you look down the first base line, there's some ladies doing the little softball pitching and catching down there. This is also the softball home of Hillcrest High School. They're getting in a little summer practice down there with the softball.
And probably working on their summer club team this time of year. That's this time of year, not only the summer baseball program, but summer softball program always huge around the country.
2-1 to Cole Potter. Runner going from first. Bouncer to the shortstop. 2 big hops for Smith. Throw to first, and it's scooped up by Zach Light for the out. Those first basemen like these turf fields.
Oh, no doubt.
We have completed 4 innings here at Hillcrest High School in North Springfield. And our score still Kickapoo 4 and Pomme de Terre 0. You're watching the 50th Springfield Area Baseball Association Holiday Tournament. This is the Junior Varsity Championship. And 4 innings down with Kickapoo on top 4-0. Gentlemen, time to make our move here. And Scott McCauley will take you through the 5th and 6th innings as this game moves along, and Kickapoo with the advantage.
Yeah, they've got the advantage, and they've certainly been able to build momentum. 2 runs in the first inning, 2 runs in the 4th inning, and we'll see if they can continue to put some pressure on Pomme de Terre and keep building the lead. Again, we are in the 5th inning. We are playing the 2-hour time limit, although I think
we're going to be good because we're just
105 right now.
Yeah, so we're going to, the time limit is not going to be an issue here unless we have a really huge inning, so we'll go the distance. So if you look at that from the Pomme de Terre aspect of that, they're now down to 9 outs, but they have to get some outs as well themselves. They'll have to face the middle of the Kickapoo order here. This JV tournament, again, also one affected by rain, as they were playing at, I believe, Rogersville and Parkview, where the pools were in this one. With the varsity pool, then moving to Parkview, that shuffled that around a little bit more, and some teams had to cancel. They had some changes of schedule, but when everything settled, it was Kickapoo and Pomme de Terre. So you got the big city school and against some of the smaller schools combining to put a team, and that's kind of been the mix of teams we've had in the tournament this year. A lot of that going on, so kind of a reflection of that. But as we've said before, I think it's really neat that they get a chance to have the center stage here as well with the varsity championship and get a chance to show off their skills. And I think we've all reflected this so far, that we've been pretty impressed with what we've seen.
I've been awfully impressed. I think we've got 2 representative teams that deserve to be in this championship game.
We go to the 5th inning, and here is the Missouri Sports Hall of Famer, Scott McCauley.
Thank you, Missouri Sports Hall of Famer Don West. Ryland Smith will lead it off for Kickapoo. And the first pitch will be upstairs, ball 1. Smith today, he singled in the first inning, scored one of the 2 runs for Kickapoo, and then popped up to center. Next pitch is in there for a strike, and the count goes to 1-1. So 3, 4, and 5 coming up for the Kickapoo here in the 5th inning. Jalen Brendan up next. Peyton Wolf after him. Here's the pitch. That's in there for a strike. It's 1-2. Kickapoo with 5 hits in the ball game. Pomme de Terre has committed the game's only error to this point. Wind and pitch. Ground ball foul. Again, Davin Sawyer, the pitcher for Pomme de Terre, in relief of Cole Potter, who started this ball game. Mentioned we believe that Pomme de Terre pretty well playing the same team out there, but a lot of them have shifted positions after the pitching change. Next pitch is upstairs to square the count 2-2.
And one of the reasons for that from the university side is you want to make sure if you're on the team you play, so they don't have huge rosters necessarily.
Absolutely, and that's kind of the case here as well. Here's the next pitch, ground ball. That's going to be down the line. This could be extra bases for Smith. He rounds first. He is on his way to second, and close play, is going to be out at second base after a throw from the left fielder. Nails him there.
Absolutely outstanding throw from Groninger, and a diving tag right there by Pomme de Terre. Cade White making the superlative tag, and that takes a runner out of scoring position. A bang play at second base.
Yes, after a solid shot down the line by Smith. Here's Jalen Brendan down. He has been on base twice. He doubled and knocked in 2 runs in the first inning. He also walked in the 3rd inning. So he's been on base twice, 1 for 1 today. Ground ball, that one will stay fair. It's caught by Crow, the 3rd baseman, and it's just in time on the bounce. A little bit, maybe a little disagreement from the Kickapoo side on that one. That was a bang play. Let's see if we get a look at it here.
Boy, just barely got him at first base.
That might be the right, but it was close. It was certainly close. So a good throw by Crow to get the second out of the inning quickly. 2 up, 2 down. Here is Peyton Wolf, who is the pitcher. And the first one, that does go back to the jungle, just outside the city of Springfield.
I can't believe you knew that. That is one of the all-time greatest drops I've ever heard on a broadcast, that the city line is right there.
Yeah, city line's right there. And so there, balls go out there. You literally hit the ball out of town. Here's the 0-1 pitch upstairs, and the count evens 1-1. 4-0 the score. As you see the count, Davin Sawyer just coming into the last inning in relief of Cole Potter. Here's the next pitch. That one is upstairs. And the count goes to 2-1. We mentioned these two teams had to go through the JV pools. Those things got adjusted because of rain, and some games were canceled. But they did end up getting enough of the games in, so Kickapoo took their pool, and Pomme de Terre was able to win theirs, getting a couple of wins yesterday to get in the winning column and get here. 3 balls, 1 strike, the count to Wolf. Nobody on, 2 out here in the 5th. Wind and pitch. That stays upstairs, ball 4. And a 2-out base runner for Kickapoo. We'll send Zach Light, the first baseman, to the plate.
Now, Pomme de Terre needs to make sure this stays a 4-run deficit. They're not out of it yet. They got their first hit of the game in the last half inning. They need to build off the momentum, but we're going to have a courtesy runner here going out to base, which Jalen Brandon will be the courtesy runner.
It kind of goes back to what we said earlier. Brandon just hit a few minutes ago, so he is now in that slot and will run and will get back to base safely. Light on the day, reached on a fielder's choice and is grounded out. And the same thing for the Kickapoo side. You know, they're going to try to, knowing that they are only 4 runs up, going to try to add a run. So even with 2 outs, they'll see if they can get this runner moved to second. And the pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1.
You have been selected to be the public address announcer for the ceremony honoring people for the 50th holiday tournament. It's going to be a big honor for you, Scott.
Yes, it is. A lot of familiar names on that list as well. Looking forward to that. That's going to come up, and we will have that on our live stream as well, so you can tune in for the championship game and see that as a part of the ceremony. And then right after that, we'll get what I think is just going to be a dynamite game between Willard and the Forsgren of Fort Smith, Arkansas, the Sportsman. Those two teams played in pool play yesterday. Willard was the wild card team, and here they're going to match up for the championship. Swing at and misses the 1-1 pitch down low. And the count now, 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 down here as the sun is making a reappearance for about the 30th time today. We have gone from clouds to sun to rain and everything mixed in between. Here is the 1-2 pitch on the way. Instead of throw to first, and the runner back safely.
And the humidity is making a return along with the appearance of the sun.
It is indeed. No doubt. Back to the point I may get the cap back on here that I had taken off here a little bit earlier.
Yes, if Cheryl Crow were here, she would love to soak up the sun.
Here's the pitch. That one is fouled back, so we'll reset again as the runner was going on the 1-2 pitch. It has been a fun 3 days. We have had a lot of coverage. We want to thank our friends at the Red Line Media Alliance for putting the coverage together of the varsity tournament, plus this JV game here in the championship. I know the folks at Rogersville helped with some of the JV pool streams as well. Appreciate their help as well. Count now, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
The only thing that I'm a little disappointed about is I didn't get to work with Tom Mast at all, because Tom, dear friend, I never get to see anymore.
Yeah, got a chance to work with Tom these first 2 days, and like I said earlier, he and I had, as the pitch misses and it goes to count full 3-2, he and I have known each other for 40 years, but that's the first time we'd ever worked together.
That's unbelievable.
Although, I did tell him this story, that Tom was actually the first media person to ever interview me on television back in my high school.
Is that right?
Yes, he sure was. As our football team was making a run at the state championship, he came to interview us championship week, and I was one of those. Here's a foul on the 3-2 pitch. And we'll reset, 3 balls, 2 strikes. So this bat getting extended by Zach Light as he is making Mr. Sawyer throw some extra pitches. He's now thrown 35 pitches since coming in the last inning. So he has stacked up some pitches here, trying to get Kickapoo back. Now they got him picked off, and he gets back in safely. Boy, they had him, but just didn't get the tag down in time. May get a quick look at it here on the replay.
Great pickoff throw.
Yeah, the ball was there ahead of time, but it looked like the tag. It looks like it got the tag just in around it, or the hand. Here's the runner going, and the pitch is hit into the air to shallow left field. And that one's going to drop down between 2 different fielders, but they're going to get the runner at third base as they got over to cover it, and so they'll knock him down. So it'll be a single for Light, but then he's retired at third base. 7-5, we'll call it, for the 3rd out of the inning. So Kickapoo has to be a little bit of a frustrating inning. They get 2 hits in the inning, but still don't score any runs as they get a runner picked off, and they also get the final out of the inning there at third base. and they end up retiring the side. So in this inning, Kickapoo, no runs, 2 hits, and they'll end up leaving a runner as we go to the bottom of the 5th. It is still Kickapoo 4 and Pomme de Terre nothing.
This is the JV championship game of the 50th holiday tournament. Matt Coatney with Scott McCauley. Don West will rejoin us here shortly. We would like to thank SFC Bank at 2006 South Glenstone here in Springfield for the longtime support of the Springfield Holiday Tournament. Also earlier, special thanks to K-Raj Wildcat TV for their live streaming coverage earlier of selected junior varsity tournament pool games. Also a big thank you to the Missouri Sports Network for their coverage of the Holiday Tournament, including Guy Newcomb, who is known by everybody as the scoreboard guy. But we also want to thank Redline Media Alliance. You can see them during our coverage here, the camera people, some of the producers behind us, for everything they've been doing to stream games here on SABA-baseball.org. Those are some of our fine sponsors of the 50th Holiday Tournament. Stay with us between this one and the championship game of the varsity. We'll have a special ceremony in which Scott McCauley will be the PA announcer, and Don West will be involved in that ceremony, and we'll tell you why he is in just a few moments when he gets out there. But now we go back to the action on the field, the bottom of the 5th inning. Kickapoo in command of this one 4-0. They've only given up 1 hit, so Pomme de Terre needs to get something going now, but they've got 5, 6, and 7 coming up, so pretty good spot of the order for Pomme de Terre to do something, Scott.
Yep, starts with Cameron Crow, who walked in the 2nd inning. He will lead it off for the Pomme de Terre Ball Club, again known as the Muskies, which again is the type of fish you could find. Here's a solid shot caught by the third baseman, throws in time for out number 1. That was well hit, but a good play by the Kickapoo third baseman, Jalen Brandon, for the first out.
Cameron Crow was looking for fast times at Hillcrest High to get things started, but he just couldn't. I couldn't let that one go. Don wasn't here, so I thought maybe I could sneak that one by without him being here. We've got a uniform change. We've got a costume change.
Yep, we got the T-shirt on. And in the meantime, Trent Pinion will come to the plate. He is the center fielder. He reached on the fielder's choice his first time up. First pitch is in there for a strike. Peyton Wolf today just throwing the 1-hit shutout so far. He has pitched well for Kickapoo. He's had some good defense behind him and has had a solid outing here. Here's an off-speed pitch and a beauty that drops right in the zone for strike 2. And on to the center fielder back in the number 6 spot. Pitch. That one, and misses outside. And the count goes to 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now, Matt mentioned that ceremony that's going to lead up to what I think is going to be an excellent championship game between the Sportsman and the Forest Grin Ball Club from Fort Smith, Arkansas, and Willard. Here's a swing and a miss, and that's going to be a strikeout. So far on the day, 1, 2, 3, 4 strikeouts recorded by Peyton Wolf. And now it's Nick Bagley, who is the extra hitter for Pomme de Terre. That's a term you don't hear very often, but this tournament on both the varsity and JV levels, they allowed extra hitters. And so quite often you heard us talk about hitters in the number 10 spot. This one is going to slap a single. Bagley will to right field, and it's a 2-out hit for the Muskies. It'll be their second hit of the game. And we'll give Cade White a chance here with 2 outs.
And big-time hit right there. Pomme de Terre needing some momentum. They need something to happen, and when you can get a 2-out hit when the other pitcher is only scattered 1 hit, that's a way to start things. But he almost got him leaning right there.
Yeah, they're still paying attention. They're not going to just let that go. They want to try if they can get the out at first, they will. This is a good lead at first base. About 4 steps off the bag. Pitch to the plate is a fastball. It swung in and missed for strike 1. White struck out looking in the 3rd. We said he is one of the 4 strikeout victims for Peyton Wolf today. No balls and a strike. Stretch and pitch. Check swing. Did he go around? Yes, he did. 4 strike 2.
No, he did not.
They're going to say no.
No, they pointed.
I thought that Ryan Whittick, the umpire, thought he was saying he went around, but he was pointing for help at first base, and Bo Campbell said he didn't, so it's going to be 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the delivery, that one in the zone for strike 2.
You know, that's the great thing about having a 3-umpire crew, because you can go to a partner, because you will have an umpire in position in almost every situation for left-hand, right-handed hitters. There's sometimes coaches and players don't understand. I can ask for help as a plate umpire if the umpire's on the wrong side of the field. I can ask them, and they're going to say he didn't go because they can't say he went.
Yeah, and it's tough, and especially on a check swing, that is such a tough call. And, you know, I think a lot of times I see those check swings on TV or even in person that I'm sure, but then someone maybe sitting right next to me says, no, I don't think he went around, but it's that close. Here's one foul out of play to the right side, and the count 1 ball, 2 strikes.
The home plate umpire has so much that they have to be responsible for. You know, they are looking for catcher's obstruction. They are looking for the presentation of the pitch. They're looking for the ball coming through the zone, obviously. They're looking to make sure it doesn't hit the batter. So the check swing is something that doesn't happen all the time, and so you absolutely rely on the base umpire in some situations to give you some help with that, because they have a really good look, because it has to do with the follow-through.
Yeah, and the rule is does the head of the bat cross the plate? Here's the pitch low and outside to square the count 2-2. And even if sometimes they try to, maybe they hold the back of the knob of the bat back, but if that head crosses the plate, any plate, it's a strike. And a lot of times, and more times than not, you see those calls. I think the umpire gets it right, but it's a very tough call to make wherever they are at. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That one was not a check swing. He tried to check it, didn't. It's a strikeout. Strikeout number 5 for Peyton Wolf, and side retired. But the Muskies do get their second hit of the game, but can't do anything with it. No runs, a hit, 1 left. As we're through 5 innings, our score has Kickapoo continuing to lead this one by a count of 4-0.
Right on cue, you and I set up that check swing call.
That's right.
I mean, you couldn't have set that up any better. No one can talk about this more than your father Nolan, a great umpire. I told this story at Parkview, or maybe it was at Republic, but I have to tell it with you on the air.
Okay.
This was not a summer high school game. This was an SMS, and they used to be SMS, Missouri State now baseball game. Your father was a first base umpire in a game in which I was the official scorer. I have to imagine you were on the bench.
Probably, yeah.
But Jack Sutliff was the home plate umpire, and Jack used to wear what looked like a motorcycle helmet as an umpire mask. Obviously, it was very noticeable. In this one particular game, for purposes of this story, it wasn't a conference game, so we'll say it was a non-conference game for purposes of the story against UMSL, Missouri, St. Louis, somebody like that. And we're all set to go, and hardly anybody at Meadow Park in those days were watching these mid-afternoon games but you and me and a handful of other people. And we got all set to go. The pitcher got in the windup, and your dad came running down the first base line, waving his arms, calling time, and the pitcher stopped. And finally, everybody in the ballpark heard your dad, Nolan McCauley, pointed and said, "Jack, do you want to put on a mask?" Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
It was one of my all-time great
and
Nolan McCauley
and I want to
stories.
say maybe he actually did a pitch, because I remember Jack doing that, and Brent Thomas, who was the assistant coach, I sat on the bench and said, well, I guess Jack's not wearing a mask today.
Yeah.
And then that's when my dad comes running down and says, hey, you forgot to put your mask on. And it was probably a good idea. Yeah, Jack Sutliff. That's a name I hadn't heard in a while. Here's talk about a small world. I had his wife as a teacher at SMS. She was teaching one of the upper level classes, and I don't remember which one that I took my senior year. And I think Christine was her name. Very nice lady. And I had her.
Sutliff,
yeah, I had her in class. Of course, we lost. Not long after that, we lost Jack.
Right.
And it was that was a very sad time. But Jack he was one that called many games in this tournament as well. So we're into the top of the 6th inning right now, and Chase Hemming at the plate. He is singled and lined out, so he's 1 for 2 today. And speaking of check swing, he tries to check his swing there and cannot, and that's a strikeout recorded for Davin Sawyer.
I got another one on Jack Sutliff too, guys.
All right, go ahead.
When time allows, with Sam Llewellyn coming up now.
Okay, we'll tell you first off, Llewellyn he's hit the ball pretty well. He had a single in the second, also lined out to center back in the 4th inning. Hit the ball pretty well. that the center fielder was able to track down. 4-0 Kickapoo here in the top of the 6th, and the first pitch misses upstairs, ball 1.
So, Jack, you'll remember this, Scott, I think, once you hear it. There was a time in the late 80s when Jack had some kind of arm injury.
Yep.
And he had a soft cast, I think it was, all the way from his shoulder down his right arm to his wrist. And so he's umpiring the plate at Metter Park, and he can't get the right arm cocked out there to call a strike, so he has to kind of pull it up there with his shoulder and just kind of go,
Something like that, yeah. I do remember that. Yeah, because he had an injury, and he had to kind of adapt to that. I remember that very well. 3 balls and no strike to Sam Llewellyn at the plate, and the pitch, that one's in there for strike 1. Yeah, well, and we were talking about that rotation of umpires, and that's one name I had forgotten earlier. We all remember the late Dick Shelton, who called games forever around here. Ernie Bergerman, I mentioned him in a game earlier today. The 3-1 pitch, he misses ball 4, and Llewellyn will be on with a 1-out walk. And again, it was like the teams would rotate. And for folks that haven't been around, and we are going to get a courtesy runner here, is we would play, once the league play started, we would play nightly games at Metter Park, Monday through Friday, play a couple of nights a week at Nichols, and again, later those games got moved down to Barnhouse to the Legion Field there at Republic. But you would have doubleheaders where teams would play, like maybe Kickapoo Parkview would play in game 1, and then maybe Willard and somebody else, Republic would play in game 2, and then you would rotate those throughout the year, and then you would get to see different umpires, you'd see different coaches. And here's a ball that's going to get away. It's a strike, but the catcher not able to handle it, so it's going to be a wild pitch that will send the courtesy runner for Llewellyn down to second base. So, but that would be the fun thing. You would see him on a nightly basis, and then between Don and myself and Tammy Roush. Now Tammy Roush-Mast, who we're going to talk about later. Trevor, who joined us on Friday, he did some games later on. We had Larry King, who was at Nichols forever. We would all rotate the scorekeeping. And Steve Jenkins, along, of course, when he was groundskeeper, would also scorekeep the night that he wasn't umpiring. And so it was really like a family get-together every summer. We'd get together and see coaches and kind of a chance to catch up. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that one's in there for a strike.
Scott, the person I brought up with Steve Jenkins on Thursday when we were talking about him was his wife, Rhonda, who fed me more meals than maybe anybody but my family.
Oh, yes. Many times, especially during the holiday tournament. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wind and pitch, or stretch and pitch, we should say, with a runner at second. Ball fouled out of play. This one above the area, which is where the press box is. And that area, as we said, a lot of construction going on here. So the press box, I understand, has become more of a storage area for the things they had in the concession stand that they're having to renovate to get some sewer put in for all this construction that's been going on. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the pitch is going to be fouled back to the left side or the right side, and that keeps the count 1-2.
So is the construction limited to the city limits of Springfield, or does that extend into Greene County?
Yeah, no, it's in the city limits. Now, the truck may have to park in the county a couple of times.
All right.
But no, the city, it is all in the city limits here on the Hillcrest campus. 1-2 the count. And this is Bo Rice at the plate for Kickapoo. He has been on base once, hit by a pitch, and scored a run. And he works the count now to 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the visitors' half of the 6th inning. Kickapoo looking to extend their 4-0 lead over Pomme de Terre in the JV championship game of the 50th annual holiday tournament. And the pitch. That one's outside, and the count goes full, 3-2. Well, we were keeping the pitch count as Sawyer came in the 4th inning, and now in the 6th inning, he's already up to 51 pitches. So he has had to have a lot of tosses here to try to keep the game here, and he's going to have at least another one to this hitter, as that one's fouled out of play again. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Silas McGee waits on deck as he takes his warm-up swings right here in front of us to our right. 3-2. Stretch. Check of second, and the payoff pitch on the way. It's fouled back again, and a good job of Rice staying alive in this at-bat.
Every time I see this name, Bo Rice, I think of my great-nephew who lives in Bentonville, Arkansas, Bo Bice. And I almost wrote it down, Bo Bice, and you keep saying Bo Rice, and I keep looking up for my nephew here.
Those names are easy to get when you know someone with a similar name. I had that problem in a game earlier today. Here's a pitch that's going to miss, low and outside, ball 4. And Bo Rice is on first base. It's runners at first and second, 1 out, and time for another visit from Kurt Skinner, the coach of the Muskies here. And let's see if we may be having another pitching change coming up.
Another Bo Bice was on one of those singing shows.
American Idol.
Yeah, and became the front man for Blood, Sweat, and Tears.
Is that right?
Yep.
For a run, and they played at Silver Dollar City 3 or 4 years ago.
Sure did.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've made me so very happy giving me that little drop right there.
Hey, what comes up?
Must.
You know?
Well,
goes
I know.
up.
You know, look,
It's
it's
a
all.
spinning wheel.
Dang it, that's the one I had. I was going to say Joy to the World, but that's Three Dog Night, so I'm in the wrong group there. Conference is over on the mound, thankfully, so I can, as I was late to that conversation.
I think there may have been one person out of about 20 on the stage that was original Blood, Sweat, and Tears that night.
That
But
was the surviving members of the wreck of Blood, Sweat, and Tears, right?
That's what they called themselves.
Silas McGee at the plate. He takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Runners at first in second. Still just 1 out here in the visitors' half of the 6th inning. Wind by Sawyer. The stretch, we should say, pitch, and that one's going to be low and outside. And the count 2-0, and it's beginning to be a kind of a labor here for the Muskies as they're trying to find some outs, and Kickapoo just keeps the pressure on and keeps on coming. 2-0 the count. Stretch and pitch. Way upstairs, 3-0. Again, that's now pitch number 57 in just a couple of innings of relief here for Mr. Sawyer. And as Matt mentioned earlier, not a lot of men on the roster here for the Muskies. So as that one's low in the dirt, and I believe we're about to have a pitching change here. Going to try to find something as the bases are now loaded, and it's the top of the Kickapoo order set to come up here.
Well, it's an awful lot to ask at this late in the tournament. You have got to have a lot of depth of pitching to survive and win a championship. And right now, Pomme de Terre is going to have to go to the bullpen, and we're going to see a lineup shuffle here.
Well, and I think it might be Cameron Crowe coming to the mound because it looked like he was the one that was grabbing the glove. And so I think that is who will be coming in to pitch now for Pomme de Terre. So Cameron Crowe will be the new pitcher. He'll be the third pitchers for the Muskies in this ball game.
And Cameron Crowe has now played 3 positions, which makes him almost famous in this game, don't you think, gentlemen?
Absolutely. If you say so, man. 98 Cade White is going to go to right field.
So, again, we'll have a lot of adjustment of positions. No lineup changes that we know of. We kind of had a situation in the previous game where we think we had maybe had a bat out of order, but it turned out to be a non-factor.
I still think we did, though.
I think
that
we
was
did.
Strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, you know I want to bring up somebody that meant just a great deal to this tournament in the years that I was around in the 80s, into the 90s, even the 2000s. Betty Doss.
Betty Doss.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
She did so much for this tournament. She would hand make 3 sets of brackets that were 32-team double elimination brackets to hang at the ballparks and have another one for the war room.
Oh.
Yeah, so basically 4 of them, I think.
Yeah, so 4. Betty did so much for this tournament and painstaking work, and she's a brilliant artist. I mean, she made some she and her husband Terry made a wall hanging thing that we have at home, and woodworking and things like that. But all the work that Betty Doss put into this tournament. She is still around. She is not in good health. Won't be here today, but thank you so much, Betty Doss, for all you did.
Well, I tell you what, she really did a lot behind the scenes like that, getting those tournament brackets. She would help my dad. Usually before the tournament, she'd be there in the tournament headquarters room, wherever that was in town, and have an opportunity to do that help. And she was just invaluable. And I'm glad. And I had kind of lost track of her and hadn't had a chance to ask my dad about her in a while. But I'm glad that she's still around. Sorry, I won't be able to see her today, but yeah, she was certainly a great lady, and I'm glad to see that she's still around and is going to be remembered, as are several other people here in this tournament. All right, so here's the situation for Pomme de Terre. Bases loaded. Kickapoo has the bases loaded, and Cameron Crow's going to come in and try to, at the very least, just get some outs, hopefully with no runs scoring, but he's going to have to face the top of the Kickapoo order in Jackson Hauser, who reached on a bunt single early in the ball game, also walked and grounded out, so he's 1 for 2 today.
Hauser represents a run at the plate that could potentially end the game in 6 innings.
That's right, and we hadn't really talked about that, but yes, we are just 4 runs away from this game being done, so.
Other than the bottom of the inning.
Yeah, getting the bottom of the inning, but they give the opportunity. I mean, Pomme de Terre would still get a chance to bat, but that is certainly a possibility here. So if you want to play a little bit more, Pomme de Terre really has got to try to find a way out of this now. Here's this one heading to the gap, and it is going to drop. Now all the runners had to hold up, and they're going to get the force out at second base. How about that one?
Wow.
Whoa.
I didn't see that one coming, but they got the force out at second base.
It's a fielder's choice for Jackson Hauser and an RBI to make it 5-0.
Wow, you don't see that often at any level.
No.
But he came up, and again, the runners had to hold to make sure, but what happened is the runner at first didn't hold far enough between, and he just didn't have a chance to get there. So I guess that's 9-4 on the put out there?
Yep.
So 9-4 on the put out.
8-4.
8-4. Sorry, 8-4 on the put out.
Now a hit batter, so that'll load the bases.
So again, Hauser gets that RBI, and now with the hit batter, as Owen gets hit, that's going to send the bases loaded again. But tell you what, that is a big out to get. They do get the run, making it 5-0, but Pomme de Terre, by getting that out, helps keep them in this game.
But, at the end of the day, you're chasing championships and everything, but what a great coachable and teachable moment for this is why you go on that a little bit halfway. What kind of arm does the center fielder have?
Ground ball to third, and the third baseman's just going to step on the bag and in the inning. Kickapoo does pick up another run in this inning. So for Kickapoo, 1 run on no hits. Thanks to the fielder's choice there.
That's right. It wasn't a hit.
Probably one of the hardest hit and best hit fielder's choices you're ever going to see, but that's what happened. 1 run, no hits, and 3 left on base. As we now go to the bottom of the 6th inning, it is Kickapoo 5 and Pomme de Terre nothing. Do want to take an opportunity, and I know we're going to thank them a lot here during the final couple innings of this game, but also the championship game, our friends at Redline Media Alliance, as they did some great work here over the last few days to get us set up. Again, we had some challenges, certainly had some challenges here at Hillcrest yesterday, and but we have got to know these guys, and they're working very hard, and we do appreciate their making these games available not only to be watching now, but then we got the archive broadcast that we can that you can go back and check out and look at and see some of the games. And we didn't get a chance to see every game in this tournament, so the 3 of us can go back and see. I can go back and see some of the stuff that you guys did.
You don't want to watch that.
I was just going to say you can forget the stuff Mast and I did. Because as old as we are, we probably will tomorrow
I
anyway.
told a lot of Scott McCauley stories that weren't true. At Republic and Parkview, Sunoco watched that. And you're going to be calling me going, okay, let me correct your story.
Well, here's the thing,
and
though.
here's how it really happened.
Here's the thing, Matt. I'm so old, I might say it did happen. Even though it really didn't happen.
Jeff Grease and I have been doing Husker women's basketball for 23 years, and when I'm on the road and I tell a story, he'll be like, no, wait a minute, let me tell everybody how it really happened. I'm like, this was a story from Missouri. He's like, yeah, but I've talked to the people down there, and I know how it really happened. So be careful, okay?
Yeah, that's the problem. When you tell the stories to too many people in other states can either verify or refute it, so you got to be careful about that. Bottom of the 6th inning here, it's Tucker Algiers leading it off for Pomme de Terre. He has struck out. Again, we've talked so much about Kickapoo's offense, or looked at that. Got to come back to the mound, and Peyton Wolf, and what a game he's put together, only allowing 2 hits, and just faced a couple over the minimum right now.
Kickapoo's pitching, both on the JV and varsity level, has impressed us with their depth, and he will be available to just add to the arms they have.
Matt, you said something earlier I want to kind of follow up on in this inning, and that is, we talked about what is the key to success in this tournament. And obviously you got to be able to stroke the ball a little bit, get some runs and manufacture some runs. No question about that. I mean, that's simple with any baseball. And certainly the more pitching you have, the better off you're going to be. But I still think probably the biggest key to this winning this tournament is defense.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is even good pitching, when you go through a hard stretch, you're going to have pitchers, even your solid pitchers, they're going to labor a little bit. They're going to go through some tough times, and you have got to be able to back them up with defense. And we have seen, again, at least in the games I've done, we have seen some very good defense by the team. Certainly the teams that are in this championship got there in part because they were able to field it behind their defense, behind their pitchers.
Don and I saw one of the best throws we've seen in this tournament by Graydon Miller yesterday for Ozark when they were trying to hold Republic to 2 runs or less. We've seen, and I've pointed it out, the catching in this tournament's been tremendous. And the catching, you have got to support your pitcher, keep balls in front. And I completely agree with you. Defense is so important in a quick tournament like this.
Yeah, and I have a feeling it will be a factor in that championship game coming up. The count is 3-1 to Algiers, and he's going to swing and miss at the 3-1 offering, a fastball from Wolf. Again, we talk about
Aller, I believe, is Allers.
Allers, I'm sorry. As we look at Wolf's numbers here and what some numbers he has had, just the 2 hits allowed, as he does give up a walk here. And I'm doing a quick look. It looks like that's only his second walk allowed in the game today.
Yeah, he walked Cameron Crowe back in the second. That was his first, so this is the second.
Got one in the first inning, too.
Yeah, so he
Whoa,
walked.
whoa, whoa,
yeah,
three.
walked Skinner. He walked Crowe, and now he walked the leadoff man here in the inning.
How many broadcasters does it take to count the number of walks on the scorecard? The answer is 3. One for each walk.
This late in the tournament, you're right. Here's a hot shot to center field, right center field. That's going to hit the gap, and that's going to be a 2-base hit. Maybe almost an out by a nice throw by the right fielder, but still it's going to be a double for Groninger. As Clayton Groninger has got a double, sending a runner to third, and there's 2 runners in scoring position right there. So a little life for Palm de Terre now is going to give a visit to the mound from the Kickapoo coach, and maybe a pitching change coming up, or at least a discussion. Where are we at time-wise now?
If you're keeping track, we are at about 17 minutes to go in the time limit if this goes a long time for Pomme de Terre. It'd have to go a really long time to get us to the time limit.
Yeah, and no new inning could start after the time inning has expired. So based on how the game has gone, we're probably going to play the full 2 hours, but I think we'll probably get the 7 innings in.
But the interesting aspect here is with the bottom 2 in the order having gotten on base, that's now setting the table for the top of the order. So, you got to believe if you're Pomme de Terre and are looking to get back in your game, this is it. I mean, this is your opportunity because you got your best hitters coming up.
Peyton Wolf has just thrown just 65 pitches here as we are early in the 6th inning of play, so he probably still has some gas in the tank out there.
One of those hits is by Jonathan Rollhouse. He got a single in the 4th. In fact, that was the first hit of the ball game that Peyton Wolf gave up. He also popped up to the catcher in the 1st. So he's 1 for 2 today. Runners at 2nd and 3rd with nobody out here in the home half of the 5th inning. Home half of the 6th inning, pitches upstairs, ball 1. And again,
note from tournament director Jeff Simpson that we will have the JV winner awards and the team photo, and then the ceremonies before the varsity championship.
All right, so that will be coming up here in just a bit. Right now, still got a little baseball to be played, and Pomme de Terre is wanting to play a little more baseball here. The count is 1 ball and no strikes. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. Wind and pitch. That one fouled out of play, and that's going to get over to the jungle. And the count now is 1 ball, 1 strike.
That was just it seemed to me to be the thing to call the area back there was the jungle.
Jungle, probably.
It looks just like that.
Well, not a lot of pass backer, I do believe. 1 ball, 1 strike. Stretch and pitch. Nice all-speed pitch that drops in there for strike 2.
What SPF do you have on your suntan lotion there, Mac?
Actually, I have 50.
SPF 50.
SPF 50.
Probably. I'm going to think that my legs need some sun, and I'm going to go back to Nebraska everybody will think I went down to the Gulf of Mexico instead of Southwest Missouri,
Yep,
I think.
but you still has the same results there.
That's right.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody out here in the 6th. Pomme de Terre trying to make a little bit of a run, down 5-0. Here's the pitch, off speed, ground ball to third, but that will be foul.
Lot of action down the third baseline here today.
Yep, and there's been some key hits down there, besides just the hot shots that have gone foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Stretch. And pitch. That one's going to be low, and the count now goes full to 3-2. So a big pitch in this ball game right here, coming up by Peyton Wolf.
Now, there are a lot of names that you get to talk about. I'm just taking a look at your script.
Yep.
That is going to be a great ceremony. Stay around for that before the championship game. A lot of people who have made this tournament great for 50 years will be honored.
Pop up on the 3-2 pitch. That in shallow right field. The runner's going to tag from third, and he's going to try to get in there. Good throw will get him, but he's just a little offline. Runner goes to third. So runner will score from third base. That is Pomme de Terre's first run of the game. Rollhouse with the sacrifice fly.
And
Brundiger will go to third base.
Yeah, really good throw.
Excellent throw.
From deep right field from Silas McKee. They let it go. They made sure the cutoff man didn't stop it. And, just a good throw, but was hit deep enough that time by Rollhouse to get Pomme de Terre on the board.
Easton Skinner at the plate now, looks at the first pitch, off speed, and right in there for a strike. And that's a situation Kickapoo will be happy to take. Trade the run for an out. They just need outs now, and they're now 1 out closer, 5 outs away from getting the championship. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swung at and missed, and the plastic, and the count, no 2 strikes.
In the plastic. I like that.
In the plastic.
That sounds a little bit better than in the turf, the way the Don's been describing it there.
I don't know. Plastic, I still think dirt's okay because that's it's not it's not accurate, but it's kind of what that area represents. Here's a hit to the shortstop, backhands it, throws, and that ball will be just in time for the second out of the inning as Ryland Smith gets it to Zach Light. That will score the second run for Pomme de Terre on the field, on the ground out by Skinner, so he does get the RBI. But what a play, and that's a big play there because what that does is clean the bases. Yes, they've scored 2 runs, but in the meantime, that clears the bases, 2 outs, and Davin Sawyer will bat with nobody on. First pitch down low and bounces on the plate for ball 1. So after the walk to lead off the inning, the double by Groniger. Then the sacrifice fly by Rollhouse to right field. That scored the first run, then the ground out scored the second run by Skinner, 6-3. Now 2 outs in the inning, bases empty. Davin Sawyer with the count 1 ball, no strikes. Want to know the count and the pitch. That one over but low, and it's 2-0. So for Kickapoo
game, we kind of want to be focused on that and not be worried too much about weather. We have dodged, and I mean dodged, some weather this weekend here, and hats off to the SABA committee for doing a great job for doing this. I have, in case you were wondering, I usually do not appear on camera in sunglasses, but there's 2 reasons. It's functional, because the sun is blaring right in my eyes. But Anybody who knows me knows that I'm famous for knowing what the weird national holiday is today, and it is National Sunglasses Day. And so
only Matt.
It is. You can look at my Facebook page, Matt Coatney, friend me. As long as you're not a fake person like this fake turf out here, I'll be happy to be your friend on Facebook, and I will put what the national day of the day is, and it's National Sunglasses Day.
So Matt is going to give you the 7th inning here as he celebrates not only the end of this game, but National Sunglasses Day. To wrap it up and bring it home, Matt Coatney.
Very good. Corey Hart and I wear our sunglasses at night is Jalen Brandon. Looks at a strike on the outside corner. And the windup and the pitch. That's another strike. And you like the fact that Crow is throwing strikes out there. 0-2. Kickapoo leading at 5-2 in the JV championship. This one bounces up there into the synthetic dirt. So can I say synthetic dirt, or are you okay with that, Coach West?
I'll give you that, sure.
Well, Scott Mack had another term here. Well, he said the plastic. Strike 3 called. Frozen pitch on the outside corner. And a strikeout now to start the top of the 7th. So Cameron Crow getting it done on the mound right there, keeping Pomme de Terre at least with a chance. They'll have the tying run on deck if they can get one runner on in the bottom of the 7th, as long as they can keep Kickapoo at bay here in the top of the 7th. There's a foul back by Peyton Wolf, who in my mind is one of the stars of this game, as he has scattered 3 hits and has given up 2 runs in this one. There's a strike. And the count now, no balls and 2 strikes. Stay with us. We'll have the ceremonies with the trophy presentations for the championship of this one. And then after a small break, we will have the 50th Holiday Tournament pregame ceremonies before the championship, and some dignitaries will be honored. Scott McCauley, my broadcast partner to my left, will be announcing those from the public address system from high atop Dick Birmingham Field. We'll carry that for you live right here. That pitch is fouled back. The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. I believe that all 3 of us at some point have announced something related to an all-tournament team or dignitaries from high atop many press boxes in this tournament through the years.
I think not in this field, but
No.
I think I did 26 all-tournament teams at the end of championship games.
And a swing and a miss and a strikeout of Peyton Wolf. So Cameron Crow has gotten it done with 2 straight strikeouts in the top of the 7th, and that's what Pomme de Terre needs right now. If they want to have a chance, they're going to have to hold Kickapoo at bay. Here's Zach Light, the first baseman. He reached on a fielder's choice, singled, and also is bounced out. 5-2 Kickapoo. Here's a pitch called a strike.
And there were 29 tournaments that I worked, so why wasn't it 29 all-tournament teams? Well, in my last tournament before this one in 14, it was played at Forsyth because of need for a turf field because of rain then, and somebody else did the PA. And there were 2 tournaments that we did not get to finish because of too much rain, 2 out of the 29 that I worked.
That sounds about right. I remember giving the all-tournament team when the tournament moved to Nichols. Pitch is outside for a ball. Scott McCauley used what he had this hi-fi set up with an amplifier and some speakers and an old microphone, and everybody lined up around me in a half a circle, and I felt like the Pope giving the all-tournament team. Pitch is fouled out of play. The count stays 2 balls and 2 strikes. Do you still have that get up? Scott?
No, actually, I don't know if that was mine or if that was one my dad got. You know, for many years, I would use at some of those tournaments, I'd borrow a PA from SMS. Bill Rowe would let us use a PA for, and the media department would let us use a PA for some of that.
Cameron Crow strikes out the side in the top of the 7th. Nothing across for Kickapoo. 5 runs on 7 hits. No errors. They have stranded 10 today. And we go to the bottom of the 7th. Pomme de Terre has one more chance. Kickapoo 3 outs away from getting the Junior Varsity Championship. They lead at 5-2. Bill Rowe would let you borrow a PA system.
Yeah, they would. Missouri State would allow us to borrow the system that they would use, like for the regular season games at Meadow Park, you know, for the SMS games.
Yes.
And we would get to borrow that usually for the holiday tournament, and then occasionally we'd get to borrow it. And then we could borrow it for postseason, like for the district and the sectional, not the sectionals, that's high school, but I guess the zone tournaments.
Zone tournament.
Zone tournaments and whatever we had at Meadow. So we'd get a chance to borrow that from time to time. So we would have those out there. And then we would have the, use, I think at Barnhouse they had a PA system out here. At Nichols, we had to find whatever we could. And I don't remember where it came from, but I remember exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
But I don't remember, we had to piece a lot of things together that year because we, and technically, I think somebody brought this up, that technically on the baseball rules, you're not really supposed to move a game from one park to another.
There's a lot of things you're not supposed to do.
And someone said, but this is the 4th of July tournament, which what it was called then, and then that just kind of ended the argument. We had to get it in. So we actually finished the losers bracket final there and then played the championship. Well, and I think people forget had we gone to a second game, I think there was a chance we were going to maybe hold them over and go to the next day at
Next
Metter.
day, yeah.
But as it turned out, we didn't, as Kansas City, Kansas finished off Kickapoo in that championship
In
game.
84.
Here's Cole Potter to lead off the bottom of the 7th for Palm de Terre. It's a high fly ball into right field. Silas McKee circles under it, and quickly there's one out in the bottom of the 7th. Speaking about things you're not supposed to do, and trips you and I have been on, SMS Baseball won the MQ8 baseball tournament in downtown Chicago in 1984, playing 4 games in one day.
Wow.
And had to get a special exemption to be able to do that. And I remember Keith Gutton slept on the bus with his arms around the trophy that he had earned. I remember we were in downtown Chicago on Sunday morning after playing all night. We couldn't find an open restaurant. We finally found a donut shop. And there were 35 of us pile in there, and that's what the team ate on Championship Sunday.
Well, and what I remember about that is they did just a luck of the draw in the first round, and instead of seeding it, the 2 best teams in the MQ, Eastern Illinois and SMS, played in the first round. Eastern Illinois won that game, so then we had to go to the losers bracket. We had to win, and people forget we had to win 2 games on Saturday.
Yeah, that's right.
And then turn around, had to be, then the lucky break that we got is that Northern Iowa, who was not very good, somehow found a way to beat Eastern Illinois in the winners bracket final. So we come back on Sunday, we beat Valpo in the early game that day, came back and beat Eastern Illinois in a 9-inning. We're only playing 7-inning games. In a 9-inning, 1-0 game, and then beat Northern Iowa twice and run-ruled them the second time to get the championship. We talk about pitching, got complete games pretty much in every game to get through there, and we still had a pitcher, and you'll know the name, Glenn Cummins, who was a Kickapoo boy.
Yeah, left-hander.
He was still waiting, and he never got a chance to throw because the other pitchers were able to finish it off.
Here's a foul back from Cameron Crowe. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Still to this day, probably one of the most remarkable athletic experiences I was ever a part of was that day in Chicago when we won 4 games and took the championship.
You talk about PA announcers as Crowe bats for Palm de Terre. Bottom of the 7th, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kickapoo leading at 5-2. Pitch just missed. 2-2. You talk about PA announcers. I was in the press box at the University of Illinois Chicago in downtown Chicago. Everybody was asked to stand for the national anthem and face the Sears Tower in center field. And I said, why are we paying homage to big business? They said, no. Here is a line drive base hit to center field for Cameron Crowe. So Palm de Terre gets a runner on. So they're not finished yet. I was told the closest flag, because we can't put a flagpole out here, is on top of the Sears Tower. And I said, you can't see the flag. They said, trust us, it's up there. So we all looked at the Sears Tower for the national anthem.
Still one of the best backdrops is having that Sears Tower in the center field.
It was
you're right in downtown, and it was a great experience. And, of course, SMS had a lot of success there.
I got to go to that in 1989. Same place, Flames Field, downtown
Flames Field,
Chicago.
Yes, exactly. You know exactly
at
where
Illinois, Chicago.
Pretty good ball field, actually.
Yeah, not a bad field at all.
I went with Art to that, and we watched it rain for a few days.
Here's a pitch that's high to Trent Panan, who's reached on a fielder's choice and struck out. Kickapoo with a double play will be the junior varsity champions of the 50th annual holiday tournament. Peyton Wolf has been good today for this Kickapoo team. He has scattered 4 hits in this one, and he has thrown but 87 pitches, and he's trying to finish it off. The infielders are at double play depth. The hitter is Panan. Nick Bagley waiting on deck. He's the potential tying run. That's a strike. Cameron Crowe singled after Cole Potter hit a fly ball out. Scott McCauley and I could tell a lot of stories about a lot of trips we run, a lot of road trips where we were roommates together too.
Yep.
Here's a pitch into the synthetic dirt, blocked. And the throw down to second, not in time. So on that wild pitch, Cameron Crowe will move up 90 feet and is now in scoring position. But if you're Kickapoo, you can't worry too much about him because the game is at the plate. They need 2 outs.
That sometimes, Matt, I think that's very tough to get out of the mind. They look at that as a runner getting closer, and the real focus is the outs. They're 2 outs away from winning, and they just need those 2 outs. Focus on the plate is where it needs to be right now for Kickapoo.
Panan looks at a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the double play ball not in factor here with Cameron Crowe moving up 90 feet. But Palm de Terre, this has been a quality junior varsity championship game. We have had nothing but good games today. And we anticipate another one in the varsity championship coming up next between Willard and Forsgren Sportsman. Swing and a miss and a strikeout of Trit Panan. And the final hitter and the final chance for Pomme de Terre, Nick Bagley. 7th strikeout of the game by Peyton Wolf. Kickapoo, 1 out away from celebrating a junior varsity championship. Bagley today is grounded out and has reached on a single. The right-hander checks at second base. Crow going nowhere. Here's the pitch home. That's high for a ball. And I am very impressed that while we have had a couple of bouts of rain today, we have not had a scrambler's rain delay today. Check of the runner at second. Here's the pitch home. Low, 2 balls and no strikes.
Only delay was yesterday at the start, and we managed to get done by 10 o'clock last night.
As many of these tournaments as all of us have worked, for the lack of delays we've had comparatively, it's quite frankly miraculous.
Well, especially when you looked at the forecast earlier in the week, you didn't think it'd be a chance.
Here's a strike called on a fastball right down the middle. Peyton Wolf at 94 pitches. He has pitched extremely well in this championship game. The Kickapoo program has shown a lot of depth and good quality pitching today in this tournament. Here's a pitch that's fouled back into the jungle outside the city limits of Springfield into northern Greene County. It's so strange for me to say.
Yeah.
To me, Springfield extends to, I don't know, Humansville. I still consider, parts of Christian County, Springfield. Here's the windup. Here's a pitch, bounce to the plate, and we will do it yet again. Yeah, it's one of those. They annex different spots of town various times. It's hard to tell where the city limits end and where they don't, but Scott McCauley is confident that you can see the city limits of Springfield on many of our camera shots.
Absolutely.
Nick Bagley at the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 5-2. Kickapoo in the lead. The pitch. Strike 3 called! And Kickapoo is the champions of the 50th annual Springfield Holiday Tournament Junior Varsity Bracket. And congratulations to the Kickapoo program as they are the champions with a 5-2 win. The winning pitcher, Peyton Wolf, as he goes the distance, he throws 96 pitches. He scatters 4 hits, struck out 7, and walked but 3. And, gentlemen, this has been extremely fun today. Kickapoo 5-7-0 is the line. They left 10 on base. Pomme de Terre, 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error. 4 runners were left. The win goes to Peyton Wolf. Cole Potter, the losing pitcher in a game that took 2 hours and 2 minutes. And a very efficiently played game. And, gentlemen, for a championship game for 2 teams we haven't seen, we were impressed by the level of talent out there.
Level of talent, level of play. Congratulations to both teams, to the Muskies of Pomme de Terre for making the trip here and making it to the final day. And again, Kickapoo, even though the varsity team did lose earlier today in the semifinals, still a great run for them. And, of course, their JV team showing that the program top to bottom is still in very good shape.
So we are going to cover the ceremony in which they will have the teams being presented their trophies. Don West, this is a pretty special occasion for a ball player who puts in so much of their time into practice, being out in the hot sun, dealing with the raindrops, and pretty good presentation coming up.
Yep, they've got those box of T-shirts ready to give out to the Kickapoo players, and league commissioner Derek Hunter out there to lead the ceremonies here for the championship of the junior varsity.
Kickapoo has went undefeated in the junior varsity bracket, but I want to have a tip of the cap here to the Muskie schools and teams, and they have put together pretty good amount of players that were a good challenge for this Kickapoo team. But you have to be impressed with the depth of talent that Kickapoo has, especially with the outing they got on the hill today from Clayton Wolf. So what you're looking at right now is they're getting set for the ceremony. Our friends from Redline Media, you see Andy Earls out there with a camera and a tripod getting set to provide you with good quality pictures and video of this. Redline Media Alliance is our video streaming partner today, and they have been absolutely wonderful partners here. Don and Scott, our first chance to work with them, and I think we've enjoyed this experience quite a bit.
I agree, and I think this is a good with this 50th tournament, I think it was a great way to kind of take the tournament to the next level, provide some coverage, and provide really what it does, provide memories. It provides memories, especially with the photographs, what they're going to take, with what Mr. Ackley's been doing as well, but also with Redline. The fact they can watch these games, archive it, and certainly this one we think the Kickapoo players will be able to watch for some time their performance in this holiday tournament as they win the JV championship.
You know, you and I and Don have spent 3 days telling a lot of stories, and those are all memories. And, you know, if you would have told me when I was in high school that I still would be talking about those things 40 years later, I don't know if I would have believed you, but you've got that exactly right. You can see the Kickapoo team showing off their T-shirts right now, and they will remember this for a long time. And I think this is special right now. This is the classic team photo, and this is awesome. Look at this lineup right here. They're showing the tournament T-shirts. You've got the coaches on both sides. That's just wonderful. That is a great photo right there. Congratulations to Kickapoo for winning the JV championship here. They're getting their photos taken, and they'll save these forever. Do you have any photos from back in the day, Scott?
Not a lot.
Greenwood, yeah.
I mean, we got a few, but not a lot. I mean, the pictures you do have, you certainly do cherish them. And the fact, and this is, I think, one advantage of technology is you now have the opportunity to get more of these pictures, get quality pictures, and that's terrific. And again, congratulations to Kickapoo for playing well, and they played well. Certainly played well in this game today, getting the victory over Pomme de Terre.
Well, here we are, and I think what we're going to do right now, Don, is we are going to pause momentarily. When we return, we will have the ceremony before the varsity championship game. I'm Matt Coatney, Scott McCauley on side. Don West has duties with this. Scott McCauley has duties with that. But, Andy, when we return, it'll be just me, so stay right there. We'll be back with you in just a little bit.
Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle, brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find, or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. Huge shout-out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the scoreboard guy for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the Scoreboard Guy on Twitter. Be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the Scoreboard Guy, Missouri Sports Network. We thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th Annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. A sporting good chain that buys, sells, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and secondhand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri for sponsoring the 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 417-886-4224, Scrambler's Diner will be glad to have you. Scrambler's Diner, Springfield, Missouri. Huge shout out to Digital Reminiscence out of Corning, Arkansas for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. They're the official film editor of this tournament, so whether it's game DVDs or maybe highlight reels of any player that we live streamed in this tournament, get a hold of them at 870-323-9051. Find them on Facebook, give them a like. Big town quality at small town prices. Digital Reminiscence. Andy Earls here with Redline Media Alliance out of Corning, Arkansas. Hey, we just want to say that we are honored to be the official live streaming partner of this 50th Annual SABA Holiday Tournament. We hope you enjoy live production, and we look forward to doing many years of live streaming this baseball tournament, this fantastic tournament. Redline Media Alliance, Corning, Arkansas. Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th Annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find, or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. Huge shout out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the Scoreboard Guy, for sponsoring this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the Scoreboard Guy on Twitter. be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the scoreboard guy, Missouri Sports Network, we thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th Annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. A sporting good chain that buys, sells, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and secondhand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri for sponsoring the 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 417-886-4224, Scrambler's Diner will be glad to have you. Scrambler's Diner, Springfield, Missouri. Huge shout out to Digital Reminiscence out of Corning, Arkansas for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. They're the official film editor of this tournament, so whether it's game DVDs or maybe highlight reels of any player that we live streamed in this tournament, get a hold of them at 870-323-9051. Find them on Facebook, give them a like. Big town quality at small town prices. Digital Reminiscence. Andy Earls here with Redline Media Alliance out of Corning, Arkansas. Hey, we just want to say that we are honored to be the official live streaming partner of this 50th Annual SABA Holiday Tournament. We hope you enjoy live production, and we look forward to doing many years of live streaming this baseball tournament, this fantastic tournament. Redline Media Alliance, Corning, Arkansas. Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle, brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th Annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find, or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. Huge shout out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the scoreboard guy, for sponsoring this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the scoreboard guy on Twitter, be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the scoreboard guy, Missouri Sports Network, we thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th Annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th Annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. A sporting good chain that buys, sells, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and secondhand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri for sponsoring the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 4.
And welcome back to Dick Birmingham Field, Hillcrest High School. It is time for the championship game of the 50th annual Springfield Holiday Tournament. This is Matt Coatney, delighted to be with you as we are getting set for the championship game between Willard and Fort Smith Forsgren Sportsman. But the first thing that we're going to have today is a ceremony to celebrate the people who have made this tournament so great for the last 50 years. We're going to honor people who have made this so important. There are some people who have been parts of 20 tournaments, 30 tournaments, 40 tournaments, some names you'll be familiar with, and some people you may not be familiar with who need to be honored, including my broadcast partner, Don West, who's going to get honored, and another person who's part of this ceremony is my broadcast partner and someone who's been a part of this tournament for many years. Our public address announcer for the ceremony, let's go to him right now. Up in the booth, let's go to Scott McCauley.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final game of the 50th annual Springfield Holiday. We want to start today by congratulating the varsity, the junior varsity champions of this tournament, Springfield Kickapoo. We also would like to congratulate our championship game varsity participants, the Forsgren Sportsman from Fort Smith, Arkansas, and Willard. The Springfield Area Baseball Association Holiday Tournament is the longest-running summer baseball tournament in Missouri history. This tournament has featured players including future Hall of Famer Albert Pujols, Cardinal Hall of Famer Jason Isringhausen, former Major League Baseball manager John Wathan from the Kansas City Royals, current San Diego Padre manager Jace Tingler, and former Missouri State Bear and Major League batting champion Bill Miller, just to name a few. Some of those people who have made this tournament such a special event. We have some of those folks joining us on the field, and we also want to acknowledge all these names of these people. They include the founder of the Holiday Tournament. That started in 1972, and a longtime area coach, Mike Kelly. And a gentleman who I'm proud to call my father, and who was the director and leader of this tournament for 40 years, Nolan McCollum. This gentleman umpired 48 consecutive tournaments, Mr. Jack Steck. Also, let's welcome longtime SABA board member and assistant tournament director, Dan Murphy. Also want to honor Tammy Rash-Mouse, who was a longtime tournament statistician. Tammy Rash-Mouse, we appreciate her contribution. And a voice that you're familiar with, working his 30th holiday tournament and the lead broadcaster for this year's tournament, Missouri Sports Hall of Fame member, Don West. Some other folks we want to thank include Brandon West, who's a longtime board member and current SABA treasurer. Former SABA Executive Board member, the late Steve Brewer. Also, former SABA Executive Board member, Betty Doss. Former SABA Executive Board member, Skip Davis. Let's give these folks a hand as well. And last but not least, we want to thank the people that really make this tournament possible. They include the coaches, the players, parents, umpires, also the host sites, and the fans for over the last 50 years. We want to thank each and every one of you, because this tournament could not have been made possible without you. Again, congratulations and thanks to all these and other people involved in the 50th anniversary of the tournament.
Scott McCauley, who ran this ceremony, and you get to
see Dan Murphy, Don West, and Mr. Jack Steck posing for pictures out on the field. It is one of my great pleasures getting to see people who I have known for many years being honored here. Don West is my best friend. Mr. Jack Steck, longtime swim coach at Drury University and Missouri State University, one of the great umpires, 48 years with this tournament. And then Dan Murphy, his contributions as an administrator, such a big part of this. We're going to have our national anthem. It will be sung by Rachel Nothnagel coming up in just a few moments. And we'll pause for our national anthem now.
See by the dawn's light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets were clear, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Absolutely fabulous ceremony before the 50th annual Springfield Holiday Tournament Championship. Rachel Nothnagel knocking out our national anthem. And so happy the people who were honored here today. Scott McCauley with the presentation. So happy that Don West, working his 30th tournament this year, our lead broadcaster, being honored there. So we are getting set to go with Willard and Fort Smith, Forsgren Sportsman, for the championship of this holiday tournament. These teams played yesterday in a wild one, and that game was won by the people from Arkansas, and Willard had a chance at the end, but a big double play to end it. Don West, congratulations. How'd you feel about that ceremony and being honored?
Out there with Jack Steck and Dan Murphy, man, wow. What a moving thing. Just loved it.
I will say that this tournament means an awful lot to me, but not as much as it does to you, because you have literally poured sweat and toil and tears and a lot into it for so many, many years, and I think it is absolutely perfect that you were honored on the field, and I think it's absolutely perfect that the person who read the ceremony was Scott McCauley, my broadcast partner sitting right here, who you got to talk about not only our dear friend Don West, but your father Nolan, who to me, he is the 4th of July tournament.
Yeah, he really has the background and did a lot in the middle of this tournament to keep it going after Mike Keltner had founded it. And, of course, the people, including Jeff Simpson, that have kept it going since then. But, yeah, great to hear those names. Great to see both Jack and Dan again. And just remember some of these people that have really done good work for this tournament and really for what was then the Springfield Legion League and now is the Springfield Area Baseball Association.
Well, we do have a baseball game in front of us, gentlemen. Willard is the home team, so let's take a look at the lineup that Evan Gaunt will be facing. Luke Wyatt leads it off for the Forsgren Sportsman. He's the center fielder. Then Bryce Morgan is the shortstop. Charles Broussard in left field. Will Rollins is the catcher. Caden Fox at first base. Josh Novotny is the right fielder. Ben Brooks is at third base. Cannon England, the designated hitter. Caden Gifford is the second baseman, and not hitting but pitching Colton Payton for Max Frazier and the Fort Smith Forsgren Sportsman, who will be the visiting team today. Defensively, behind Evan Gaunt will be Blake Holtgren in left, Kyle Beeman in center, Kyle Billier in right, It'll be Owen Bosnell. It'll be Landon Moore at short, Drew Quinlan and Cooper Hampton. Third to first, Cooper Wilkin is the catcher, and Evan Gaunt will be the pitcher. And to take you through the first inning, recently honored 30 years with this tournament, our league broadcaster, the Missouri Sports Hall of Famer, and recently honored, my dear friend, here's Don West.
Matt, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here with you and with Scott for this championship game. We are underway at 5:14, and the first pitch to Luke Wyatt is in for strike one with the plate umpire, Bo Campbell. At first base, it's Mike Hunter, and Brian Whittick is over at third. Next one is in for a strike. Luke Wyatt with a count of 0-2 as he stands in there to lead off the game for the Forsgren Sportsman of Fort Smith, Arkansas. And he will hit one foul down the right field line. And just out of play, and it bounces off into the jungle. Bryce Morgan and Chance Broussard will be up for Forsgren here in the first inning. Against Evan Gaunt, he got a really fair amount of pitching done in the school ball season. This one misses outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Gaunt was about the fourth, maybe the third pitcher for Willard in school ball. Swinging a foul back. He kind of served a role to start when pitching got a little thin after Dalen Stewart and Gavin Burke had been spent, maybe over a long weekend. Played a lot of center field and is a good hitter at the plate for Willard as well. He delivers. It's bounced to third. Owen Bushnell up with it and over across. Wild throw and safe, and that'll be an error on Bushnell to get this game started. Forsgren with a leadoff man on.
Yep, and that one just pulled the first baseman, Hampton, off the bag. A little bit of a wide throw, and if you're going to want to win a championship, you're going to have some breaks go your way, and the Sportsmen get a break to start this game.
Bryce Morgan will come to the plate for Forsgren.
You're handling it very well. Yeah, I thought you would be unable to start this game after that emotional ceremony.
Safe at first base. I'm just honored to be included among the 10 people who have been such a big part of this tournament. Bryce Morgan at the plate, and he takes strike one.
How great was it to see Mr. Jack Steck out there? Scott, thank you for saying his name correctly.
I couldn't have said it any other way.
Mentioning him as Mr. Jack Steck. That made my day.
0-1 pitch, ground ball to short, could be 2. Little bobble there, throw to second, and called out and safe at first. That was pretty close as Landon Moore had a little trouble with it at short.
Let's take a look at the replay right here. You can see how close this is. He bobbled it. Well, that was really close. Bang, bang play there at second base.
Called out by Brian Whittick, and Chance Broussard will come to the plate with a runner at first and 1 out. It's Broussard who went 1 for 4 in the semifinal win for Forsgren, which was over Nixa by an 8-6 score. So, yeah, this first matchup in pool play between these two was a tremendous game, also 8-6 with Forsgren winning. And there's a strike called, and it's 1-1 to Chance Broussard.
Now, Tom Maston, I had a chance to do that game yesterday, and it went down to the wire. The Sportsmen looked like they had the game wrapped up, but then Willard had a furious rally and only a very good turn double play by Fort Smith. That was able to stave off the rally and preserve the 8-6 win that got them in the automatic bid, if you will. And then Willard had to wait the result of Ozarks game later to realize they could get in as the wild card. And look at, they're here in the championship game.
2 balls, 1 strike to Broussard. And that's in the turf and scooped up by the catcher, Cooper Wilkin. And it was a line drive double play that ended the game that if it gets by, it probably ties the game, and Willard's got the momentum, and they may go on to win.
At least a chance, certainly a good chance to tie the game, but it was a line drive to the second baseman.
This is hit past Bushnell and into left field for a base hit. First hit of the game goes to Chance Broussard, and it's first and second with 1 out for the Sportsman.
Yeah, to finish that thought, the ball went to the second baseman, kind of tailed away, but he was able to make the catch. And then once he got the ball, he flipped it to second. The runner at second had frozen. He hadn't gone early. He was just frozen right there, and he just also was a natural move to flip it to second. He got the double play just ahead of the runner getting back. Game over.
Will Rollins, the hitter, and he takes strike 1.
We have been very impressed with Will Rollins in this tournament with his defensive skills, but he has a chance right now to show us some offensive prowess.
0-1, first and second, one away. And a ball outside. Nixa was last year's champion. They were knocked out in the semifinals earlier today. We'll have a new champion. Each of these two programs has won the holiday tournament twice. 1-1 pitch is low and away. Willard in 2011 and 2012, when their coach Trevor Bowling was playing for the Willard program that was also called the Southwest Missouri Thunder in that era in summer ball. 2-1 now. And a swing and a fly ball out into center field for Kyle Beeman. Runner tagging from second. Beeman makes the catch. Here's a rifle shot into third and safe on a close play as Bryce Morgan is able to advance.
Woo! That was a throw from Kyle Beeman. On line, there's not too many players at this level that will be able to make the play that close.
So first and third, two out for Caden Fox for the Sportsmen, who come in with an overall record of 11-9 into this championship game under Coach Max Frazier. Check of the runner, Broussard at first. He's going. Pitch is a ball. The throw through is in time, and out at second is Broussard as Wilkin throws him out trying to steal. And that will end the top of the first inning for the Sportsmen with nothing across. No runs, one hit, one left after a half inning. The Forsgren Sportsmen of Fort Smith, Arkansas, nothing, and Willard coming to bat.
And, Don, we have not had a chance to give the Willard lineup to everybody, so let me do that for everybody right now. They'll have Kyle Beeman leading it off and playing center field. Cooper Hampton is the first baseman. He hits second. Cade Billier in right field hits third. Blake Hiltgren in left field is the cleanup hitter. Owen Bushnell, the third baseman, will bat fifth. Cooper Wilkin is the catcher, followed by Landon Moore, the seventh hole hitter. At shortstop, the designated hitter is Mark Wynn. Drew Quinlan is the second baseman, and you saw that Evan Gaunt is the pitcher today, not hitting. So what a great defensive play. We've talked about the outstanding catching play in this tournament, Scott McCauley, and we just saw a great throw down to second base there by Cooper Wilkin to end this inning.
How about all the throws we saw? We saw the catcher's throw right there to get him out. We had the good throw from center field. And what was it that I mentioned earlier?
Well,
it's defense.
Defense. You've been right on top of it.
Defense. And here's the thing. I go back to what I said earlier. Even when you have good pitchers, you're going to have some help sometime. You're going to have some of that backup. And right there, a little bit of a rough start for the Willard pitcher, but he got helped out by some good defensive plays in center. Yeah, even though they didn't get the out there, that was still a good play, and then they got the out there to end the inning. So far, so good for Willard. But here's the other thing we found out. Don't forget, Fort Smith can hit the ball, and they hit some rockets in that first inning. So regardless of how good the teams are, guys, let's just face it, they're each playing their sixth game in 3 days right now. So that depth of pitching, the defense, and the timely hitting, I mean, it's all it's like the baseball soap opera, if you will, the baseball story. That's what's going to be the tale here today in this championship game.
The starting pitcher for Forsgren Sportsman is Colton Payton. He's a right-hander, and just to back up what you said, Scott, right now is the hottest part of the day and one of the hottest parts of the tournament. The humidity is ramped up. The sun, it's a very high sky. There are some clouds in the west that hopefully the sun will go behind. But the players are going to be drained. They're going to have to be in good condition. And now Willard will come to the plate as they did a good job defensively to stem the tide, and we go to the bottom of the first.
So I am choosing the shade up here, gentlemen.
You've chosen the back row. Don West delivering play-by-play from the Lowe's section.
Kyle Beeman takes strike one.
So he's doing – I'm sure you've done games from the stands before.
Oh, yeah, many times.
That's right.
Yeah.
Please keep your shirt on, though.
Don't worry. Bouncer, and that is foul just outside third base.
Not by much. Not by much. Look, just
Bo Campbell says about a couple of inches.
So in case you had any doubt, that's how close it was, folks.
The advantage of doing the game from right next to the umpire.
Kyle Beeman will hit one up the middle. It is cut off by the second baseman, Gifford. Throw to first is too late, and Beeman put that one in a good spot.
Well, as soon as he backhanded, I knew he was there because he's got good speed going down the line. And, again, good second baseman there, but you're going to have to make a perfect throw and get to it quickly, and he just couldn't do it. A well-placed base hit to start the bottom of the first for Willard.
Cooper Hampton coming to the plate. So, Matt, as a softball umpire, did you ever work any games that were broadcast and get to interact with any broadcasters close by?
I did. Most of the national championship games I did were carried on something. But I really tried to stay away from that. Never really got involved, never got mic'd up or, had the helmet cam put on me or anything. But that was a lot of fun, though.
1-0 to Cooper Hampton, and he gets hit by the pitch. 2 on with nobody out for Willard.
I did fill in. I think the last time I did any kind of high school activity, I filled in on York versus Seward softball in Nebraska, and they put me on a table just like this right behind home plate. And I knew the home plate umpire extremely well and had worked a lot of games with him. And he said, you got to be kidding me. And so broadcasting right behind a friend of mine I used to work games with.
Cade Billier to the plate for Willard. Good hitter in the 3 spot, and he takes strike 1. 2 on with nobody out for Willard in the bottom of the first inning.
Well, this is a key situation for the Sportsman. They need to come up with something defensively.
That is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. I know when I was a basketball official, I think I had 1 game that was broadcast on maybe Marshfield radio when I was working. Base hit to the right side. Here comes Beeman rounding third. He will score to make it 1-0 Willard. Throw into third base is offline, and into second goes Billier. It's a base hit and an RBI for Billier. He goes to second on the throw to third.
Well, you absolutely have to hit the cutoff man. Look, you're going to give up a run there, but you don't want to put another runner that deep in scoring position and put the batter at first base. So the Sportsman make a mistake right there by not hitting the cutoff man.
And still nobody out here in the bottom of the first for Willard, and Blake Hultgren will swing and hit one of the shortstop. A run coming home. The throw to first is in time, and it's 2-0 Willard on the ground ball out by Hultgren.
And that's exactly what we were talking about. That was a result of not hitting the cutoff man. That entire situation. Do it. 2 ground outs and 2 RBIs.
Cooper Wilkin to the plate. Bases empty now and 2 out. It is so crazy to think that Willard was on a razor-thin margin to not even make it into the round of 4 here today on Sunday.
How about that?
0-1, and there is a strike, and it's 0-2. Ozark was so close, they allowed 1 too many runs in the runs allowed tiebreaker that kept them from being here instead of Willard. Here's strike 3 called. Wilkin is down on strikes. Willard strikes for 3 in the bottom of the first inning on 2 hits and a couple of ground ball outs after a hit batsman. After 1 inning in the 50th annual Springfield Area Baseball Association Championship game, it's Willard 3 and Forsgren Sportsman 0.
Well, I tell you what, this has been an awful lot of fun so far, and momentum is such a big part of baseball. And when you take a look at the top of the first, the Sportsman had the momentum. They got a runner on who was erased, and then they got another runner on, and then another runner on. That person was erased on a caught stealing to end the inning. So Forsgren had that momentum. Willard came in, similar situation. They got runners on, but they capitalized on that momentum. And Scott, you and I have watched a lot of baseball through the years, and sometimes when you feel like momentum's on your side, you play a little bit better and you field it a little bit better. But both of these teams can put runs on the board. I doubt this ends 3-0 today.
No, and it's you kind of feed off your own momentum there, and I think that, there's no doubt that the Sportsmen had a little momentum going in as they hit that stride in the first inning. But Willard, again, their defense made a couple of good plays, kept runners off the board, and then they translated that to the offense. And look, when you get to this time of the tournament, and a lot of times I think you kind of play a little bit looser to start, because in this tournament it's a matter of endurance. You have survived the endurance test. Now, one of these teams is going to win the tournament, but in reality, both of these teams have won because they have lasted everybody to make it to this point. They have survived, and the ironic thing is 2 of the teams that had to get through were each other. And now they get a chance at a rematch on what was one of the better games of the tournament yesterday. There's not a better way to end the tournament.
On to the second inning we go. Caden Fox leads it off for the Sportsman and hits the first pitch out to left field. Blake Hultgren is there. I love it that Hultgren is playing all these different positions. He was the regular shortstop for Willard Schoolball. We've seen him at second base, in right field, and now left field, and there's one out.
Don't you think that's one of the advantages of playing summer ball is you can work on different positions, you can learn some different things, get out of your comfort zone a little bit?
Indeed. Josh Nowotny to the plate, and ball one misses. Ben Brooks, the next hitter for Forsgren. Evan Gaunt brings it home, and that's fouled off into the wilderness, off to the right. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Out into the county.
Is there still a dog food plant back there?
Excuse me?
That I don't know. I don't know if there is or not.
Something back there through the trees. There goes another one that way. You can smell it when the wind is right, and they're processing.
Are we sure
over
that's
there.
the dog plant? Ladies and gentlemen, can you tell there's been some broadcasters that called a lot of games in the last 3 days?
Yeah, boy.
This is going to be interesting.
2-1 pitch, ground ball to the shortstop along the carpet. Landon Moore up and throwing and out at first as Hampton hangs on. And Forsgren goes 3 up, 3 down in the top of the second inning. We played an inning and a half. Willard got 3 in the bottom of the first, and Willard leads the team from Fort Smith 3-0.
We have to mention, as we have all day, but it's time to talk about our good friends at Scrambler's Restaurant, Scrambler's Diner in South Springfield. Best breakfast in town, the home of the 4-egg omelet. Scott McCauley thinks that's a challenge. For me, that's called breakfast. It is a wonderful opportunity for you when you come to Springfield. For example, if you're in Northwest Arkansas, to get a quality meal, try the Raisin Toast. I love the Scrambler's Platter. Scrambler's Restaurant, they have been the sponsor of our rain delay, and thankfully we haven't had much of an opportunity to have a Scrambler's rain delay. Yep. But Scrambler's Restaurant is a wonderful sponsor of SABA's 50th Annual Holiday Tournament. Scott, I want to tell you while we have a moment, you did a great job hosting that ceremony from the press box. I thought that was absolutely perfect. How wonderful was it to see our dear friend, Mr. Jack Steck out
It was.
there,
I hadn't had a chance to see Jack in a couple of years, because COVID wiped out baseball last year. But I think the last time I'd seen him was probably 18 maybe. He was still calling a little baseball then, and I'd see him come down to Branson every now and then. But just a great guy. And, I've always believed that umpires and sports officials, the one thing they can do is call games within their personality. Do so fairly, within the rules, but within your personality. And there was no doubt that Jack Steck's personality on the field and off the field were the same. I mean, he's the same. He called the game the same. I mean, he wanted to do a good job just like all the good officials do. But man, he was always out there and always added something to the game. And it was great to see him being able to get ahead. Did you know he was in uniform? I thought that was impressive.
That was
He
awesome.
came in uniform today. Yeah. That was great. Just like Don came in his uniform and his old holiday tournament shirt today, which he's worn every championship since '87, right?
Think so.
Yeah.
At least all the ones I've been at.
Yeah.
Here's ball 1 to Landon Moore, and this is the 30th of those. Landon Moore, Willard shortstop, ball 1, and now strike 1. For Coach Trevor Bowling in the third base box for Willard. And in his playing career, he was a regular on the all-tournament team in this tournament. I've got the stats from 2011 and 2012, and there may have been another one in there that I don't have. But in 11 and 12, he was a utility player on the all-tournament team. Bouncer to the right side for Caden Fox, and unassisted to the bag for 1 out. And Mark Wynn will come to the plate. Trevor Bowling in one of those, in 11, he was 8 for 22. In 2012, he was 8 for 23, so he was consistent at the plate.
Yes.
Mark Wynn in there now, the designated hitter. And he takes strike 1.
So when we talk about Trevor Bowling, that last name obviously leads me to a question for Scott McCauley. Have you caught up with Dale Bowling?
Not seen Dale in a while, but I see his brother every now and then, who's still in the Branson area, and has moved over there. And the last time I did see Dale, it's been a few years since I've seen him, but he's still the same old Dale. He's very, very low key, but just one of the nicest people you want to know. And I tell you what, when he and he pitched for Missouri State. He pitched for Keith as well, and a bunch at Missouri State. But man, he was one of those dominant pitchers in the Legion League there in the early '80s, pitching for Republic. He was one of those arms that was almost always a win every time he took the mound.
2 out now with Drew Quinlan up after a foul. Colton Payton brings in ball 1, 1 ball and 1 strike. 3-0 Willard, bottom of the second.
So the sponsor of that Republic Legion team was Pat's Pizza back in the day.
Yep, for a while it was.
Is that place still around?
I have no idea.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Well, it was originally, and then when the Legion Post got going down there, 676, they took over after a few years, and I think they actually had it for a lot of those years that were in the early to mid 80s, as I recall.
You know me, I'm always interested in where the good food places are.
Are you a broadcaster? Of course you are.
Yeah,
just like we all are.
That's the whole thing.
Yes.
Foul outside of third. It's 3-2 on Drew Quinlan.
It's still hard for me to refer to these teams without their sponsors back when I was doing these games. You know, when I look at Willard, I want to call them Conco Quarries.
Yep.
Remember those?
For many years, they were Conco Quarries.
In the summertime, in the 80s, and maybe into the early 90s, John Brower and Gary Strachey were their summer coaches.
What great people.
They were the coach when it was Willard, and then that club actually moved to Ash Grove when the Willard high school took over. That's when John Hartley went to Willard and got that program. But yeah, Conco Quarries, John and Gary were at it for several years.
Outside for ball 4.
I guess that's what really makes this tournament special for me is all of us got to know the coaches and many of the players, and they were all just great people, good sportsmen. They wanted to see good ball. They understood, they had to be flexible about things. But John Brower, Gary Strachey, great people.
Well, and then we've already talked about Coach Hartley a little, and we talked about Dave Davis, who, of course, made a big name here at Hillcrest on the high school level, but also coached the Legion team for several years, and there were some other coaches in there as well, and that group was always fun in the summertime to be around those guys and get to see some good baseball.
Beeman hits one into left center. That's down for a hit. 2 on with 2 out for Willard. They're trying to shake things up here after there were 2 out and nobody on.
Well, and you get now into starting to want to get deep in the lineup, get some at-bats, but also get some pitches. We're looking at 31 pitches now having been thrown by the Fort Smith pitcher as we're here in the bottom of the second inning, and Willard wanting to get that lineup around and get some offense going.
Cooper Hampton at the plate, and he takes ball 1. Willard Conco Quarries won an American Legion state championship in 1986. And Scott and I was just getting started. Scott was already established in the league. Runners going, throw to third and out toe. Look out by a mile.
Be careful.
And that's the third out. Drew Quinlan tagged out for the third out, and that will end the Willard threat in the bottom of the second inning, and Cooper Hampton will lead off the Willard half of the third. Nothing across, no runs, 1 hit and 1 left, and after 2 innings, it's a 3-0 lead for Willard. That 86 Willard team won a state American Legion championship, and Scott, I guess it was just within their budget to take you and me with them to Omaha for the regional tournament in 86.
Well, I go take you a step further because I had John Brown and Gary Strachey had asked me to help them because I was doing the league stats. They wanted to help them. So I actually went with them first off. Before that, I went with them to the zone tournament in Kansas City, actually in Independence. They won the zone tournament up there, and then they host the state championship here and got that win, and then they went on to Omaha, and that's when you and I went up there and got to see him and got to sit in. George Wilson was with us on that trip too, the longtime Willard basketball coach. And
another great guy.
Yes,
oh my gosh.
And we got to see a lot of baseball, but we also got to see a lot of rain.
For a couple of days, it rained hard.
Do you remember who we saw there that eventually became a major leaguer?
Cal Eldred.
Cal Eldred, absolutely.
Now, was this at Seymour Smith Park?
Yes, it was.
I have umpired a lot, and I mean a lot of ball at Seymour Smith Park.
And let's puts another thing in perspective. That was really one of the heydays of the Springfield Legion League, because the year before that, Kickapoo had went and finished second in the state that year.
Yep.
And then as we mentioned, 86 is when Congo Quarries went. But then the next year, Hillcrest went and won the state championship in 87.
At Metter, yeah.
And so we had 3 years in a row that the league had representatives in the Legion State Championship, winning 2 of those 3.
On to the third inning we go with Willard leading 3-0, and here is Missouri Sports Hall of Famer Scott McCauley.
Thank you very much, and we start this inning with a whale of a play at third base as Bushnell catches the line drive hit by Cannon England, and Bushnell went up in the air, but he was able to grab that one and yank it down for the first out of the inning.
Climb the ladder, and you had better be paying attention and have some good reflexes, and he went right up and snagged it away, and a great start to the third inning for Willard.
3 runs on 3 hits for Willard. No runs on a hit for the Sportsman. Here's a pop-up of a bunt. The catcher gets over there, and that's 2 quick outs as Wilkin makes the catch there.
Whew, the pitch counts are going to be pretty small here, as these are pretty efficient at bats for Willard to get some outs here, and that pop out right there, pretty good reaction by Cooper Wilkin to run over and get that one.
So here's Luke White, and when you have this quick an inning, what happens, guys? This guy has been ordered to take the first pitch, you got to believe, in this inning. Let's see if he actually does it.
Whoa.
He doesn't. He's going to swing, and I think we may have a 3-pitch inning here. We do. A quick 3 up, 3 down for the Forest Grid Sportsman here in the third. As we go to the bottom of the third inning, it is still Willard 3 and the Sportsman nothing. It's the 50th Annual Holiday Tournament Championship game.
And we'd like to thank some of our great supporters of this holiday tournament, including Play It Again Sports, 1300 East Battlefield. They are your source for sports equipment and clothing needs. You can see their sales reps for your team needs. That is Play It Again Sports, 1300 East Battlefield. We also want to mention Flat Top Photos. Steve Rackley and Flat Top Photos. Steve Rackley was over here talking to me just a few moments ago, and while I think Steve Rackley is great, he needs to get rid of the Missouri Tigers hat, but that's okay. He is the official action
just trying to cover your hat today.
Of
so
the 50th Annual Holiday Tournament. You can see Steve, or go to the SABA website, register your player for the high-quality photos.
So I guess we're wearing hats. I'll give our radio station, Branson KRZK, a shameless plug. That's the hat I'm wearing here today. And I do, you know what, in all seriousness, I do want to give a shout-out to my media and my good friends down at Ozarks Dynacon. That's the company I work for in Branson, the radio stations that I've been at since 1990, and I appreciate them help, especially on Friday, kind of shifting some stuff around so I could get up here to start working with this. And when you work for a company that long, you know, I mean, you always have your ups and downs. But one thing, that company's been consistent. Whoever's the owner is, they want us to have fun and enjoy time with friends, and getting the opportunity to do this is something I couldn't pass up, and I do appreciate them making sure that we could arrange the deck chairs down there so I could be up here for this tournament and get to reconnect with you and Don and Tom and all the folks here. We're in the bottom of the third inning, and the first pitch is over below ball 1. This is Cooper Hampton. He was at the plate when Quinlan got thrown out at third base on the double steal attempt with 2 outs. Next pitch is again low. This one a little bit inside as well, on the count 2-0. Hampton was hit by a pitch and scored one of the 3 Willard runs in the first inning. We're now in the bottom of the third as they've got the 3-0 shutout. Couldn't pull the trigger on the one at the knees, and the count now 2 balls and 1 strike. This Willard ball club has just been so impressive in this run they're on right now, as they have another strike here. Not only in the summer ball, but of course Don talked about the high school ball. They won the state championship. Really thought that they were the favorites in a lot of people's eyes to win it last year, but unfortunately COVID won the championship last year. And one of the better stories in the area is that they regrouped. They lost a lot of good players off that team last year, but still were able to get it done and win the state championship here this year in 2021, taking the Class 5 title. Here's a pop-up on a 3-2 pitch. And I think it's just going to sneak out of play, but I think still in the city as it's on this side of the road. So that one is still a Springfield property as the count stays 3-2.
They won that school ball championship this spring and played their entire season, and really have never forgotten about the last 2 years. Their former player and coach, Justin Atchison, who was killed in a hunting accident. They've got his number 4 on the field at Tom Greenwade Field, and as well as Cooper Hampton's older brother Tyler Hampton, his number 8, and Cooper wears the number 8 in his honor. He passed away a couple of years ago as well, and those two are always in the thoughts and minds of the Willard players.
Ground ball, base hit right behind the runner. Hampton's going to stop at second base. as Belu now has 2 hits in the game.
This is stacking up a lot like the first inning. Hampton hit by a pitch and then went to second on a base hit to right field by Willard. So a lot of the same things happening here as Blake Hiltgren comes to the plate.
Yeah, Willard with the single now in his first 2 at-bats. And now a bunt tries to move the runners over, and that will go foul for strike 1. This is Blake Hiltgren to the plate, 6'3", on the ground out, but that was an RBI that he picked up in the first inning on that ground out. They got 2 consecutive ground outs, but they both resulted in RBIs. Nothing in 1 the count. Stretch, pitch, and it's over but low, and the count evens 1-1.
Gentlemen, here in just a little bit, we're going to have the 50-50 drawing right here on our broadcast with half of $244 up for grabs.
Bunt in the air, and it is caught by the third baseman. What a play that was. Holy cow, he dove and got it, and that's the first down of the inning. You will not see a better play except right here on the replay.
Laying all the way out was Brooks, and he made the superlative play and put a big star down on your scorecard on that one.
Ben Brooks with the diving catch there for the first out of the inning. Wow, what a play that was. Here's Owen Bushnell. He had a home run against this very team yesterday. The only home run we had, this is going to be a ground ball to third. Could be 2. Out at third base. They go to first, and it is just not in time as Bushnell was able to leg it out, but they do get the lead runner Hampton at third.
Hard to get the 5-3 double play in that situation. If it's right above the bag and you're playing on the line, you can do that, but Brooks had to take about 3 steps over to touch the bag. Smart play to do that, and he made it close.
Very, very close. How about that for 2 good plays in a row? The diving catch and then nearly getting the out on that throw there. So 2 down in the inning, and here is Cooper Wilkin, who is the catcher for Willard. He struck out looking to end the first inning. Check swing here. They're going to try to take third again, and for this, no, they missed the tag. Wow. We may get a look at that one again. Boy, what a throw. A pitch was inside. They go and get him. And the only thing I can look at is the tag must have missed him. Again, it was we were kind of screened out there. There's no doubt the ball got there ahead of time. You can see Max Frazier is out there asking for help on there. He truly believes he was out. And again, there was no doubt the ball got there before the runner did. No question about that, but that was the tag applied, and the base umpire says no, it wasn't. So
all I know is, from 31 years of umpiring, if the ball beats the runner, everybody thinks they're out. But a lot of things happen that are funky when the runner dives in there.
And that one, especially out of sight. Now the runner's going to go to second, and they actually tried the double steal. And I tell you what, it's very rarely that we've even seen a throw on that play in this tournament, at least in the games I've seen. Usually the catcher just holds the ball, but they actually made the throw and tried to bluff the runner off the bag. And he did not bite on it. So second and third, 2 outs. Ground ball to third. Third baseman scoops it, throws, bounce, and that's not going to get there. The ball's going to go away, and that's going to allow 2 runs to score. So after making 2 good plays, Brooks short arms the throw here. The catcher's not able to get the scoop, and there's 2 runs home. It's 5-0 Willard.
Great play to catch it on the short hop. But in order to complete the play, the third baseman has to make a really hard throw, and he wasn't able to complete it there.
Yeah, just a little bit short, and then it was the first baseman actually I think got a glove on it but wasn't able to scoop it. So the error will allow the runs to score, and this is a foul ball on the first pitch to Landon Moore.
And we have a courtesy runner for the catcher.
It is 20-something, guys. I couldn't catch the number, and
we'll get it.
Yeah. Please, teams, put your numbers on the front and back of your uniforms. It means so much.
And for us older ones, the bigger the better.
Yeah.
I think sometimes I'm going to sound like a get-off-my-lawn guy. Why do you have uniforms with numbers? For people to identify you. If we can't identify you, then why do we even have uniforms?
My pet peeve is the numbers that are the same color as the uniform with some stupid little thin line outlining them.
The idea is so you can be identifiable so we can talk about you.
Runner goes, and the pitch misses, but, it's going to be nobody out there either.
It's Mason Gayer. He's the runner.
So Mason Gayer, the courtesy runner steals second.
Here's the replay. Outside pitch, the throw was down, kind of a lollipop in there. If the throw would have been more straight instead of with a hump on it, they probably would have had him.
Still pretty close at second, but he did beat the tag. And now here's the next one. That's going to be strike 3 called to Landon Moore, and that will end the inning. But a couple of big unearned runs scoring for Willard in the third. They get 2 runs on 1 hit. There was the big error in the inning, and a couple of runners were left on base. Actually, 1 runner left on base. As we go to the 4th inning, our score now Willard 5, and the Forest Green Sportsman nothing.
So we called this the Kirk Gibson shirt back in the day, gentlemen.
Now, hold on, Don. Before you do that,
okay.
I think this is what we're doing here right now.
Okay.
Do we want to do this first?
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to do the 50-50 drawing.
Now, I want to talk about your shirt, but before we do that, let's make sure we get this bit of business taken care of.
50-50 drawing with half of $244 up for grabs here.
Well, this is high drama right now because we've been talking about the 50-50 drawing. And it looks like Dan Murphy is going to be able to draw the ticket right here. And so check your tickets at home. We don't know how this is going to work. We're going to get Andy Earls out there to get a good look at it from
there we go.
Yeah, from our Redline Media Alliance crew. Dan Murphy's going to reach in there. This is the 50-50 drawing. We'll see what we get here. Let's take a look at it. Get a good look at that. If you have
822017, 822017, you're the winner of the 50-50 drawing.
You don't have to be present here. You do have to get a hold of the SABA folks within 30 days. So if you have 822017, you've won half the pot. Now, Don West, talk about your shirt.
They called this the Kirk Gibson shirt. You see the resemblance here?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Sure do.
They used this in the holiday tournament for 7 or 8 years when I first got started, and I don't know how long before I was around, but it was the standard.
Ground ball too short as we begin the top of the 4th inning. Throw is high, but the runner will be tagged out on a nice sweep tag by the Willard first baseman Cooper Hampton for the first out of the inning. That was Bryce Morgan at the plate, and so that is a ground ball out. And guess what? We have had outs on 4 consecutive pitches thrown by Willard.
Yeah, how about that? I mean, a 3-pitch inning in the 3rd and then the first out in the 4th inning.
And 8 in a row set down by Evan Gaunt.
First pitch, that's going to be a line drive, but that's going to get in for a base hit as the shortstop can't get to that one. So Broussard has a 1-out single.
2 for 2.
2 for 2. Now he has the 2 hits on the board right now for the Sportsman. Here's Will Rollins, the catcher.
And they are not afraid to swing at the first pitch. No question about it.
They're very aggressive. And I told you, guys, when we were talking about them a little bit earlier, watching them, they had this dugout right to our left where they are today for this championship game. They had that in the 2 games yesterday as the first pitch is over below. And I even talked to Coach Frazier about this before the first game today, that we're just impressed by how they're in the game. And I think you guys will notice this as we go through. They're in the game. They're encouraging each other. They're very aware of the situation. And here's a ground ball too short. Shortstop will end up going to first. And they just get the out there. A good scoop by the first baseman there for the second out of the inning as Rollins got down there. By the way, he's got a little speed too besides all that talent, man.
I absolutely love this player's game. There's a reason he's the cleanup hitter. And that's what we were saying about courtesy runners earlier. You think of catchers and you think slow-footed. Not in that case. Rollins got down the line very quickly.
Here's Caden Fox, who lined out to left field his first time up. First pitch to him is going to be over for a strike. But this is a very well-rounded ball club, and we talked about this earlier. They lost their first 6 games of the year, and since that time they are, well, actually now 11-3 with their win earlier today over Nixa in the semifinals of this tournament. The count now evens 1-1 to Fox. So this is a very, very impressed with this team, very knowledgeable, and they play the game right. It's been good to see them and get the chance personally to see them both yesterday and today here in the tournament. Fox is the first baseman, 1-1 the count. Runner at second is Broussard, 2 down here in the top of the 4th. Willard up 5-0. That pitch is over but low. It's 2-1.
Big run out at second base in terms of momentum for the Sportsmen. They need to find a way to get that runner home.
Really, momentum and attitude, really, just kind of have a good perspective. Here's a high fly ball center field. Center fielder is going to camp and catch for the final out of the inning. So the Sportsmen do get their second hit of the game, but that runner stranded at second. No runs, a hit, and one left as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Our score remains Willard 5 and the Sportsmen nothing.
So we mentioned that Trevor Bowling was on 2 championship teams for Willard in this tournament in 2011 and 2012, on the all-tournament team for both of those years. So who were some of his teammates who were getting it done? Well, in 2011, they called themselves the Southwest Missouri Thunder, but they were really the Willard summer team, and other all-tournament team members from that era from 2011. Bobby Hampton was on the team as an outfielder. He hit .579 in the holiday tournament and also got a pitching win. Also, Michael Burgess was a pitcher. He made 2 appearances, went 2-0. And Spencer Blacksher was a pitcher as well. He went on to play at Southwest Baptist, had 2 pitching appearances and went 1-0 with a save. And the Mr. Hustle Award winner that year was Jed Owen, and he was a big first baseman that I think wore number 8 like Cooper Hampton. Went 11 for 23 for a .478 average and 4 home runs in the tournament. Even though Willard, the Thunder, did win the championship, they did not have the most valuable player that year. The MVP was Corey Embry of the Midwest Outlaws, who went 15 for 24.
Oh, my goodness.
Hit .625 with 4 home runs and 17 runs batted in, far and away the RBI leader of the tournament.
Yeah, and I've got to look over Don's shoulder. Don also was honored in that tournament as well. Tell me what you got that year, Don.
What was that? The commemorative bats.
Yes.
The
I remember
commemorative
that.
bats.
Yeah, your dad got one also.
Yep, that's right.
And you know what? The Midwest Outlaws won the tournament that year in their first appearance.
Yep.
There is a discrepancy on the on the history page here that we've got, so we'll get that corrected.
Mark Wynn leading it off here for Willard in the bottom of the fourth. He's the designated hitter. He popped up to right his first time up. Ground ball to third. It goes just foul. 5 runs for Willard. They've had 4 hits so far in the ball game. The Sportsman's been held to 2 hits, both of those by Broussard, and his team with an error.
I think we should mention there's no time limit in the championship game, so we won't have to worry about that one today.
Is a run rule, although I don't think we'll have to worry about that one either. There's another ball in the jungle over the first base dugout, and the count goes to 1-2 to win. Quinlan and Beeman also due up in this inning for Willard. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wind and pitch, swung at and missed. It's in the plastic, if you will, and the throw to first in time, so that's a strikeout and a 2-3 put out to start the bottom of the fourth inning.
3rd strikeout of the game for Willard.
Quinlan up to the plate now, and he walked his first time up and eventually was thrown out at second base.
So I'm going to apologize for saying that Willard won the tournament in 11. They did not.
Here's a base hit to right field, and that's Quinlan slapping one into right field as the Tigers now have their 5th hit of the game. They may not be called the Tigers in the summer, but that's how we refer to them, so we'll give that their high school team a little plug here. So Quinlan on with 1 out and back to the top of the order. Kyle Beeman has a pair of singles today, and he scored in the first inning. 5-0 Willard, and they've got something going here with 1 out in the 4th. Pitch swung at and missed for strike 1.
So let me tell you about the 2012 tournament when the Willard did win.
Okay.
I got that one. And Trevor Bowling was on that all-tournament team as well as a utility player. Actually had a pitching win in Willard's championship run.
0-1 the count and the pitch. It misses, and it's now 1-1.
From the 2012 all-tournament team, Willard had Michael Pfeiffer, who was the RBI leader in the tournament with 10 and hit .450.
Here's a ground ball too short. They scoop it to second for the first out. On to first, double play, and the inning is over. So the 6-4-3 double play will erase the base hit. And side retired, minimum faced in inning number 4. No runs ahead and nobody left as we go to the 5th inning. Our score remains Willard 5 and the Sportsman from Fort Smith, Arkansas, nothing.
And let me give you a couple of more names. Justin Atchison was on the 2012 All-Tournament team as a pitcher with 2 appearances, 1-0 with a save, and also went 3 of 9 at the plate with 3 RBIs. And he missed all 3 games of pool play, according to my history notes. Anthony Canapeel was on the All-Tournament team for Willard in 2012. He went on to play at Arkansas State and had 2 appearances as well. In my All-Tournament notes in 2012, it was the hottest tournament ever. Official highs in Springfield of 101 on Wednesday and Thursday, 99 Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yikes. Ugh.
Willard beat Branson in the championship game 7-2 after falling to the Midwest Outlaws 8-2 in the championship game the previous year. And Willard's Trevor Bowling was the only repeat player from the previous year's All-Tournament team.
I'm stunned, the depth of notes that you have. I guess I shouldn't be stunned, but it still, after all these years, is impressive, the information that he has kept through the years.
It's going to be 6, 7, and 8 due up for Fort Smith in the 5th inning. Josh Nowotny will lead it off. Ben Brooks and Cannon England will follow. It is 5-0. Willard leads the Forsgren of Fort Smith, the Sportsman, and here for the 5th and 6th inning. Let's turn it over to Matt Coatney.
Scott, thank you very much, and it has been an extreme honor and a humbling pleasure to be with you this entire weekend, and I thank everybody who has helped me through here because I feel like this tournament means a lot to me. You've listened to Don elucidate all those statistics, and you had Scott talking about his father and everything about it, but believe me, this tournament means a lot to me, mainly because of the people who have been involved with. And when I hear those great numbers and you know how important it is, the legacy and these people out here on the field right now, they're going to be a big part of it also.
Yeah, and you know what? It's been kind of like a reunion, hasn't it, Matt? I mean, just to
great.
see all these. And you know what? And we're going to thank these teams, too, because these teams have played well in this tournament. It's made the 50th special as well.
Nowotny will lead it off. He looks at one in the pellets. It goes back to the fence, and that is a ball. It is a lead for Willard of 5-0 as the Sportsmen bat in the top of the 5th inning. Here's a swing and a miss. They are based in Fort Smith, Arkansas, northwest Arkansas, one of my favorite places in the world, and we appreciate everybody who has tuned in down in that area today. The wind in the pitch, low for a ball, 2 balls and 1 strike. We also appreciate everybody who has reached out to us in various social media ways or come up to us at the ballpark. Thank you very much for tuning in this weekend. There is a swing and a miss. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. You can continue to be interactive with us. We encourage your Twitter interactions. My Twitter handle is @Coatman1, COATMAN1. Here's a pitch inside, and Evan Gaunt in danger of losing the leadoff hitter for the Sportsman, Josh Nowotny.
You know, we ought to probably talk a little bit about Mr. Gaunt here and the pitching performance he's had so far after a little bit of a rough start, just giving up the 2 hits and has really kept Fort Smith in check.
That pitch is outside and a leadoff walk for Nowotny, and according to my scorecard, that's the first walk of the game for Evan Gaunt.
Yep, first walk, just the 2 hits, so we had a runner reach on an error early in the ball game, so not a lot of base runners. But, again, this is a team we've seen throughout this tournament that can get runs in bunches, too. So this game is far from over as the Sportsmen getting the leadoff man on, an opportunity here to make some things happen. And
stepping off is Evan Gaunt. Ben Brooks at the plate. He grounded to short in his only previous plate appearance.
I know we talked about this earlier, and you guys may have talked about this in the opening when I was making my way from the press box, but this Fort Smith program has not only a history in this tournament, but just a recent successful history. Their AAA team won the Arkansas State Championship last year. This very team, the AA team, finished second in American Legion Baseball in Arkansas. So you got a quality program. Again, they know how to play the game and are going to really make this one tough. And don't forget, they already have a victory over Willard in this tournament in pool play, and Willard trying to avenge that here in the championship game.
1-0 after that pitch misses. Just 39 pitches for Evan Gaunt through 4 innings plus. The runner at first, Nowotny, not going anywhere. Here's a line drive to deep left center field. That will get down and go all the way to the wall. Nowotny will round third. He will be sent home with the first run of the game for the Sportsmen and they are on the board on an RBI double by Ben Brooks, who absolutely tattooed that ball.
Smashed to center field, and I was about to talk a little bit about Brooks. He actually was the pitcher that started against Willard yesterday, and again, got a little tired late, but had a great pitching performance, but smashes the ball there, and puts the Sportsman on the board. And Matt, still nobody out in this inning, getting towards the bottom of the order, but still, especially if that top of the order gets back up in this inning, this could be a big one for the Sportsman. So Willard really got to be on their guard here.
The Sportsmen have now touched Evan Gaunt for a run after he was dominant through 4. Here's the first pitch to Cannon England. This is bounced to the third baseman, checks a runner at second, throws to first in time for the out. Owen Bushnell throws it out to Hampton. 5-3 it goes. The runner stays at second, does Ben Brooks. And now to the bottom of the order. And here's Caden Gifford. He popped out to the catcher in foul territory back in the third inning when it seemed the Sportsmen were swinging at the first pitch every time, and they had that quick 1-2-3 inning on 3 pitches. Here is Gifford. We noted in the earlier game he is from Alma, Arkansas. It was where my father went to high school, the Alma Airedales. Check of the runner at second. Now Gaunt will step off.
You know, Matt, really a key spot in the order. This is the number 9 hitter up right now, and if he finds a way to reach base, you could get a couple on, and getting to the top of the order, this could get very interesting this inning.
Here is a check swing, and the count should be a strike.
Yeah, it is, and they just made it. It's 1-1.
Yeah,
the count 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, I think they have the count wrong, but we'll correct that on our scorebook, and we have it right here. The scoreboard in the stadium is wrong, but the home plate umpire has the correct count up there. This is Caden Gifford at the plate. Gaunt not even looking at second base. Here's a ball hit down the third base line, just foul. And we'll do it again with the runner at second base being Ben Brooks. And with 1 out, the on-deck hitter is Luke Wyatt back to the top of the order. So this is the best situation for the Fordsford Sportsmen to get back in here. And you don't necessarily need to get all 5 runs right here, although they'd love it. But you would like to get a dent into it if you can to get back into it. Home plate umpire saying the count 0-2. Here's a check. Pitch home. That's outside for a ball.
So we'll double-check the count here. Has he got 1 or 2 up there, Matt?
He is showing the press box. The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes, so they'll clear the scoreboard.
Okay.
And so we will change our scorebug to show 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's a pickoff throw to second. Not close. Diving back in there is Ben Brooks. As an umpire, if you show the count and the scoreboard doesn't change, you get very frustrated because the fans can see the scoreboard and not many look at what you're showing. Here's a windup in the pitch, popped up. Skied in the air, the shortstop going over behind third base will make the play about 10 feet into the outfield grass. Landon Moore collects that one. The runner stays at second. And 2 out, and we go to the top of the order to Luke Wyatt. Luke Wyatt has reached on an error to start the game and has flied out to center field. But the Sportsmen have put up 1 run here in the 5th inning to pull within 4. Willard leading the championship of the 50th Annual Holiday Tournament 5-1. Here's the pitch low and into the synthetic dirt for a ball.
I think you could go with that one, too, synthetic dirt.
Yeah, John Don said he'd let me get away with it. I'm going to have to play with this one a little bit.
You can do it with 1 syllable, gentlemen. Turf. In the turf.
Here is the pitch outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Don West and his proclamations not valid in Taney County, Missouri, home with Scott McCauley. Thank you.
2 balls.
Message brought to you by your friends at the Missouri State High School Activities Association and Redline Media Alliance.
Very nice. Oh, my goodness. Do they still make you guys do those big, long promos for the MSHSAA?
Yeah, but you don't have to pay a rights fee, so we'll do it.
They do, and you can record them now, so you got that option, so that helps a little bit.
It's a line drive down the right field line. That will be fair into the corner. It will score a run on a long RBI single by Luke Wyatt, and the Sportsmen have pulled within 3. They've got 2 on the board. Willard leading at 5-2.
You know, I was about to say that this was a good situation for the Sportsman, because even if Wyatt is to make an out, you've got the heart of the order coming up in the next inning, but he does better than that. He gets a base hit, gets him another run closer, and now you're getting to the heart of the order with Bryce Morgan coming to the plate and Broussard after him.
We'll see if Wyatt wants to take off here. Pitches low for a ball, because if Wyatt can get to second base and get in scoring position, a single would score him. So right now, Evan Gaunt has been touched for 2 runs, and the Sportsman trying to get more in the top of the 5th. Here's the pitch, big swing and a miss. That makes the count 1 ball and 1 strike. This is Dick Birmingham Field, and in Southwest Missouri, that is a name that carries a lot of weight in terms of baseball, especially at the prep level. Here at Hillcrest High School, the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch on its way home, another swing and a miss, and that's 2 that have just blown right by Bryce Morgan. From Greenwood, Arkansas, 1 ball and 2 strikes to count, 5-2, Willard in the lead. But the Sportsman, Forsgren Sportsman batting in the top of the 5th. Here's the pitch, and a strike called, throws him, and that will end the inning. But pretty good inning for the Sportsman as they come up with 2 runs on 2 hits. There was a key RBI double by Ben Brooks and a key RBI single by Luke Wyatt. 1 runner was left. The Sportsmen have left 3 through 4.5. Willard leads it 5-2.
I want to thank the folks at FC Bank at 2006 South Glenstone for their longtime support of the Springfield Holiday Tournament. You know, we've also been talking about the folks here at Redline Media Alliance for their coverage. We also want to thank the folks at K-Raj Wildcat TV as they helped stream some of the early JV games of this tournament. So we want to thank those sponsors and others. And we've talked about a lot of them. I know you talked about Play It Again Sports earlier in the game over on 1300 East Battlefield, and we'll talk about some of the other sponsors as we go through here. But really, as we kind of wind down this tournament, those are the guys we really need to thank because they have made this happen. And you can see on the screen there, you can see Dick Birmingham Field. But look at the bottom line there. What that bottom line is all the championships that have been attributed to this program. This program has produced not only champions, it's produced Major League Baseball players.
Yeah.
It has produced, the Dick Birmingham coaching tree is all over Southwest Missouri. And I was going to mention this, but you might remember Kevin Ropke.
Absolutely.
Who was, was a good pitcher. Has been a coach. He actually coached down at our way in Hollister for a few years. When he was the baseball coach down there, he started it's now it's the Hollister Baseball Festival. It's kind of become a tournament, but for several sites. But he did this festival for a few years, and he would honor people who meant a lot to the game of baseball. And the first 2 people he honored in year 1 was Dick Birmingham. And Dick was still getting around there. And the second one he honored was my dad.
Nice.
He had Nolan come down one year, and we were actually calling that game on radio. I actually made sure I had the game on our radio station that day, so I was up calling it and getting the chance to see that, and that was such a great honor to have him honored like that. But Kevin Ropke is one of those that kind of falls into this category, and a lot of people in the area that really remembers the tradition of baseball in Southwest Missouri.
Here's a long drive over the center fielder's head to start the inning by Cooper Hampton. He is on his way to second, and he will be held there with a leadoff stand-up double for Willard, and he has been on base all 3 times today.
That might be one of the hardest hit balls of the tournament right there, guys. He smashed that ball, and you could tell he did because the center fielder for Fort Smith, he gave up Wyatt. He gave up early trying to catch it. Did you see how quickly he went into – we saw the back of his jersey trying to chase it down?
That one was a no-doubter all the way to the wall to the absolute deepest part of the park. And here's a pitch fouled back to Cade Billier. He has scored 2 runs. He has 2 singles and an RBI. 5-2, Willard in the lead, but now threatening with a runner at second as they bat in the bottom of the 5th in the championship game of the 50th Springfield Area Holiday Tournament. Check of the runner at second in the pitch home. It's popped up down the third base line. This will get out of play, and the count will be no balls and 2 strikes. It will be Billier and then Blake Holtgren and then Owen Bushnell here in the bottom of the 5th for Willard. A check of the runner at second by Peyton, and this is a line drive down the right field line, hooking foul, and it goes down the road and into the big, thick thistle down there. That one you might be able to find if you had a sickle. You have a better chance of getting that one than anything that went in the jungle. Here's the next pitch, strike 3 called on the outside corner, and that was a beautiful pitch. Well thrown by Colton Peyton. And he gets the 4th strikeout today that he has thrown in 61 pitches.
Well, the thing was he was expecting not necessarily a waste pitch, but one out of the zone. But that one just nipped the zone and caught him off guard in a terrific pitch in a big situation for Fort Smith.
Blake Holtgren, the left fielder, bats. He is 0 for 2. He has an RBI on a fielder's choice. as he takes a big cut and swings and misses. 1 ball, 1 strike, and he was absolutely robbed on a great play by Ben Brooks, who made a catch in foul territory back in the 3rd. Peyton checks the runner at second, pitches just below the knees, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. The sun has mercifully went behind a bank of clouds in the western setting sky. Here's a pitch, tattooed to deep right field, going back on that. Nowotny goes over his head all the way to the wall. Digging for second is the hitter. The runner trying to come home. No play on him. We may have a play at third. Here's the throw. He is out at third base. Out at third base is Blake Holtgren, as Forsgren Sportsman get a great relay throw. Nowotny throwing it all the way to third base, and Ben Brooks puts down the tag.
Willard does get a run, though, as Hampton comes around to score to make it 6-2.
It'll be an RBI double, and then thrown out at third is Holtgren. But the important thing there is the run that hasn't made it onto the, there it is, the scoreboard in the stadium has it now. It's 6-2 Willard, and a fastball strike to Owen Bushnell, who has scored a run and is 0 for 2 and has an RBI.
So how about Nowotny there? He actually misplayed the ball initially and had to go back and get it. But once he did, as the ground ball here may end the inning.
Brooks, long throw across, bounces, not scooped up, and the runner will turn and not make a feint towards second. What do you think, gentlemen? Let's take a look at it on the replay right here.
I think you got, I mean, that is a tough play. It's close, but I think that's got to be an error.
Fielded it cleanly, but the throw in the dirt, so that will be error number 2 of the game against the Sportsman.
And let me finish the thought real quick on Nowotny, because he kind of misplayed the ball there, but what did he do to make it up? He gunned it in, hit the cutoff man, and they had a perfect throw to third base.
Here's a fly ball hit into right center. Nowotny on his horse makes the play, and the side is retired. 1 run for Willard as they get the run, one of the runs back they gave up in the top of the inning. 1 run on 2 base hits. There was an error. 1 runner was stranded. Willard is stranded 3. There have been 2 errors in the game against the Fort Smith, Arkansas, Forsgren Sportsman, and we go to the 6th inning. Willard in command, 6-2.
Catch your breath for a second.
Yes.
Woo.
I tell you
There's
what.
not been a lot of dead air on this broadcast.
I tell you what, these semifinals and championship games, these have all been very good games today.
No, you hope they would be. And we've been very impressed by these teams.
But you wonder sometimes because, as I said, both these teams are playing their 6th game in 3 days. I mean, that is a lot of games to play, but yet they've still got something in the tank, and that's, I think, been very impressive today. And they have fought hard. I mean, Willard certainly, you could kind of say, has control, but Fort Smith's not going away. I mean, they're hanging in there, and they've still got 2 rounds at the plate to try to get back in this thing.
They got 6 outs to play with, and they need to make up at least 4 runs right here. So they're going to need some luck. They're going to need a lot of good at-bats and some good batting eyes, and see if they can come back on Willard here before it's over.
But the one thing they have is confidence, because they've done it before, and they know they can do it late. Because, Scott, you and Tom Mass covered that meeting in pool play, and they absolutely know that they have the potential to win this game.
They do, and this is just it. It's kind of similar to the game yesterday, except it's kind of role reversal, because it was Fort Smith that kind of got that kind of middle inning surge to get control of the game, and Willard came soaring back and nearly got the game win then. And then they are able to get in here in the wild card and meet up again with Fort Smith. And I kind of heard some of the Sportsman coaches talking about, kind of the underdogs and kind of trying to get through there. Especially this is a team that's only 10-9, I guess 11-9 overall after their win earlier today. So here you get a situation where they look like the underdogs. But I'm just going to tell you guys, I've seen them play 4 games. They don't act like underdogs to me. They act like a team that comes out here and expects to win. And I think maybe that's a great compliment to what they have been able to achieve, because they not only look like they belong, but they act like they belong in this championship game, and they're representing themselves well.
1 strike to Chance Broussard, who leads it off in the 6th, and he skies 1 in the air to medium right field, and a pretty easy play there for Cade Billier. And there is 1 out in the inning. This is hitters 3, 4, and 5. Batting in the top of the 6th inning for Forsgren Sportsman. Next up is Will Rollins. He has flied out to center and grounded to short, 0 for 2 in this championship game. Along with Don West and Scott McCauley, this is Matt Coatney welcoming you in to Hillcrest High School for the championship game. And we see action we just saw a minute ago in the bullpen. Did not see who it was down there. Will Rollins, the catcher, good defensive catchers, had a pretty good tournament. This pitch is a strike to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. We had bullpen camera there for a second from Redline Media. That rare shot you don't normally get. Here's the next pitch. Strike called on the inside corner. And working with efficiency and confidence, Evan Gaunt. He's thrown 59 pitches. He has a count of 1 ball and 2 strike on Will Rollins. Here's the next pitch. This is grounded for a base hit up the middle. Will Rollins reached out, protected the plate, and just sent it up the middle. I love it when baseball is played well. You're protecting the plate, but you're still able to get a base hit, Don West.
5th hit of the game, and just one of those has been for extra bases, and it helped play into the inning in which Forsgren scored 2 runs, a double in the 5th inning. So damage has been minimal from Evan Gaunt's pitching, and now we get a runner, Colton Payton at first base.
Payton, the pitcher, will be the courtesy runner. Here's Caden Fox at the plate, 0 for 2. He's flied out twice, once to the left fielder, once to center field. And that pitch is missing outside for a ball.
Guys, I got some important information that has just been confirmed to us here at Redline and Alliance Media Central. Justin McMillan is behind us here, and he confirmed, yes, there is a dog food plant down there.
I thought so, yeah.
And he did, and he said that he confirmed, that they would actually use that as part of practice. And he said there is rumors that there are still a few Hillcrest freshmen down there looking for baseballs.
Pickoff throw to first, diving back in. Will Rollins.
They'd be a little older now, but they may still be down there looking for baseballs.
Maybe seniors by now.
Well, citizens, and whether they were referring.
Long fly ball hit to deep left field. The left fielder tracking it, and he'll come up with it is Blake Holtgren in front of the fence. That's the second out, and now the Sportsmen are down to their final 4 outs. If they have designs on a championship with Willard leading at 6-2.
Well, when that was off the bat, I thought that might go a little further than that, but it's just a thick air, isn't it? It just kind of died out there.
Josh Nowotny from Van Buren, Arkansas, a strikeout victim in the 2nd, walked and scored the first run for the Sportsman back in the 5th. He bats with 2 outs in the 6th. Fouls that one out of play. And that is an Alpo foul ball, according to the information from Scott McCauley.
You're going to be grinding that one up.
I apologize, friends, for the bad puns we've had today, although I've had more of them than anybody.
It's our 3rd long day of baseball, so it's probably a good thing we don't have another game, because it could the Hall of Fame committee in Missouri might be looking for our plaques, Don and I's plaques, if we keep this up too much longer. So
1-1, the count on Josh Nowotny. If anything happens, Ben Brooks is on deck. Here's a pitch, bounce, tough play for the 3rd baseman. Loving it, Bushnell throws to first in time, and Willard is 3 outs away from a championship in the inning. No runs, 1 hit. There was 1 left. The Sportsmen have left 4 on base today, and we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Willard will have 7, 8, and 9 up and leading it 6-2.
Okay, so I got to ask this question. Do we know when in this format a team that's been a wild card that's actually won this thing?
I don't. I'm sorry.
I mean, that'd be almost impossible.
But the Oakland Raiders in 1980 were the first wild card team to win the championship.
In football, yeah, that was very true. But, I mean, this shows you how competitive the tournament is, because, as you said, they were just a run or 2 away from not even being here today. I mean, this would have been Ozark.
A run away.
Yeah, from being Ozark would have been in this Final Four instead of Willard. But that's just the slim margin. But I think and again, I did not see Ozark. And I know Ozark's got a very good ball club. But I just have to say I was happy when I saw that it was going to be Willard, because, again, having seen that game personally yesterday between the Forsgren Sportsman and Willard, there wasn't much difference between the 2 teams. I mean, they were 2 of the better teams in this tournament. I just believed that. And I was glad that whatever happened, I'm glad that it worked out for Willard to get back here and be able to be a part of this Final Four.
Well, gentlemen, before we get too much deeper into this, I just want to say thank you to you 2 and to Mike McClure and to Tom Mast and to Trevor Casterlin. And everyone who's been a part of this broadcast, Andy Earls and Redline Media Alliance, we've worked with him for the first time here this week. They suffered equipment losses in the wind yesterday here at Hillcrest, which is not funny at all. It's going to be hard for them to replace, but they've stayed at it and they've kept us on the air. and they've worked so very hard. Andy and his crew back here behind us. Thank you so much for everything you've done with the holiday tournament this year. To Tournament Director Jeff Simpson for allowing us to be a part of this and to do something that's very important nowadays, to bring streaming services so fans and parents and grandparents and anyone else around the world can see a game that they wouldn't otherwise be able to come to. It's a big deal. We thank you so much for being a part of it.
We have a pitching change, and so the Sportsmen have went to the bullpen, and they brought in Josh Nowotny out of right field. He'll take the place here of who we saw in the game as a courtesy runner for the Sportsmen, which was Colton Payton. So Josh Nowotny now toes the rubber. He's the right-hander, and he will try and keep Willard at bay and give the Sportsmen a chance to make up 4 runs at the top of the 7th.
And there's a good chance, and we didn't see it, but Peyton played right field in the last game, or has played right field for them, and so there's a good chance that's where he ended up. So he's probably in the game out there to fill that spot, as Nowotny will try to hold course here and keep Willard right here at 4 down and give them a chance here in the 7th inning to come back.
7, 8, and 9 due up for Willard. In the bottom of the 6th, the left-handed hitting Landon Moore has bounced out to first and was a strikeout victim on a called strike in the 3rd. Here's the right-hander, brings it home. That's a fastball, and it was a good fastball. That's called a strike. We know Nowotny's got a good arm. We've seen that from the outfield, so that should translate well to the rubber. He kicks and pitches, and he brings the heat. That's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, and he came in relief, and I'm trying to look back to see how much he pitched, but he pitched a little bit in yesterday's game.
Here's the pitch from Nowotny. That one's high, and he is throwing hard. He has not thrown a breaking pitch yet, and he is delivering heat. 2 balls and 1 strike. Willard bats at the bottom of the 6th inning, leading the Sportsmen 6-2. The right-hander kicks and pitches, and that one's inside, and he is in danger of walking his first hitter. 3 balls and 1 strike to Landon Moore. Wears number 12, has the sign. Looks like he's played well today. Uniform is dirty. Just about everybody's got a dirty uniform this deep into the tournament. The windup and the pitch is Sky, deep to right. Peyton going back to the wall, makes the catch. Colton Payton with a great catch right up against the fence for the first out here in the bottom of the 6th. Well, you go play outfield and you get a ball hit at you over your head. And, Peyton was very aware of that when he made a good catch.
Yeah, and tell you what, that ball was smashed too. I mean, he hit it very, very hard and got a good read on it and was able to track it down for the out.
Mark Wynn, the designated hitter, comes to the plate and pitches outside for a ball. I want to echo what Don West said at the half inning. My thanks to everybody associated with this tournament, but especially the people from the Red Line Media Alliance. We've got to know them, and we appreciate everything that they have been able to do to bring this streaming service here. And the count is 2 balls and no strikes.
And I will do the old ditto for everyone, but there was one person missed on the thank you, and I think you'll join me in this. Thank you to Don West for asking us to be a part of this. It was very much a pleasure for us to kind of have this reunion and kind of relive some past memories. So, Don, thank you so much.
I would not have done this any other way, gentlemen.
I know a lot of people wonder, why did you bring a guy from Nebraska down here? But I'm very, very honored and humbled to be here, as that's a strike. Don West and I go back to 1985. We met because of summer baseball, and that's a lot of the reason I know you, Scott. Here's the ball tattooed to deep left field, but sliding over to get that one is Broussard. There are 2 outs now in the 6th inning, but, to show you the bonds that you have and how great this game is right here, we have been tremendous friends for almost 40 years, and a lot of it has to do with things that happen in the summer, and this tournament's been a big part of it. So
absolutely.
Thank you, Don, for putting together this group of announcers and asking me to come down here. I have absolutely loved every second of it.
You betcha.
Well played, sir. Well played. It's 1-0 on Drew Quinlan. He is the 9-hole hitter. He's been on base twice. He looks at a strike. It's 1-1. He walked and was caught stealing to end the threat in the 2nd inning, and he singled back in the 4th. Here's the next pitch. That one is outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. So Josh Nowotny has been throwing hard. He's given up a couple of loud, long outs, but he has gotten the first 2 hitters. And the 2-1 pitch coming home just missed on the outside, and the count's 3 balls and 1 strike.
We've got a community swimming pool right behind my house in my subdivision, and I think I'm going to be jumping into it tonight.
Well, I will tell you this after this pitch here, which
And
is
so
upstairs.
it's ball 4 and
No, it's actually ball 3. They corrected the count, so it's 3-2 now.
in 3-2-1. That pitch misses, and now the count is full of 3 balls and 2 strikes.
There, you've had to do that a lot this week.
Yeah. This pitch is popped up. Going to be just in foul territory. The first baseman slides over, makes the catch, Caden Fox. So 1-2-3. Nowotny works 1 inning and gets the side to be retired. So Willard, 6-2. They lead it. We go to the 7th inning. They need 3 outs to get a tournament championship, but the Sportsmen certainly have the bats that can get it done, but it will be the bottom of their order. It'll be 7, 8, and 9 coming up here.
But I will tell you, of that 7, 8, 9, one of the leadoff hitter will be Ben Brooks, who smashed the ball to left center field the last time up. So they're going to need that. And I know there's still an inning to go, but I do want to, again, not leave here and not talk a little about what Evan Gaunt's done here today on the mound. I mean, he has just had an outstanding performance, and this is a good hitting ball club, and he's been able, for the most part, to hold him in check today.
He's been a good pitcher in the spring and wasn't needed that much in the spring by the Willard school ball team because they had Dalen Stewart and they had Gavin Burke, and they got the bulk of the starts for the entire run of the spring season. But Gaunt's just as capable. He's got a great arm. He plays center field, and he's been just tough out there today.
Well, as we get ready to go to the 7th inning, Willard needs 3 outs to get a championship, and they have been a team that got the wild card in a very exciting, multiple complex kind of situation yesterday, but they have made it here to a chance to get 3 more outs for a championship. And here to take you through the 7th inning, our lead announcer, and it is my pleasure to once again let you listen to the play-by-play of Don West.
Thank you very much, Matt and Scott. And it's Ben Brooks to start it off for the Sportsmen. It's the bottom 3 of the order for Forsgren to see if they can get 4 runs across the board and keep this game alive. And Brooks takes ball 1. He is 1 for 2. He doubled in a run his last time up in the 5th inning.
Keep in mind one thing. Look at the pitch count here. 67 pitches thrown by Gaunt so far. Tom Aston and I had a chance to see 3 games where 80-plus pitches did it.
1 hopper to the shortstop. Landon Moore across and on the money for the out. 1 away. Cannon England, the next hitter for the Sportsmen.
Take a look at the replay, and I really liked what Moore did right there. He took his time, didn't try to rush it, came set, and made an accurate throw.
Going to get a hitter here. It's Colton Payton.
Yeah,
he had been DH'd for.
Yeah, and he went into the outfield when Nowotny came in to pitch last inning.
Payton, first pitch, fouls 1 out of play for strike 1. So it's Payton hitting in the number 8 spot, to be followed by Caden Gifford, as Evan Gaunt looks to complete the deal for Willard. 0-1. And right back to Evan Gaunt for the second out.
Boy, that thing was tattooed. I mean, England had one of the hardest hit balls of the day. Here you go. And it goes right back, and it's, oh, look what I found in the glove, 2 down. That was a rope, ladies and gentlemen.
That's called protect yourself.
That's right.
Caden Gifford is the last hope for the Sportsmen. And he looks at ball 1. About half of this team a part of Willard's school ball spring state championship in early June. And here in late June, just about 4 weeks later, they are on the cusp of adding a summer title, which would be their second in the Springfield Holiday Tournament. 2-0. Swung on and missed. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1. Ground ball to third. Bushnell. And he boots it, and it stays alive. Would have been a tough play anyway. And safe at first is Caden Gifford. That was past third base, and just the longest throw you can imagine for an infielder. We're going to go hit for Caden Gifford.
I mean, it's a tough scoring play. If you're a major leaguer, maybe you give an error on that. But on this field where that was, debatable whether he'd had any chance anyway if he fields it cleanly.
So a little bit of an opening here for the Sportsman with the top of the order coming up.
Luke Wyatt, runner going, and a throw to second is too late. Whew.
Yeah.
Forsgren stealing with 2 outs, down by 4.
Talk about guts on the part of the Sportsman with the big steal.
But good jump there. Got in there, and it was kind of a close play, but really had it pretty well stolen.
Wyatt chops one to the left side. Bushnell up and throwing and across, and the tag, and Willard is the Holiday Tournament champion in 21. They won school ball in spring, and they win the Holiday Tournament in the summer.
Well, what an impressive run by Willard to come out of the wild card hole and get this done. They got a dominant pitching performance today from Evan Gaunt and a 6-2 win. And everybody here very impressed by this Fort Smith Forsgren Sportsman team. They deserve to be in this championship game. Look, they've beaten Willard. They showed very well for themselves, a very well-played championship game. Standing ovation from some of the fans. And, gentlemen, I think that we had an exceptional championship game today.
Exceptional championship day.
Yeah.
Let's also tip our cats to Nixa and Kickapoo in the semifinals earlier. As I remember, Willard only beat Kickapoo 5-4, and the Forsgren had to rally to win their game against Nixa earlier as well. So 2 great championship games, semifinals, championship game, and it's Willard that comes out on top.
6-2, Willard with a win. Evan Gaunt gets the complete game victory. Colton Payton takes the loss. Game played in an hour and 21 minutes. Willard scored 3 runs in the first inning, 2 in the third, 1 in the fifth. And Forsgren got their only runs in the top of the 5th inning. And now the T-shirts will be presented by League Commissioner Derek Hunter to Willard. They won the tournament in 2012 when Trevor Bowling was a player and on the all-tournament team. And now in 21, they win it with Trevor Bowling as the head coach.
This is a exceptional tournament championship to survive through pool play and then to come back and win like Willard did. And they did it with the way you want to win. I think Scott McCauley had a great bit of commentary about you have to have defense, and they certainly stepped up. Timely hitting, no question about it. Good pitching, no question about it. But their defense was very solid today also, and that's what you need to win a tournament title.
Yeah, and there's no question that, I mean, even though Willard had to have the wild card, they were one of the 4 best teams in this tournament. Even, and again, you get 2 of these teams in pool play, you just do it by chance, and it just so happened 2 of the better teams were in the same pool. Luckily, because of the wild card, Willard was able to come through and had a chance to avenge their loss to Fort Smith. And keep in mind, this Fort Smith team not only beat Willard yesterday, but they beat that combined Nixa-Hollister team. Hollister was a Final Four team here in Missouri. Nixa had 20 wins, or close to 20 wins this year. So they beat some quality teams in this tournament to get here and to get to this final. And so hats off to the Sportsman for being a quality baseball program and really helping make this a very special day.
The Willard program that adds another feather to its cap of championships with the title in 2012 and now 9 years later in 21. After winning state and school ball 4 weeks and a day ago.
And this is really a school that's on a run right now. You talked about it earlier with some of the success they're having in all of their sports right now. I mean, they're really in a special time right now.
Volleyball winning the state championship last fall. And then baseball in the spring. And now the summer baseball team takes the Holiday.
I have been absolutely impressed down here. You know, this tournament is a lot different than the one I remember, certainly, but time does move on, and the way this tournament has came up here and has evolved, pool play has found the best teams in this tournament. You know, Scott, back when you and I were really involved in this, Legion baseball was the way, and now you have a Legion team here in Forsgren, and then you have a summer ball team. And it's different, but time moves on. The nostalgia here, I think we've had a great mix this weekend of the 50th annual, mixing the old and the new. And I think that for the young people who get a chance to watch this and maybe on archive later and they look at us, hopefully they appreciate just how important this is to people like us, people like Mike Keltner, Nolan McCauley, Jack Steck, Betty Doss, some of the great names, Steve Jenkins, that we've had in this tournament. And hopefully one of these days, the people we've seen today, they'll come back and talk about some of the memories they had from this weekend.
Willard guys may want to keep me around for some reason. One of them yelling over here, every time you broadcast for us, we win a championships. So glad to be a very small part of it, gentlemen.
We get to tell the stories, and that's always one of the great things. It's fun, and that's what's also fun about this tournament. You see these teams come together. You see teams play as one, and again, it goes back to all the teams here today. And we wouldn't give our tip of the cap to the Kickapoo JV. They won that championship earlier over the Palm to Terre squad, and they had a good showing here today. You know, we really had 4 good games today.
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't a dog in the bunch today. I mean, they were fun games. They were well-played games. And it was fun to be a part of this. You don't always get that. You don't know where the pitching is. But these 4 teams that were here today certainly were the survival of the fittest, and they still had a little bit left to put on a show to finish off this tournament in a very special year, the 50th anniversary of the tournament.
And the Willard team posing at home plate for the championship picture with the T-shirts. As Willard takes the title, they improve their summer record to 11-4. And Forsgren now 11-10 for their summer season, and a nice run for the Arkansas team. Out of the 14 in the varsity level, Willard comes out as the champion.
Well, just want to say a tip of the cap to the SABA organization for they had to overcome some nightmares here in moving the tournament around and scrapping the Republic site after weather problems and opening up Parkview, and then some of the construction problems over here at Hillcrest. But this one went off with overcoming minimal hitches, and congratulations to everybody with SABA.
And I want to say this as kind of a concluding word, that maybe that's one of the keys to the tournament that we need to talk about. In 50 years, we have been involved in so many of these tournaments that had to make last-minute changes, that had to scramble. We talked about the moving championship game years ago, having to change sites, do all that, even adapting to a new format, which really was the way to go after so many years as a double elimination tournament. And it's those organizations, as those events that can keep true to their foundation, but also adapt to the times that last so long. And that's why this tournament is still around after 50 years.
It has been an honor to bring you the coverage of the 50th Annual Springfield Area Baseball Association Holiday Tournament. Willard wins the championship 6-2 over the Forsgren Sportsman from Fort Smith, Arkansas. That will do it for our coverage. For Matt Coatney, for Scott McCauley, the rest of our crew that has worked with us this week, for Andy Earls and the staff of Redline Media, doing just a tremendous job with us here this week, to Jeff Simpson, the tournament director, and for Derek Hunter, the commissioner of the league. I'm Don West. We thank you so much for joining us, and we bid you a good evening from Dick Birmingham Field at Hillcrest High.
Don't forget the Springfield Area Baseball Association's 50-50 raffle. That's right, just $1 a ticket. And on Sunday at 5 p.m. on the live stream, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 raffle, brought to you by SABA, Springfield Area Baseball Association. A big thank you to Flat Top Photos for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Baseball Holiday Tournament. Owner, photographer Steve Rackley has been in the business for many, many years and does a fantastic job with his sports photos. You can get a hold of him at 417-425-6823. Flat Top Photos, the official photographer of the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Shout out to SFC Bank out of Springfield, Missouri, for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Banking made easy for you, whether it's their mobile banking app that you can find, or their convenient hours in the lobby 9 to 5 and through the drive-through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. SFC Bank, 417-882-8111. Huge shout out and thank you to Guy Newcomb, or as you may know him, the Scoreboard Guy, for sponsoring this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. Hey, find the Scoreboard Guy on Twitter, be one of his 16,000 followers, or find him on the new Missouri Sports Network. He's very excited about that. That has just launched. Guy Newcomb, the Scoreboard Guy, Missouri Sports Network, we thank you for your sponsorship. Big shout out to K-Rod's TV out of Rogersville, Missouri, for sponsoring this year's SABA 50th Annual Holiday Baseball Tournament. You can find your Rogersville Wildcat Sports on TV and radio, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the JV section of this tournament. Find them on Facebook, give them a like, find them on YouTube, and subscribe. K-Rod's TV. A big shout out to Play It Again Sports out of Springfield, Missouri for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. A sporting good chain that buys, sells, and trades a wide variety of equipment, both new and secondhand. You can find them at 1300 East Battlefield Street there in Springfield, Missouri, or contact them before 8 p.m. at 417-883-7444. Play It Again Sports. Shout out to Scrambler's Diner out of Springfield, Missouri for sponsoring the 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. Hey, whether you dine in at 1131 East Republic Road or you call ahead for curbside pickup at 417-886-4224, Scrambler's Diner will be glad to have you. Scrambler's Diner, Springfield, Missouri. Huge shout out to Digital Reminiscence out of Corning, Arkansas for their sponsorship in this year's 50th annual SABA Holiday Baseball Tournament. They're the official film editor of this tournament, so whether it's game DVDs or maybe highlight reels of any player that we live streamed in this tournament, get a hold of them at 870-323-9051. Find them on Facebook, give them a like. Big town quality at small town prices. Digital Reminiscence. Andy Earls here with Redline Media Alliance out of Corning, Arkansas. Hey, we just want to say that we are honored to be the official live streaming partner of this 50th annual SABA Holiday Tournament. We hope you enjoy live production, and we look forward to doing many years of live streaming this baseball tournament, this fantastic tournament. Redline Media Alliance, Corning, Arkansas.